Alright, so let's go ahead, and we are live on the YouTube side, so we have the VOD going. Alright, so for those who haven't seen Hardspace ShipBreaker, like, in the past we've done like the hardcore playthrough where we got all the way up to the end, but we did trip at the finish line. Like 1 or 2 missions before the very end, I did die. We have done 2 full playthroughs of the story in the not hardcore mode. This time we're just doing open one. We're going to start tearing apart ships. For those who actually want to know what the story is, I'm not going to spoil the whole thing, but it's vaguely just Hardspace ShipBreaker is very company town. It has a good story. It's very much like you're in the company town and you deal with that. Let's see, you enjoy the games like Star Trek where you control the interactive vehicles. They're very tactile and interactive. You've been intrigued by Hardspace. Yeah, no, I like Star Trek as well. Imagine this game is Star Wars themed. The only problem is then we gotta deal with the licensing. We've had that conversation literally just yesterday, but the moment you start getting licensing involved, you start having temporary times, the price has to go up to accommodate for the expense of the licensing and yada yada. Alright, so we've got ourselves, we're sitting at this work terminal. The backstory we've gotten so far is Earth sucks. Things are bad. And so we look at our emails, we go, utility workforce, application deny, bill past due, energy bill past due, second notice, important, dad is sick again, office of civilian, something or other, please respond. You know, one of my buddies, any rations to spare, or some medical thing, payment required, credit transfer, declined, bill past due from the power company, final notice, Lynx Corporation, ShipBreaker application. It's just like normal life. Alright, notification, Lynx Corporation Recruitment Service, ShipBreaker application, pave the way to the Galaxy program. Update on your application status. Oh yeah, and food shortage continues. Greetings, citizen LF-291180S. Congratulations, you have been accepted into Lynx Corporation's pioneering Paving the Way to the Galaxy program. Your selection was based upon above average physical and cognitive ability. You are assigned Salvage Station number 42, designation Morgan. Demonstrate the ability to build and grow a profitable operation, and a number of exciting opportunities await you. Remember, employment in this program is the sole discretion of Lynx Corporation and can be revoked at any time. Acts of malice or insubordination will not be tolerated. Upon signing this form, please proceed immediately to the nearest Lynx Corporation shuttle hub for transport to the work site. Finalize the following pages to confirm your employment. Account name. Lynx Work Effort Tracking, TM. Program require an account name. Please enter an account name. Profanity or anti-corporate slogan jargon is not accepted. Not a scab. It'll actually take that. Unionize. Let's do Rual Storge. We'll be lazy. Account name is already in use. Right, because I have multiple saves on the computer or whatever. Union McUnion. Let's start a union. Excellent. Don't care. Alright, so we can verify our voice, which is just choosing the voices you want. Let's see. Like, big enough Disney reached out to the fan community extras for The Mandalorian. Disney didn't have enough Stormtrooper suits. Yeah, no, actually, so Disney's been in control of Star Wars for a pretty good time out for a while. But yeah, no, absolutely, that is the thing that they, there's a Star Wars cosplay group called the 501st, because inside the Star Wars universe, Vader's personal Stormtrooper Legion and all that is the 501st. So that's that one. So they did that. And there's a couple others they reached out to for other extras. But yeah, no, they've done that kind of stuff plenty. Orientation preference. Select orientation scheme for your personal mobility unit. Proper settings will improve productivity by standard, 40%. And this is like, do you want up and down to work one way or the other way? Meal preference. Our food processors serve a variety of diet preferences. Food cost may vary over time. We can choose to have chicken, plastic-free, vegetarian, and entomatarian. I don't know what that means. Oh, bugs. I was like, I don't know what that means, but it looks like a bug. Plastic-free. I want my food without plastic in it. Alright, please agree to the following statements. I have no criminal record on Terran or Martian zones. A record in Jovian Frontier is acceptable. I am not a member of, and never have been associated with, a workers' union or other labor interest. Excellent. You know those studies about microplastics? Oh, are you talking about where the ones were all contaminated because they were using the plastic gloves and they accidentally contaminated the results? Yup. Yup, I heard about that. Hey, Bassett, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. What were you playing today and how did it go and all that good stuff? I have completed my annual medical exam and have been cleared of having Macaulay's lung. I have no commercial or real estate interests in Luna, in the asteroid belt, or in the nation state of Arizona. Oh, Little Rocket Lab. Little Rocket Lab's excellent. Yeah, so if you're looking for Little Rocket Lab or Pokemon or Digimon or Star Ocean or anything like that, you can find that over there with Bassett. Plays like the turn-based RPGs, that kind of stuff. I will bring a positive attitude and problem-solving mindset to work every day. I understand and accept the health risks associated with long-term exposure to van der Waals field. I will vote for Chancellor Chung Zhang in the Pan-American Senate election. Alright. This agreement is made on the 9th of November 2329, the effective date between Lynx Corporation Salvage Division Lynx Incorporated under the laws of the Stellar Commission and myself, citizen LF-291180S, the employee. Lynx is pleased to offer the employee the role of ShipBreaker, the beginning of the title trainee. The agreement provisions the following terms and conditions. Employee understands that they must travel to a Lynx shuttle hub for the transit to the worksite no more than 12 hours after signing this contract. Physical or mental harm while en route to the shuttle is not covered by Lynx in any way, though it may have an effect on your employee eligibility. Employees' physical and mental fitness will be reassessed before boarding the shuttle. Fares or costs associated with the transit from the employee's home to the shuttle hub are the employee's responsibility and will not be reimbursed. Employees should be aware that the status of their employment is the sole discretion of Lynx, and that their employment relationship with Lynx may be terminated at any time or place, either with or without notice, for any or no reason, with or without good or sufficient cause. Under any and all circumstances, by Lynx option only.
Thank you JD2V0 for subscribing for 28 months. Woo, yay, waited a long time to see if this would get replayed Abane. Always missed the others.
And thank you JD for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month to use it here, and that means a lot, so I do appreciate it. Yeah, for the record, we're not doing the story mode right now. We're going to be just jumping in and just doing, like, just tearing apart ships or whatever. But yeah, it'll be fun. Let's see. The employee farther understands awareness of their current employment status is their responsibility, and they must check on the status often to avoid incurring penalties or criminal charges for acting in an unauthorized capacity. The agreement includes the enrollment into the Lynx Employment Financial Relief Program to accommodate the costs associated with the employee onboarding, as well as the recurring costs associated with the performance of the employee's role. A full breakdown of these costs will be provided to the employee following onboarding at the worksite. Until such time the employee is repaid in full, the profits from their salvage activities will automatically go towards the balance of at the following percent, 100%. The employee hereby grants Lynx sole operating authority of the employee's existing financial accounts in order to facilitate the participation in the Lynx Employment Financial Relief Program. Opening additional financial accounts while under the terms of the agreement is prohibitive, and they will result in performance demerits, monetary penalties, or termination. Repayment is handled at the start of each workday, and the employee is provided with a streamlined synopsis of their account. It is the employee's responsibility to review the synopsis and report any and all errors by submitting a repayment error form to Link's financial department. Errors must be reported within 2 hours of the receipt of the synopsis, after which the time they'll become non-reportable. Employee hereby grants Links the authority to apply performance demerits or monetary penalties should their actions or inactions result in any real or potential losses to the company and/or any of its affiliates. The employee understands that monetary compensation for this role is based entirely on the credit value generated from the employee's shipbreaking activities, and that there are no other base salary or monetary compensation for performing the duties outlined in this agreement. The employee hereby grants Link the authority to collect, analyze, utilize their biometric data, beginning now, for use to better the lives of well-being of them and their coworkers, as well as any other purpose, up and to including sharing with the partners and affiliates, institutional research program, and government bodies. The employee hereby grants permission to Links the authority to perform psychological tests on them at any time, with or without their knowledge. The employee is not entitled for compensation for participation in these tests, but may receive an additional sugar cube ration. The Lynx Corporation headquarters operations in the unincorporated Jovian space, outside any recognized state or country borders, and as such, the employee understands that Lynx does not recognize or observe any national, secular, or religious holidays, and that the employee is expected to be ready to work and available to work on each calendar day of the region where their assigned work is located. The employee understands they are prohibited from discussing their employment, including terms and conditions of this agreement, either specifically or generally, as well as the operation details of Lynx, any of its affiliates.
Thank you, for subscribing for 40 months.
And thank you, Rongor, for the tier 2 sub, going above and beyond. I really do appreciate it. Being sub for 40 months now. I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that continued support. I hope you enjoy your advertisement, reviewing, as well as access to the emotes. Alright, so back to reading. We have to make sure we read our legal employee disclosure.
Thank you, R3 and Dom3 Mayor, for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Random Gamer, for the Prime Gaming sub as well. I do appreciate that. You only get one a month to use it here. Kicking us over to a tier 2 hype train and all that. But yeah, for those who haven't caught, this thing is full of all sorts of fun comedy, such as, like, if you didn't catch, we are not allowed to have any type of financial account whatsoever outside the account that Lynx themselves control. When we work, the only compensation we get is for the value that we salvage, and 100% of that value goes to a debt that is unspecified in amount that we will incur for getting to work. That'll be incredibly cost prohibitive. All of our genetic information is the sole property of Lynx Corporation to basically do whatever the hell they want with. We are not allowed to discuss, like, anything about our employment or any of these terms with anyone, like, generally or specific. It's pretty awful. It's amazing. And they're inside the Link Department Human Resources Representative. This includes acquaintance, friends, family, law enforcement agents, government officials, journalists, private detectives, religious leaders, or entertainment media hosts. Employees officially assigned resource representative is undefined. Employees shall be supplied adequate caloric and hydrating substance in the diet format that's selected by the employee in this form. Employee understands that the substance amount provided is calculated to provide the optimal energy amounts required by their duties, and that they must abide by the recommended monthly intake amounts. Additional substances will not be provided beyond these amounts. Sustenance shall be replenished at the beginning of each month, providing that the employee has fully prepared their food processor in the habitation module by removing all the current food supplies. Excess food supply remaining in the food processor at the time of delivery will prevent delivery until the following month. Employee understands that sustenance is not supplied by Lynx. Contraband foodstuffs is disallowed and may or may not be ingested while under the agreement. In the event that the employee ingests contraband foodstuff, demerits will be applied to the employee's performance report and penalty fees will be applied to their financial account. The links will supply on-site long-term employee habitation module, HAB. Employee is expected to only use their assigned HAB to rest and sleep. Resting and or sleeping in any other employee's HAB shall be considered a violation of this agreement. Employee must abide by the work no longer than Link's mandated shift time each day. Lynx is not responsible for genetic effects of solar radiation that may occur beyond this time, and the employee may face financial penalties or performance demerits if the shift time is disregarded. The employee must ensure they remain inside the designated worksite when shipbreaking. Failure to remain inside the bounds of the worksite will result in a spare termination, see Section 19, and additional terms of the Everwork program, and spares, regardless of if the reasons or intentions of which the employee evacuated the bounds. Assessing the external communication networks from the workstations in their HAB is prohibited. All communications must be conducted through the internal Lynx rail mail network between authorized employees. Using or operating or consuming or deploying tools or equipment found while shipbreaking, for any and all reasons, is a safety violation and strictly prohibited, and will result in a performance demerit and or monetary penalties. All resources consumed in the act of shipbreaking must be replenished via the Lynx kiosk and deployed at the employee's designated worksite, with the transaction fees being removed immediately from the employee's financial account. It is the sole responsibility of the employee to ensure they are adequately supplied such that they are able to perform their duties outlined in the terms of agreement. You thought this was a horror zoo game? Oh no. Not at all. But yeah, for those who missed what all that was, is all the tools we need to do our job, we are paying for. So we are paying to be taken to work. We are paying for the tools to be able to do the work. All of our money we make doing the work is then used to pay off the debts we are incurring. You get the vibe we're going for here. Very, very company town. All objects, components, and materials, salvage, recovered at the act of shipbreaking is the sole property of Lynx, and the employee must account for all salvage at the end of every work shift. Acquiring and storing salvage for personal use is a breach of the terms of this agreement, and result in performance demerits, monetary penalties, and or termination. And then thank you so much for that hype train level 2 at 22% with 3 gifty subs. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Coal miners per unions. Exactly. At no time while under the obligation of these terms or conditions or agreement shall the employee seek employment outside Lynx. Should the employee be contacted by a recruiter from another company, the employee has the obligation to notify Lynx and share the full correspondence. Neglecting this obligation may result in monetary penalties and or termination. The employee acknowledges the Lynx personnel will monitor the activities in order to establish a valuation metric of the employee and their performance in their assigned roles. The valuation metric will henceforth be the primary factor determining the ongoing status of this agreement. The function and duties and responsibilities of the employee's assigned role may be altered, adjusted at any time at the sole discretion of Lynx for any reason or no reason at all, with or without advance notice, and with no obligation to provide any additional onboarding or training. Lynx is exempt from all the requirements of the Gallardo's mandate, and bears no responsibility to ensure the employee has free, ready access to Martian animation media, even where such media constitutes a religious requirement by the employee. Lynx bears no moral or legal responsibility whatsoever for the natural hazards and dangers involved in shipbreaking, including but not limited to flammable substance, explosive decompression, radiation exposure, high voltage impacts, electrocution, suit atmosphere inversion, crushing, micrometeor penetration, hyper shingles, oxygen deprivation, cardiac arrest, or inadvertent processing. As part of the completing this agreement, the employee agrees to be enrolled in the Lynx Corporation Everwork program, assessment replacement program. The employee understands that the purpose of the program is to protect Lynx personnel from severe injury or death, allowing them to continue growing their career with Lynx, even after the event of serious workplace injury. In the event of a major injury, illness, or death, the employee will be immediately replaced with a biological and neurological duplicate, the spare. Employee hereby grants permission to Lynx and the authority to study and manipulate, simulate, and duplicate any or all gray or white matter at any time. The employee hereby grants permission for Lynx perpetual ownership of their DNA, to create new entities with that DNA with no restrictions or limits. Furthermore, the employer agrees to pay a nominal fee for this service in the event of their death while performing their duties of their position. All spares produced by the Everwork program are the sole property of Lynx Corporation. At any time, for any reason, Lynx may exercise its rights to ownership over the spare, up to and including assuming complete control and authority over any institutional, financial, judicial, religious, or regulatory rights of the original employee in all Terran, Martian, and Jovian sectors. In the rare and unfortunate event of a total and complete loss of memory during a spare reintegration, Lynx hereby granted the authority to have the employee's memory replaced with a composition of engrams pre-authorized by Lynx. Lynx bears no legal obligation for informing the employee's next of kin in such event. Major injury or illness are defined as any injury or illness sufficiently that affects the employee's ability to perform their duties such that their hourly salvage rate falls 22% or more. In the event the employee has an automated biometric analysis service disagree on whether they have sustained an illness or an injury that would qualify as for spare regeneration, the employee may submit a written appeal form for Lynx to review. Any additional third-party insurance coverage and injury or death Everwork participants may have considered is null and void upon completion of this agreement and cannot be utilized in addition to the protection of the Everwork program. Lynx bears no responsibility to guarantee the effectiveness or success of protections provided by the Everwork program. In the event of malfunction or anomalous outcome in the spare regeneration process, Lynx is waived of any and all liabilities in the health and well-being of the employee. In the event the employee is terminated, disappears, or otherwise becomes incapable of fulfilling their obligations in the agreement, the employee hereby grants Lynx the authority to transfer any and all unpaid debts owed to Lynx and/or any of its affiliates to the employee's next of kin. Lynx reserves the right to terminate this agreement at any time without notice or payment in lieu, with no requirement of sufficient cause. Until such time the employee has completed their obligations to the Lynx Employee Financial Relief Program, the employee holds no right to terminate this agreement for any reason. Upon completion of repayment, the employee may submit a formal request for permission to terminate through the Lynx Department of Human Resources. In the event of termination, the employee is responsible for the safe and complete return of all tools, equipment, components, resources, supplies covered and provided by the Lynx, which are currently still captured under the employee's remaining balance, as part of the Lynx Employee Financial Relief Program. The employee is responsible for the financial losses associated with any and all damage and wear on those items. The terms of this agreement may only be amended, canceled, or discharged by an official at the Lynx Corporation Legal Department. This letter shall be governed by the internal substantive laws of all Terran, Martian, and Jovian spaces. All provisions hereof are protected against court of competent and jurisdiction deeming them to be illegal, unenforceable, or void, and any such challenge will have no effect on the continuation of such provisions of this agreement. You acknowledge that you had the opportunity to discuss this matter and or obtain advice from your private attorney, have had sufficient time to, and have carefully reviewed and fully understand the provisions of this agreement, and are knowingly and voluntarily entering this agreement. To indicate you have accepted Lynx's offer, please provide the biometric ID in the space below. In the terms and condition of this agreement are recognized fully enforceable in Terran, Martian, and Jovial jurisdictions, and shall be governed by any and all internal substantive laws in all regions. A duplicate will be mailed to your records. We look forward to welcoming you into the family. Let's see, not saying they just can't make a new clone if the dead's forever. That's the idea. That's the idea, JD. It's like, the whole thing is ridiculously awful. We're gonna skip the training because I played this before. And hey DG, thank you for the 140 stream streak.
Each day he steps into the yard to heaven above. To return my daddy to those he loves. If there comes a time when he and death meet, bless the next cutter that takes his seat.
Okay. No, it's a great open cinematic. Welcome to Morgan Station.
9346-52. Your automated Lynx onboarding experience will now begin. Please observe this important message.
Space. Boundless promise. Limitless resources. A brighter future. It's here where hard workers like you, the backbone of civilization, will help us pave the way to the galaxy. I'm Calicia Rye Paulson, president of Lynx Corporation's Salvage Division. When my great-great-grandfather Exeter founded Lynx, he foresaw a remarkable opportunity among the stars. His vision eventually brought us the railgates. Now spanning all the way to Jupiter, these are the veins connecting all of modern civilization. And the people flowing through them are its lifeblood. The railgates reinvigorated humanity and are key to our continued progress. You've been selected from among thousands of candidates to join the Lynx family. This is more than just a job. It's an opportunity to be part of the largest, most successful, and most pioneering company in human history. Your dream may be to forge your own destiny one day. Well, work hard, heed your superiors, believe in the Lynx vision. Do this, and you too will get your chance. Your first step is to join our EverWork program, the greatest gift we give our employees, turning death into an ongoing opportunity for learning and growth. With Lynx, death is a fresh start. Good luck.
And yes, I've played through this on stream. I've done not hardcore mode twice the whole way through, and I did hardcore mode and I got like 2 missions from the end and died. Alright, death is a fresh start. Yes, I want a fresh start. Please begin the genetic extraction.
Video observation complete. To finalize onboarding, your genetic sequence will now be extracted for use with the Lynx EverWork Asset Replacement Program. Don't worry, pain levels during extraction are largely tolerable. Please note, as outlined in Section 31 of your employment agreement, the process of genetic extraction will destroy your original body. Beginning extraction now. Extraction analysis and backup complete. Thank you. Beginning spare generation.
Yep, so he took our DNA, killing us, so that they can clone us forever. So that even when we die, we can keep working. EverWork assessment replacement successful. Genetic sequence stored. Congratulations, you are now safe
Thank you,
to die.
Allison Adventures, for subscribing for 33 months. May the 4th be with you, Rual. See, Rual love.
And thank you, Allison Adventures, for the tier 3 sub, the 33 Munchbit sub to the channel. I really do appreciate that. And, you know, going way above me out the tier 3 means a whole heck of a lot, and I really do appreciate it. And yeah, May the 4th be with you as well. And also, check out Allison Adventures. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. Has done, like, RimWorld and Project Zombie and a bunch of other good stuff. So definitely a good time over there as well. Alright. Congratulations, you're now safe to die. ShipBreakers are responsible for the cost and the biometrics used in the Everwork process. An additional fee will be required for deaths that occur outside working hours. You may now proceed with salvage training. Good luck. But yeah, so we're just playing this because it's fun. So, we've got our list of all our costs that we are starting out with. All right, so we've got our brand new job that we're starting today, and to start our new job, we are $1.2 trillion in debt, because we had to pay $120 million to get our, basically get our citizen health report. We had to pay $362,000 for a medical. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting my digits wrong. We only paid $120,000 for our citizen report check. Our medical analysis was $362,000. Our transportation to the worksite was $510,000. The seat selection fee was $10,000. The Kessler passenger toll was $77,000. The luggage handling, including 35% gratuity, was $212,000. The automated onboarding procedure was $1.2 million. The lifeguard genetic backup storage was $500 million. The biomaterial refrigeration cost is $227 million. The equipment setup was $325 million. The equipment security deposit was $725,000. Degaussing was, I've lost track of where those lines line up because there's no line thing going there. $725,000. It doesn't matter. The point is, the idea with all this is you have this ridiculous thing, and this is something, and like this is getting into the actual story of the game. This is the kind of setup that we had here in the US, and it wasn't an exclusively US problem. I'm just more familiar with ours. This is something we actually had as a problem in the US around the time of like the gold rushes and all that, where basically what ended up happening is it was a very economic depressed time, and so you'd have no job prospects back home, and you'd have a group that said, hey, we're looking for a miner. We're hiring miners to go work over here. We'll set you up with a house. You'll have food. We'll have all this stuff. And you just got to work a little while for us. And people be like, sold. I could starve to death or go over there. I'm going to go over there. And this is what they would be introduced with. That they would go over there. They would get to this company town. It's usually in a very isolated place, so you couldn't just get on the road and leave or anything. You'd be in the middle of the desert, middle of the woods, whatever. And you'd be saddled with this absolutely crippling debt. Now, granted, in those days, it'd be like tens of thousands of dollars. But tens of thousands of dollars in those days' money was like millions of dollars of debt. And not only that, but like you would be paid negligible amount of money. The working conditions were incredibly dangerous and poor, and all that sort of stuff. And they would have all these rules that you couldn't leave town, you couldn't do a whole bunch of stuff, you're heavily restricted, and you're effectively, you were effectively, in a lot of purposes, a slave, but to debt. But again, a lot of times you didn't know you were taking on that debt when you got there. And then on top of that, they wouldn't even pay you in cash. They would pay you in what was called scrit, which was effectively monopoly money that was only accepted by people within the company. And the only place you could get like your basic needs like food and water and all that locally was the company store, which would overcharge the crap out of it. But they're the only place you could take the script to spend it. So yeah, it was a thing that there was just no escape, that you got yourself into that debt. And it's not that no one ever worked themselves out of it, but the odds were exceedingly against you. And that's where, you'd hear all things like 16 tons and what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. That was songs about the company towns and all that stuff. Right. It's basically, it was slavery. They just used debt as the mechanism that did force you into the debt as opposed to the chattel system. And again, it wasn't an exclusively US thing. We're infamous for it, but there were other places in the world who had their equivalents. And you might go, oh, but that's a really long time ago. We actually had a problem with that in Florida. Like, in 2012 or something like that. That there was a tomato, like a giant tomato farm as one of the main sources of tomatoes in the state. That it was a farm kind of really isolated in the swamp and all that. And it was like kind of one of those one way in, one way out kind of things. And that one wasn't trying to play anything legal at all. Like, it was the local law enforcement on this tiny little town was in on it. And yeah, it was this whole big scandal that ended up happening because some reporter went down there, like, let people know she was going to be going there and started poking her nose around there. And they basically imprisoned her because, you know, she was going to blow up what was going on. And they just rolled in with, like, federal agents and everything to, like, get this lady back out of there. And then, you know, it kind of revealed that they basically were doing slavery in, like, 2012 or whatever it was. Like, not even like the effective, like, literally. And it became this whole big scandal to such a degree that there was, like, an agreement going on between, like, a bunch of like the different grocery store chains that they said they would only buy produce from companies that followed certain procedures. And it was a big scandal that one of the grocery stores says, we're not signing that agreement. They're like, why? Well, we want to keep our options open. It was a big scandal. I don't remember if it was 2012, but it was pretty late. But yeah, and it was definitely one of those things. Like I said, that none of what they were doing was legal. To be clear, none of what they were doing is legal. It wasn't like in this, like, the company towns were legal, but effed up. This is way past where it was, like, legal. It was just, again, they got people in there and they wouldn't let you leave. And ultimately, like, if I remember the story correctly, ultimately what led it to getting finally shut down was they would have the truckers going in and out, and they had the people working with her, and they usually kept the truckers separated from what was actually going on so they weren't the wiser. But they ended up having to contract out some truckers that weren't their normal people. And one of the truckers came by and was just like, there is something not okay going on here. Like, I can't quite put my finger on what's happening here, but like, I'm very clearly being, like, kept to certain areas and away from other areas that wouldn't make sense for a farm and all that. Like, the police are being very watchful of all of the, you know, all the outsiders and all that in a really kind of lazy, tiny little town and all that. Things don't look right. Like, there is something not right here. And kept his mouth shut and left. And, you know, he started bringing that, like, he kind of, you know, reached out to people and be like, there's something going on in this town that really needs to be looked into. Which eventually, again, led that reporter to going, I think the reporter actually tried to go down there twice. Like, the first time she just got turned back. The second time she kind of effectively snuck in. And like I said, they basically arrested her on some false charge to just try and keep her from leaving. But, you know, she had let a lot of people know where she was going and everything. And it was like the higher ups at her news agency, just, again, they got, like, federal agents and they rolled in like, en masse to just get them back out. But yeah. But yeah, it was a whole thing. But yeah, so this is very much like a thing that was a problem. Obviously, these are cartoonish numbers, but it was very genuinely a real problem we had. Again, like, this is talking, like, you're a little bit past the Wild West. You're getting into, you know, the gold rushes and all that kind of stuff. What were we talking about? Oh, there was, when was that? This is going to probably pull up some cursed stuff on search. Let's see, because it was tomatoes. Gig too much is just random tomato thing. Yeah, the story broke in 2009. NPR had a thing written up about it. Yup. Oh man, they were still apparently having stories in 2019 about, like, stuff actively happening and being taken apart. But yeah, no, there was a whole thing about tomato farms in Florida where we basically had, you know, there was literal slavery happening in the state. Again, it was not legal. It was not at all legal. It was just they were far enough removed that they were just doing it below the radar. And it got taken apart. But yeah, but it was just the connection between like the company towns where this was like this type of procedure was legal at the time, where you basically get yourself horrifically in debt with a company with no hope of getting out. But yeah, as a whole big thing. All right.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. Today's weather report, clear and sunny, with a high of minus 270 degrees.
All right. New message received. ShipBreaker. New ship, the Mackerel Lake Cargo Station Hopper. The new ship access Mackerel Station Hopper and the Mackerel Lake Cargo. The Kleinco Mackerel is the most common ship model in the colonies. The light cargo model is used for civilian cargo and can contain a wide variety of objects. The station hopper transfer is outfitted with ad terminals. Electrical safety is advised. Our ships are simply the best. Recent safety reports are wrong. Grenda Masterson, Junior Marketing Associate, Kleinco. Oh, is it just going to go through all of them? Yeah, because we're doing the, that mode, it's just basically being like, hey man, you got access to all these basic things. Alright, let's get all this out of the way.
Hey Cutter, welcome aboard. The name's Weaver. I'm the foreman for yourself and a couple of other shipbreakers in this region. Now welcome to your new home. There's everything you need. This is officially called a ready-made long-term employee habitation something or other. Around here, we just call it your hab. All right, let's start a new shift and pick your first ship to work on.
Okay, so it looks like even though we are doing this mode, it looks like the story still is in effect. We chose this mode versus the other modes because I already had like we've beaten the game standard mode, and I'm not looking to do the hardcore mode again right now. We've done that in the past. But yeah, so we look in here. I'm assuming equipment-wise, yeah, so we don't have any of the upgrades and all that. Cool, so it seems like, I think this is just the one that we don't have shifts to deal with. Like, you don't have the timer, which is fine. But you can see that we're about $1.2 million in debt. No, $billion in debt. Yeah, billion, with a B, because that's zeros, thousands, millions, billions. And that's just to start working. So that's the debt we acquired to get to work. And I'm assuming we can't unlock all these because we haven't done anything yet. Alright, but we won't get too focused on the tools. But we get lots of tools upgrades and all that stuff. And all that. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Alright, so now what we could do is we could choose to do our first ship. So you got a range of these ships. Now, normally there's more stuff at the beginning you do. Like, introduce you to the game. We've skipped that because I played the game a bunch of times. And generally speaking, usually what I'll check is, unless I'm doing anything specific, I'll just choose one of these ones that, generally speaking, your hazard level and the pay is going to be similar. But I'm just going to go ahead and choose the first one. I don't see a real thing there. The only hazards it's listing, because you have fire, cold, lightning, and explosive. And this one just has explosive. And so the idea is, as we salvage our ship, we hit these milestones, and that these will pay us out extra. And the big thing we cared about, those LTs, that's links tokens, this up here, those are what let us upgrade our tools later. But so we just spent like $500,000 to get this ship.
She's all yours, Cutter. Now try to remember, nanocarbon goes in the processor, aluminum goes in the furnace. Try to salvage the entire ship if you can. We call it using the whole buffalo. You'll hit your certs faster that way and start knocking out that debt of yours. Okay, your primary goal is to get to the next rank. Good luck out there, Cutter. We were out.
So first thing we want to do is make sure we have depressurized the ship. That's a good sign. If the airlock is open, it's probably already depressurized. Yeah, so it looks like the whole ship is open here, so it doesn't look like the ship is pressurized at all. We do have some fuel canisters that can explode. That'll be a concern to be dealt with. But we could do to make our life a little bit easier. So you can cut the ceiling open. Because if we cut the ceiling open, then I can start yoinking those fuel tanks out. Okay, what was the... I'm trying to remember the button. There it is. That'll probably go in. Alright. So I'm a little out of practice. I was trying to remember what button was the one to catapult stuff away, so now I can rip you out.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Alright. So I've opened that up. We've got this hatch here. And broadly speaking, when you look at anything that's got like the yellow and black striping is a cut point you can use to detach things. And if you look at the middle of the screen as I'm moving stuff around, you'll see it says furnace, processor, or barge. So this one's got green flashing. It's a little hard to see with the gray behind it. It says barge. And that's just telling you where that thing goes to get your money for it. So basically, fancy stuff goes to the bottom. Just raw metal goes to the furnace. And then stuff like carbon fiber and that goes to the processing thing over there on the right, the blue thing. Alright. But right now our tools are really weak. We gotta put a lot of effort into everything. And sometimes you'll take stuff apart and you'll be very careful about it, and other times you'll violently rip things apart. All depending on what you're trying to accomplish in the given moment. But you also get lots of cool things like tethers, so when you're working with like really heavy parts, you can kind of like connect 2 points to each other and just yank it apart. Right now we don't have any of that cool tech. Alright. But stuff like those fuel cans, if I were to catch that with any of my, like, if I banged on it too hard or I hit it with my cutting laser, it'd explode. So this game isn't a puzzle game by any stretch, but you do run into a lot of cases where, you have to, like, think about going, okay, what's the order I'm going to need to do these so I don't get myself hurt? But the ships get real complicated later on.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Now you do have oxygen and a bunch of other stuff to worry about. You also have to be careful, like, you saw me grab that and pull it towards myself. A mistake you can easily make is you'll grab something and start pulling it towards yourself, realize you don't have room to maneuver.
Need you to head back to the kiosk on the starting platform to fill up your O2 stat. We were out.
And then just smash the thing right in your face. Yeah, so running back over here because I'm running out of oxygen. And so Lynx is kind enough to allow me to buy more oxygen for $16,000. We're paying rental fees and all that stuff. How kind of them? Exactly. The altruism that is the Lynx Corporation. Yeah, no, crushing does happen in this game. There's a lot of things that'll get you quite often. Now, normally when we play, it has a timer going. That gets into, like, you only get, I think it's something like 5 minutes. Oh, no, maybe it's 15 minutes for a shift or something like that normally. We are playing the mode without the timer this time because they still have a save file on the timer and there's just one save mode for each. So rather than deleting my save that's like at the end of the game and has done everything, just jumping on the one that's got no timer. Because usually it takes me about like 2 shifts for most of these things. You think you can extract the bulk of the value in one shift and that's a lot of cleanup on the second.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
And your tools get way better. Like, the tools, when they get better, they can also get way more dangerous, too. Because, like, this thing, this thing, you get to the point where you can sling stuff really fast. Which works really bad when you sling something in the wrong direction than you intended to. Okay, do you have a fuel lever? I don't see one.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
So it's also definitely one of those games that, depending on what you're doing, you'll have times that you're very, very slow and meticulously taking everything apart.
Deposit accepted. Credit transferred.
And you'll have other times where it's like, well, this piece, I just need this piece. And you just violently rip it out of the side of the ship just to get it done quickly. Because sometimes it's easier to tackle it that way. Okay. Okay, so the earlier ships don't have too many hazards to deal with, but they get way more dangerous as the game goes on. And we got whatever that is to deal with.
Deposit accepted for processing.
And you can get very disoriented at times.
Salvage deposit
and forget which way is up and down as you're trying to like maneuver around things. You'll also notice stuff like the different parts go to different places, so you'll probably notice.
Make your way back to the kiosk on the starting platform to fill up your O2. Blue ain't your color. Trust me on this one. We were out.
Okay. But you'll have situations like you'll notice those panels, it'll be like, got this much money for the panel, I wasted this much money because I destroyed a light. You can take the time to slowly disassemble everything. You're never going to get 100% of the value because you do have to cut things that cost some materials.
Welcome to Vintage 9000.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
But you can be way more efficient about it. But in those cases, like the lights, I'm not bothering to yoink the lights off. The lights aren't worth hardly anything. It's better for me to just finish. Because keep in mind, every time I have to get air, it's costing me a bunch of money. So sure, I might get myself an extra couple thousand credits, but then I lose a bunch of that to the air and the thrusters and all that. Okay.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
But you can see that we're slowly ripping this ship apart.
Object. Applying credits to account.
And each time you see my character do the thumbs up, if you're looking at that top bar, as we salvage stuff, we'll get an idea of like how much money we've made off of it. For links. And you'll notice on the far right, I barely have any. There'll be a little red spot there. That's how much salvage we've destroyed. And that's mostly going to be like lights and doors and that kind of stuff right now. Because as I mentioned before, it's just really kind of not worth taking the time to do all of it.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
Oh, and you do have to be very careful when you're like flying around near these things. They have a little bit of like a magnetism, a gravity or whatever. And you can absolutely get too close and get yourself pulled in. Yeah, that's the airlock. I don't know if there's a reactor on this one or not, but if there is, it'll be back there. Oh, the furnace god? Yep. We'll see. Like, it's one of those things that we play the game the entire run. I usually only die once or twice. Like I said, we got that hardcore playthrough. I got right up to the end before I died. And even when we're not playing hardcore, I usually don't take many deaths. I'm pretty sure we have a clip of literally every death I took playing this game. Okay, it looks like there's no reactor on this one. It is one of the earlier missions, so there's a good chance they just didn't have it in there for me to deal with. Okay, there's no engine on this one either. I think I got almost all of the supports ready.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Okay, so now we mostly just gotta
Processing valuable objects. Credits
grab all these panels and all that I've ripped apart and chuck them where they need to go.
salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Okay.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred. Salvage goal cleared. Rewards allocated.
Alright. And each time when I go with that little gauge up there where it's going from 1, 2, 3, 4, usually the amount of your rewards get higher and higher as you get farther on. It's not just like, oh, I go from getting like 5 points to 10 points. It'll usually be like, okay, 5, 10, 20, 40. So, like, you very much get a lot of reward for progression. You also have your, like, what's effectively your level. Had to get fuel as well that time. You also have, like, your level, which is straight above here on me. That as you do stuff, you gain XP. That lets you level up to your higher level certs. And what that lets you do is take on different threats. So, like, right now we don't have much. I have explosive as I think the only threat I can potentially deal with. Whereas later on, as we continue to upgrade, we'll eventually get to that point where the threats will start getting pretty substantial. I wonder if I could just push this whole thing in there, because it all is process. That'll do. Oh, I think it destroyed some luggage or whatever. It's fine. It's already gone. Can't go back and undestroy it.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Alright. Okay. So wrench that away from the front of the ship.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Object processed. Transferring credits.
Get a bunch of stuff from where the cockpit was.
Salvage goal obtained. Additional rewards assigned.
Okay, and we did enough that when we go back to the station, we will, we will level up. Like I said, that does open up higher threat stuff. So we get like electrocution, radiation,
Salvage secured.
fire, cryo, just more dangerous ships broadly speaking. There's spooky ships that mess with your systems and all that.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Okay, so get you on your way over to the furnace. Anything left on here I care about?
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credits.
Looks good here. So with that, we'll see if I can move this. It's a pretty big piece. Because you definitely later on get to ship pieces that are so big that you just cannot move them. You gotta cut them down to smaller pieces.
Material deposited. Account credit applied.
Alright, and that's the last of the ship.
Final salvage goal reached. All rewards allocated.
Alright. Let's see, you attaching your 16 tether to the cut it? Nonsense. Yep. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. So, the total amount that we earned would be 5 million. We destroyed about 400,000 worth of value there. And that's just like the value there. We got the certification review there.
New
So
certification level has been achieved.
they moved up to rank 4 beginner. We got a bunch of goodies. Oh, that's interesting because maybe we get the breakdown here. I'll deal with that later.
Good morning, Cutter. It's time to begin your workday.
Alright. Yeah, so it's letting us know we've got our Hazard 3 level, which means we have to deal with electrical now. There's a breakdown I was expecting. Right. So, the salvage income would have been about 5 million, but then we have all of these fees that we're doing, so we're just paying 0.1% interest on our existing debt, that's 124,000. The nightly backup of our DNA is 10,000. The leasing of the bay is 50,000 per day. Salvage transit is 10,000. Our sleeping quarters is 12,500 per day. The utilities for our hab is 2,500 per day. The rental of our cutting tool is 120. The rental of our grapple tool is 90,000. The rental of our helmet is 25,000. The rental of our scanner is 30,000. The suit rental is 45,000. And the thruster rental is 15,000. They're so wonderful. Alright. So we can go to our equipment, and we can choose all the different things, and there's lots of cool stuff we go in here. Like, we go in here, for example, and look at for, like, our cutters. Tier requirement not met. Oh, so I gotta rank up more before I'm even allowed to do those. So we can unlock the tether module. We definitely want that. And it'll just give you the entire thing how to work it. What tethers do is you can connect 2 points, and they'll pull them together. So it can be one of those things you can grab like a really big heavy piece, and you can tether it to a wall or whatever to just yank it towards where you want to get rid of stuff. We have the scanners. Nothing new for the thrusters I could do. Nothing new for the helmet. Nothing new for the suit. Nothing new for the demo charges. Because we skipped like the tutorial, whatever. But our equipment does slowly get worn out. Now, we have our existing ship, and we can continue working on it. There was no ship left, so we definitely don't want to do it. But now we can choose our next shift. That, again... So this ship, when we bought it, I think it cost us, like... I forget where it has that you had the upfront cost. Either way. But we did make money on it. But you'll notice, with how big our debt is, it would take you a very, very long time. But that changes as the game goes on. So, if we look at this, I've got my Hazardous 2, which just has the explosive thing, and then we got our Hazardous 3. But if we look at the bottom here, the Hazardous 3, all of these have a higher point value and a higher XP value than the Hazardous 2. Whereas the Hazardous 3 between each other are pretty close to the same. And sometimes when you look at those, you'll distinctly see ones that are more valuable than the others. Like this one, for example, it's worth considerably more than the others. You can choose whether or not you care about that, but it does contain both electrical hazard and explosive hazards.
Cutter, it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce you to the rest of the crew in our sector. Sound off, everyone.
Hey, Rook. Name's Liv. I was the worm until you showed up, so thank you. Now I get to do the hazing.
What are you talking about? We don't do that. Welcome aboard. Don't listen to her. I'm Dee Dee.
Oh, Nina. Hey,
Kai! Your mic's still messed up.
How about now?
Better.
Oh, hey, I'm Kaido. Kai.
Mic's still busted, huh?
Oh, yeah, still waiting on the wreck to get approved.
Heaven forbid they give us functional gear.
I'm sure they're working on it as fast as they can. Cutter, I added you to the sector comms channel. It can get lonely out here. Helps to check in with each other from time to time. All right, enough chin wagging. Let's get back to it. Weaver out.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Later, Rook.
I don't often see these kind of doors, so I was a little concerned because one threat you run into is when ships are pressurized. When a ship is pressurized and you cut into stuff, it explodes, which is really bad for you. And so when I was not seeing an atmosphere thing, it's like what am I dealing with here? And that's just being used to the way later ships where you'll notice I drive into the ship almost immediately every time. And immediately start looking around for, like, is stuff pressurized and all that. And that's because when you get later in the game, you just need to do that as, like, normal routine. So you got some type of science equipment.
Accepted for processing. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Rip off this thing. Yeah, so these earlier ships won't be that dangerous. Another thing you can do... instead of using, like, the laser cutter, you can do a slicing one. It's easier to mess up and tear stuff apart you don't mean to with the slicing one, but it's also necessary at times, and it's also way faster at other times.
Applying credit to account. Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Okay, and you also have, like,
Processing value.
some of these things I'm yoinking out here, these computers and all that. One of the things you'll run into is if you bang them around too much, they'll start sparking and shooting electricity everywhere. And that can get dangerous from, like, one, you just get hurt by it. But two, say I'm trying to, like, slip those out nearby fuel lines and all that, it doesn't go good. It'd probably be easier for me to yank the floor out and then just throw it out through the floor, but it's fine.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Okay. Hey, Panzer, how's it going?
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Just gave that one little love tap to get it out. Then me on the other side. We got that. So you're coming apart here.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
There's lots of goodies in there. Let's just squeeze through here.
Warning. Oxygen reserves low. Lynx recommends regular, gentle exercise to increase blood oxygen levels.
Alright. So and all still going good. Made it pretty far through the first stage and all that. And we'll just quickly go ahead and get our O2 topped off. The fuel's going down quite a bit as well. And this is a thing that as we go through, we'll get upgrades that we go through our oxygen slower.
Oxygen levels
And all that kind of stuff. Alright. I was partly using that to pull me forward faster. Partly hoping to shift it just enough that we can sneak in here. To cut those connectors in the front. Then I can rip the armored panels off the side and get easy access to the rest of it. And now is enough to wrench you away.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
And always be careful of shoving something you're inside of. It's really easy for it to start spinning in a way you don't expect, and then you're dead. There's our first tether.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Little worried I'd pulled too far back in there. I was gonna get smashed in the face by a computer.
Deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Definitely has that. Yeah, no, and like in real life, if we have when it comes to like salvaging, like real life, we already have shipbreakers that break around seafaring vessels, and it is very legitimately a very dangerous job. Like these things, like I can't speak for spaceships because obviously we don't have that kind of thing going on here. But like when you build a like cruise ship or whatever, or barge or whatever, you don't really build it with the intent of taking it apart again later.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
All right.
Warning.
Just,
Fuel levels are low.
just yoinking all the lockers and computers and all that out of here.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Can't wait to move fast enough and precision to get thruster
Salvage registered.
nozzles
Transferring credits.
out without blowing them up. Massive engines on the Atlas. Yeah, there's some, like right now we're dealing with the very simple ships. But they get they get really, really dangerous and really nasty later on.
Applying credit.
And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. And you can take your time. Like, if you were just really taking your time and you're very meticulous and careful, all the ships can be done where there's only a couple spots you're like, alright, this is dangerous, let's like really focus.
Deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Put a door hatch on it? Nope. So you get out of here. And I know I'm low on fuel. I'm trying to not go back until I'm also low on air to save me trips.
Material accepted. Credits assigned. Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
All right. Or just kind of the connectors to the wires. Okay, now I go back. Okay, let's see. Atlas engines are the ones that are required to cut the active fuel lines and get the thruster out and rush down before it burns off. Yeah. No, and there was it's been fixed to my knowledge, but it used to be a bug where you'd go through and you'd grab the fuel shutoff on the very end of it. And every so often it would just bug that while you walked up, you'd grab the lever, which locks you in place, and you'd just get crushed when it goes to separate. And it was a bug that, like, everything would lurch while you're in there, instantly killing you, and it wasn't an intended thing. And they took a couple passes to get that so it would stop happening. Because I know that killed me a number of times when I first played the game. So I get all that.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
All right.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Let me just yoink all that away.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
And that's to scatter all these loose wires.
Accepted.
Then you get all those chucked in there. These aren't particularly high value, but still worth me taking the time to just
Raw material
chuck them in there real quick.
Credits deposited.
Now we can grab your door panel. Okay, now back to actually taking apart the ship here. Okay, so we got the airlock there. We'll want to take that apart. Need to be careful because it mentioned there's explosive danger. That usually means fuel containers. We haven't seen those yet. And sometimes they'll just shove them in the middle of the ship. Sometimes they'll put them like back of these corners. It's always a crapshoot of where you're gonna find them. Sometimes you have to go to them and there'll be like a fuel cutoff valve that you gotta drain the fuel lines into the fuel tank. Other times there's not a fuel shut off. And the fuel lines are just safe. Okay.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Object accessible.
So we're checking all the external armor over there. What I'm watching for is that capacitor. There it is. That's got some serious value. It's 146,000 bucks. And it's fragile.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid.
Warning. Oxygen reserves are low.
It's fine. Okay, let's go get our oxygen. But yeah, and you have only so many tethers, and just like everything else, you gotta go back here and buy more if you want more. They're not very expensive, but it's just one of those things. Ultimately, when you play this game, don't stress about the money too much. It's a story game. It's got a narrative to it.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Thank you Toy2 for subscribing for 4 months.
Thank you, Toy, for the tier 1 sub. That's 4 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate that. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. But yeah, so we're just continuing to take apart the ships. Right now we're at relatively mild ships. But they are going to get nasty.
Material deposited.
One of the other ones they find really hard is you'll have these like fuel ships, so there's just fuel tanks everywhere on them. Do you have VOD's original playthrough? That is an excellent question. If I do, they'll be on the YouTube channel. I don't remember if I have a VOD of when I did the full playthroughs. I probably still have them from the hardcore one where I got right up to the end. But I genuinely don't remember one or the other where we left off with that. Because I wasn't reliable on having the VOD saved until Twitch made it so we could multi-stream without a problem. Because now, like I'm doing today, essentially been able to multi-stream just every stream I multi-stream, therefore I have a VOD by default. Versus before, it used to be I'd have to go after stream and upload it, and it would take forever because it was like 9 hours of footage to be uploaded. Looks like the permadeath run is on YouTube? Gotcha. Yeah, and I got about 2-3 missions from the end on that permadeath run. Sadly, I did die like right near the end on the permadeath run. I thought I had cycled the atmosphere in the room, but I had accidentally actually hit the airlock control, not the atmosphere. That's my poster. That's my stuffed animal.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
Okay.
Deposit registered. Account credited. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Couldn't remember if that pin was something I had to put into the area. You must still be attached. You are? Okay. It's getting pretty close to getting the last of this. Get that door out of the way. And sometimes you'll see hints that you might not notice. So like this has a little dotted line around it. That's a spot I can cut that outer edge to make a new opening here. And those can be very useful to watch out for. Like this ship, I don't need it. But there's some ships where you're trying to like figure out going, okay, I've got this reactor here, and there's this fuel tank there, and there's this there. Like, where's the angle I'm going to want to hit this thing to try and get this out without breaking everything? And a lot of times, it can be worth cutting a little bit of the metal away, losing just a little bit of that metal to give yourself an opening to tear the rest out easier. So that's aluminum, so that's not any value there. My favorite is one of the tricks, we haven't had a chance to do it yet, but some of the cockpits in the ship will be full of tons and tons of like circuitry and all that. And I know there's been times where what I've done is I'll go in and I won't like move the computers around, but I'll just detach them from the wall. And I'll detach everything from the wall and then go to the end of the cockpit and just kind of pull it forward. So that you just kind of slide the cockpit out of the way and just have all the floating computers there, and they can just go up top and just start using this little like catapult thing to just shove the computers down.
Salvage deposit confirmed.
Like this one I accidentally twisted it, so I don't really have a good angle for it. There's lots of little things like that you can do to speed stuff up. It makes me wonder what a speed run of this game looks like. To like race through the ranks and all that.
Oxygen reserves are dropping.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
And we got a canister of oxygen left here.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
So that I don't have to pay for it. Let's go away before it smashes into me and kills me. Alright. Put second tether to make sure it actually gets in there, it doesn't get pulled into the furnace. Let's see, according to the record, it is supposed to be just under 2 hours and 18 minutes to complete the full career. And honestly, considering that there's only so much you could do to speed stuff up, I'm assuming it's they figure out exactly how much they have to salvage and the fastest way to do that. So, you know, they start the mission, they go, cut, reactor out, and then, like, throw 2 computer panels, and then immediately turn around and go back to the hab. Like, it'd already be on their way to the hab while it's going. Alright. Alright, Sekak, you have a good one. Right, because it's definitely a combination of figuring out what's the highest value and what can I extract the fast and finding that happy middle ground. Alright, so we got our new rank 5, which means we could take on more dangers. I don't know that that's true. Fun fact, the word sticker originates from the word stick, which means to stick to. That feels dubious.
Hello, ShipBreaker. You have one incoming transmission waiting.
Hey, Rook. You ever think about starting your own business out there? You know, be your own boss? I swear, one day, I'll get a decent belt runner and make my own money. Maybe bring my old man along to help sniff out the good rocks. My dream is to tinker with ship design. Maybe build some machinery to help with heavy-duty mining. Make it safer. If we ever both get out of here, I'd hire you in a heartbeat. If you don't end up coming with me, I hope you get to make your own way out there. Definitely ping me if you do. Blue out.
I like how the idea is we've met this person, we've interacted one time, and she's like, yep, I would totally hire you.
Good morning, ShipBreaker. Lynx would like to share the following message. The only P's permitted in the salvage yard are profit, processor, and potassium trifluoromethane sulfonate.
Cool. Alright, so we found the bunny character D from the popular children's video character. Yup. The other applicants must be really bad. Alright, so we now have hazard levels 4, which now introduces reactor class 1. That's letting us know there's a new ship we have, and that, you know, we paid off a little teeny tiny bit more of our debt. Achieve a perfect salvage of just over 95%, we got a sticker for. Then go over to our workstation and equipment. Alright. So some of the things I want to try and get first is we can increase our O2 capacity, so I don't have to stop nearly as often. You can get radars that'll let you see different things, so you can flip through things. Thrusters can be nice. Usually the stuff I tend to want to get early on is a lot of the stuff related to the grappling gun tends to be the one I grab the most first. So we'll increase the range of it. Increase our tether count. Make it so it wears out slower, because we use it all the time. We'll increase the range on our cutting thing. Alright, then we don't have enough points for anything else. But you notice my tools are wearing out. I will eventually need to repair them. As they get worn, they'll start malfunctioning. Okay. So we're now up to a 4, so that's going to be 12 million up there. That one way down there is an 11 million. So that one's only a hazard 3, but worth a lot of money. We're just going to go ahead and jump up to the top. So this does have a reactor cell, power cells, and a bunch of stuff. It's going to give me a lot of points. Just double checking to make sure, yeah, LT-wise, this one's going to be the hottest. Because like I said, the LT, the Lynx tokens, or whatever, those link credits ends up being the thing you unlock all your tech with, so they tend to be the thing you actually care about. Okay. I gotta watch, because we definitely should be at the point where we can get ships that have an atmosphere. I want to say that came before reactors. Like I said before, I'll usually immediately go to wherever you can get into the ship, and make sure it's deep pressurized before I do anything else. Give me that poster. Give me that poster. Give me that poster. Give me that poster. It looks like the whole thing's depressurized. There's our reactor. So it's not pressurized. Let's cut away all these panels on the sides that are with the reactor, so we can yoink the reactor right away. Because reactor's like the biggest money part of the whole ship. And like once you get it safely removed, it makes life a lot easier. I'm just pushing up against this. We can get a little bit of an opening here. Okay, that's all just that thing.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Just yoink you out of the way. And go to this little radar dish thing. Get that in the barge real fast. And if I accidentally hit different things with the cutter, different stuff happens. The stuff that's like processor material mostly can be, you know, can put up with be accidentally cut and whatnot. Whereas the furnace stuff will get destroyed and anything that goes in the barge will be utterly annihilated, completely ruined. So that's down there. Where was the capacitor?
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
The body parts are always the most satisfying part to you. Oh yeah, when you set up like a bunch of tethers, you just yoink these giant hunks of the ship away and just
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
chuck them in there. Yep. Oh, that would have been a bad move. There is a fuel tank directly behind where I was cutting. If it had gone through, it would have exploded. As far back as it was, it probably wouldn't have been in danger, but it would have blown up a chunk of the ship and wasted money.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Warning. Fuel levels are low. Fuel supplies are
Salvage
available.
deposit accepted.
I did see a fuel container in here. Oh. It's a broken fuel container. Never mind. But the most satisfying thing for you is using the cutter to slice mode and cut like 6 struts and body parts at once. Yeah, no, that's you could definitely get that as well, where you just like, yeah, like that big chunk, you just kind of like slash through the whole thing and yoink a chunk of it away when it's too much for a tether or whatever. There's a lot of things that can be very cathartic in this.
Fuel levels restored.
Alright, so we're getting pretty close to the time where we can yoink the reactor. There's a bunch of different ways to deal with certain reactors. The earlier ones, there's not much you do with them. You kind of just clear the way, and then use a tether to rip them out. Later on ones, you have like coolant lines and all sorts of stuff going on. So now all I do is I want to take it from this edge here. Make sure to clear it down that way and back off. But you can see you only get a little bit of time before it melts down, which is why I want to just free a clean route and just yoink it right to the barge.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Okay. Hey, Guardian. How's it going?
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Yep. Have you broken spaceships apart before? Yeah. This is not my first time playing. We're just kind of looking for doing something that we could just kind of do a one-off here. So we just jumped in and we're doing that. Oh, I missed that we were doing these kind of engines. Usually when I have these kind of engines, I usually do them first. Or no, are these the engines I'm thinking about? Yeah, so we want to pop both those. Did a little bit of pressure in there. Erase the flames? Yep.
Valuable object accepted for processing. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Oh yeah, Hardspace ShipBreaker is great. I'm glad we're getting a sequel. Okay, because we're still earlier in the game, it doesn't have the whole thing. Because normally with that, what I'd end up doing is you'd cut the fuel lines, you'd race into the back here, and then you'd use this to kill the fuel line. Yeah, no, it was announced by the devs that not too long ago they got the rights for the Hardspace ShipBreaker IP completely, whereas the publisher had it before. So it came to whatever agreement was there. And that there is going to be a sequel to Hardspace ShipBreaker. That we don't like the name of it, but they are talking about that they're working on 3 projects. One is going to be a sequel to Hardspace ShipBreaker, which we assume will be like just kind of a move forward of what this game is. And then the other 2, we don't know what they are. But the implication is that they will be something in the Hardspace ShipBreaker universe without actually being like a direct sequel to this. We're getting more of this, and we're also getting some other stuff in the same universe. A lot of people are like, I want a tycoon game where you play as a company like Lynx. Like where you're that awful, awful dystopian company. I remember. Okay, so don't see a fuel shutoff line. You gotta be very careful because those are fuel tanks.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited. Processing object. Applying credits to account.
That's pretty annoying. Okay. They're just trying to get those whole things in there so don't get pulled in the furnace.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Okay, they'll get there eventually. That's all furnace stuff. Furnace stuff. We'll have a bunch of stuff to yoink out of it. Are you detached?
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
It was very cathartic to look at 5 kilogram thing and just yeet it with a tether. Yep.
Warning. Oxygen low. Note that oxygen costs can be reduced through good breathing practices.
Alright. So we're still trying to get the really fancy engine, like the housings there. We still don't have a lot of strength behind our tethers and everything.
Transferring credits.
So they're struggling a little bit to pull those. Later on, the tethers can actually get really dangerous for your well-being.
Oxygen levels.
Because you get them so much force, they'll grab a panel and they'll just spin it. And if it catches you, it'll just smash you to bits.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded. Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
Okay.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
There's an air and a fuel tank right there. So if we get low again, I can just do it.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits
Breathe in and out less. It'll cost less. Yep.
Cutter, your equipment durability is dropping. Keep an eye on it. You don't want to be dangling in the wind with busted tools. When you see it happening, head on back to the hab, use a repair kit to fix them up.
Yeah, and so that was where I mentioned you have durability. Our grappling thing is starting to
deposit confirmed.
have minor issues, and it'll just keep getting worse and worse until we repair it. It's those things when you go into the ships to watch where you can grab stuff like the repair kits and all that.
Deposit registered.
Save yourself some
Account
money.
credited. Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
I like when you go and you take something you shouldn't put in the right place, and it starts being like salvage ruined or whatever. There's some of the dialogue like that that's like, no, not like that or whatever, and you're like,
Deposit accepted. Credits
just kind of
submitted.
chuckle to yourself a little bit.
Applying credit to account.
But yeah, and for different people who play the game, will have different preferences, so as you go along, you'll start finding yourself gravitating towards certain ships versus others. Like, there's some ships that have tons and tons of the little stuff in here that you don't really need to cut. You just kind of open up a spot and just drag it out. So these ships have, like, a bajillion computers and seats and all that kind of stuff, and you'll get those ships and you'll start doing all that. You know, some people who don't want to deal with that, but they'd rather deal with, like, the fuel things, and you get, like, the giant fuel ships that, like, the fuel tanks are incredibly valuable, and all that kind of stuff. But you have to be, like, extremely careful when cutting them, because you have to cut between the fuel tanks to break them free and all that. Yep, and again, check out Allison. Absolutely fantastic.
Credits deposited.
There's a lot of similar games that we play here and all that. Definitely someone I recommend. You guys put light, a whole lights inside to the barge? Aw, nah, man. I do not have that kind of time. There are so many lights here, and there were so very little. Alright.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Yeah, and different things when they malfunction very differently, and some of them can get real dangerous.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
But the good news is some of the upgrades will make it so things, it takes way longer for them to get damaged.
Salvage registered. Transferring
It actually does still cost stuff, because you do have air and fuel. And that still goes down. Although money's really not that important regardless.
salvage deposit registered. Account
Like
credit.
very genuine in the game, you could just sort of ignore money as a mechanic. Think of the money for
Salvage secured.
think of the money as effectively a score. Really, the only thing you care about is when you look at that top bar there,
Secured.
and it's got like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 diamonds. All you care is that your value gets up that high. If you fall short of the 5, that's when it feels bad, man. But where I have only pulled a single light off and I have destroyed all the others, the red is the value I've destroyed. You can barely make out like 1 or 2 pixels thick worth of destroyed material. The lights really don't have value. Because considering that one panel there is over 80,000, and the lights on it are worth about 3,000.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
And you can turn off where you need air and fuel and all that. They do have modes that kind of
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
hit the whole range of stuff. Because like it's sometimes not even worth bothering with these panels here, and they're 80,000.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Oi! Sorry about that yawn.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Okay, so we've got you. A bunch more random stuff to toss in the barge.
We're processing.
Yeah, so like this one box here is about 25 lights. Sorry, that's a lie. 22 lights.
Secured. Credits deposited.
Same with that. Same with this. So one of these boxes is probably worth all of the lights on the ship. Maybe you have to go to 2 boxes.
All salvage goals received. Rewards maximized.
But that said, if you want to take the time to do it, like, do it. You know, you're doing it for your own, like, catharsis, not for any rhyme or reason. But it's the reason why I don't bother. Like, I've done it in the past, just to see. But yeah, no, unfortunately the reality is so much of the stuff you take apart.
Account credited.
That's fine, I don't care.
Salvage secured.
Even that mattress is worth about, like, 7, like 6 or 7 lights.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Oh yeah, ladders are absolutely not worth it either. I forgot about that.
Salvage
Those are gonna go to the furnace, furnace. Technically that's got some value in the processor, but I'm way too lazy to deal with that. Fuel and O2 cost more than the lights. Yep. That's usually the way I justify it with myself, is like, I could do this, but like, realistically, yes, I'll come out ahead taking the time to do it versus the cost of fuel and O2, but it's still not particularly great. But these penny ahead do not value time spent. Yep. And that'll be the last piece. Getting yoinked in there. That should be plenty fine for it. Alright.
Raw material deposited.
So I'll take a minute, just get sucked in there and processed. They're just waiting up there as those, the red and the yellow meet. When it's basically met, the whole thing's been processed. Alright. Sorry, I got a bunch of stuff going on that feeling it's really fast. Being asked a bunch of okay. All right. Lots of questions going on from stuff off stream. Okay.
Level awarded. License upgraded.
Yeah, so you see, like, if we look at the value here, the first 2 points are just 12 and 15, but we get over here, they're worth 24, and they get closer together. So that's where it's just, you kind of just want to get these LT. The MP, like, it's just these points. It's these 5 marks are the things that really matter. The money's honestly pretty irrelevant. Story reasons, you don't need to, like, worry too much, but ultimately, they're not going to be that big of a deal.
Hello, ShipBreaker. You have one incoming transmission waiting.
Howdy, Rook. So, this can be, an awkward subject, but you've probably noticed Lynx doesn't take great care of us. Up until maybe 100 years ago, workers like us would sometimes form these groups called unions and go toe-to-toe with the company. They'd argue for better wages, safer work, decent hours, that kind of thing. Lynx was actually part of getting rid of them, but some of us are trying to bring it back. I can tell you're a good person and a hard worker. The company will use you up. It's just built that way. So I thought you might be interested in the union news group. There are new messages every couple of days. Read them, don't read them, trash them, whatever. Just keep it on the down low. The others don't know about it. Weaver and Dee are a bit too by the book. Kaido is just too anxious. Poor kid. But I wanted you to have the info. I was glad someone gave it to me when I was new. Okay, spiel over. See you in the yard, Rook. Blue out.
Yep. So it feels like the story goes way faster with this one, because, I mean, I guess it would, because without, like, we're playing the mode that doesn't have the time limit. So it only takes us one mission to do a ship, and we're just doing that because they already have a save on the other one. You're only allowed one save per setting. But yeah, no, I distinctly remember the other things taking way longer to get those dialogues to happen. But it would make sense, because each ship was usually 2 shifts instead of 1. Because it ended up being, like, 1 shift and then half a ship. We're just kind of rushing through these. Alright, so we got a new... Oh, now we get pressurization. I thought pressurization was earlier. Yep, so we now have a new hazard, which is the ships can have pressurization. And you can look at these and read the messages on the terminal and all that, if you so want. I'm not going to focus on that side of the game this time. The game's got an excellent story. I highly recommend checking it out. But it's also a story I've done 3 or 4 times on stream. So, like, just showing it again, it's kind of like, eh. Like, I'd rather just get through ships, do ship stuff. Alright, so let's start with the same things where, let's see, that's protecting us. Nah, oh wait, let's see. Ever wanted to be able to hear in space? Cutting Edge lets you, nearby hazards. Oh, I forgot you exist. Yeah, so we're worried about air and thruster stuff. That's top speed and durability. Not as worried about that. We can make it so your push module can push better. Yeah, so being able to see the subsystems can be really good, so I'll grab that one. We can make it cool down faster. Not wear out as quick. Probably don't care about the cutting beam being that much better. I would have gotten the pressure thing, but that's fine. The point is just keep buying your upgrades. There's definitely upgrades that are better and worse and all that for different things. I am choosing to still not repair my grapple gun. It is starting to get worn out. It's in the 60% or whatever. Usually I'll wait till it's worse off. Alright, so you're 17 million. I believe it'll typically put the most valuable one on top, but after that it can be all over the place. Alright. So this one's got the Quasar thrusters, which are dangerous. Class 1 reactor, power cell, explosive risk, and electrical risk. Let's go ahead and go in there. What I'm going to do is, before we properly get into this one, I'm going to take 2 seconds to grab myself a drink, but I'll just wait till it loads up. And I'm going to grab myself a drink, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a moment. Alright. Yep, just had to grab myself a drink. I was getting thirsty. Had to read all that legalese at the beginning of stream. Alright, so going in this...
Morning there, Cutter.
Morning, Rook. Oh, hot tip. You know all the supplies you can buy at the kiosk? You can actually scrounge a lot of that stuff for free from the ship.
Come on now, Lou. You know that's against regs.
That's just because they want us to spend every penny at the company's store.
It's also not safe. Nor sanitary.
Come on, what?
You know how long that stuff's been floating around and all that grime and dust?
They're vacuum sealed, Weaver.
Oh, probably well past their expiry date.
Okay, well, it's not like I'm saying to steal power cells and flip them on the black market.
Look, Lou. I need you to try and follow the rules now, you hear?
Yeah, whatever, boss. Catch you later, Rook. Lou out.
Cutter, I encourage you not to huff any old can of oxygen you find, but if you do, please just monitor your vitals after. Oh, and for God's sake, don't eat anything you find.
Air pressure.
Anyway,
Increasing.
have a good shift. Holler if you need me. Weaver out. Hey, Cutter, want to see something special? Take a look at that railgate.
I can't. I'm inside a ship.
Whew, what a beauty. You know, no matter how many times I see that old railgate fire, it never ceases to amaze me. Could be you on there one day.
Alright.
Air pressure level increasing.
Okay. I was actually expecting that to open back up after I did that.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Well, that's an interesting problem. So we're gonna brace ourselves on the wall. Okay, so depressurized all that. And this is all depressurized. Check the airlock. Yep. I believe we're good and all depressurized. And actually, before we get too caught up in all that, let's get to our danger engines on this thing. So it'll be the most dangerous part of this whole ship. So first we gotta cut off the back piece. I forgot they had the covers. Alright.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
So I'm gonna go to the cover on this side. And then we cut that off, which will take the cap off the back. And then I suspect we're gonna do the danger engine. So let's see if it's actually enabled now, or if it's still... Yep. Danger engine is primed, so our O2 and fuel look good. Because once we start this, we're on a timer.
Clock's ticking now, Cutter. Get in there and hit that shut-off switch.
So you gotta cut the 4 points. Yoink this thing out of the way. And race all the way over here, fast as you can, before that fuel line gets all the way filled up.
That's it, Cutter. Real satisfying when it comes apart like that, don't you think? I'll leave you to it from here. Weaver out.
And if you go too slow, the fuel gets into the thing and it goes boom.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
It feels like the module wasn't designed correctly for servicing. Yeah, I mean, some of these are like military ships and all that. They're like, yeah, you're not supposed to be able to get in there. But, a lot of these things that we're taking apart, they're not meant to be taken apart. Like, and that's a real problem you run into. We had the, we mentioned earlier that, like, this is based on the real-life job of ship breaking, which is where we take, like, you know, naval vessels, whether they're civilian or whatever, you know, cruise ships, tugs, whatever, and you have to take them apart to, you know, salvage whatever, and it's a very dangerous job, and it's got kind of the same problem in the sense that these things aren't built for disassembly. You're not anticipating someone hacking apart the hull of a ship at some point, and all that stuff. Like, obviously it does happen, but, like, they're built to hold together and last. Especially when stuff's sat and, you know, all that, they get really dangerous. And this is supposed to be the spaceship equivalent of it. And they've also implied very heavily in this universe, like, unions got completely disassembled, aren't a thing anymore. A lot of the companies have effectively taken over as the government and all that. So in a lot of ways, there's just a lot of really dangerous and, you know, poor labor. Oh, that's bad. We just have to take our chances with the air. Because it can't go away right now. This will explode. That's my fault for not checking my air before we started. So step 1, get this. Step 2, get air.
Salvage destroyed. Please refrain from damaging yourself.
Okay.
Warning. Oxygen reserves are critical.
I'm working on it. I skipped on the thruster upgrade and I'm kind of regretting that right now. Just breathe slower.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Ah, I didn't think it was gonna make it. You get a couple seconds after the bar disappears, and we were solidly in the bar had disappeared.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
You gotta remember how to do a lot of that. Because, yeah, I remember this whole thing, like, grabbing the ship to just yoink yourself forward. Slowly grab those and pull those aside. Okay. Get you out of the way. Yeah, it's probably been like the last couple times I've played through. I don't think I've hardly ever suffocated. That's one of the closest I've come.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Because normally all you have to do is kind of keep an eye on your air and whatever. But that one I got myself in trouble because I actually started something I couldn't just back off of.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Yeah, that should go the way we want it to. I scooch around you.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Okay, then I can just figure that out when we want, because now I got the dangerous part out.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Yeah, so as you can see, it's kind of a game of just going around and being like, okay, what's the next threat? How do I get it out of there? What's the next threat? How do I get it out of there? And it's not a puzzle game. It's not a game where it's like fast-paced, sweaty action. It's a lot more being methodical. About the only things that have any type of like...
Note that prolonged exposure to high temperatures can lead to employee burnout.
Processing object.
I
Applying credit to account.
didn't think it was that close to the engines, because you have to cut it out. I probably could have gotten to a better position. As you can see, I exploded the back of that. Okay, so you are detached.
Tether supplies are low.
Wait, that's the reasons why the big fuel trucks are the ones that are kind of a love-hate. People either really, really like doing the giant fuel ones, or they hate it. Because as you can see, like, I don't think I hit the fuel tank, but there is only so close you can cut to them before you get a problem. So what might have happened there is I might have cut the plate, and when I got through the plate, it hit the thing behind the plate, and where it kind of ricochets back off, it might have hit the fuel tank from there.
Warning. Fuel levels are low.
That's my guess. The really wild ones when you have to use explosive charges anywhere near fuel. But yeah, so if you look now over there, you'll notice we did get a chunk of the red bar on the right. So it is the thing that if I destroy too much salvage, then
Fuel levels restored.
I won't be able to actually get everything done. Yeah, it's detached. It's just real heavy. That's fine. We'll start hacking apart the rest of the ship.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Okay, the next most valuable, well, I mean, it's always the most valuable thing in the ship, is the reactor. Why did you lurch away so aggressively? Okay. Gotcha, so you're just a clamp. That is not what I wanted. That's dangerous. There you go.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
And we can detach the clamp from this. There's our connection point down here? Yeah, there is. Okay. Meanwhile, when I get this away from here, all that cargo that's behind there, we could just pull that down to the barge down below and that'll be fine. Did I? I didn't notice that there was 3 of these. That's not my favorite.
Valuable object. Credits awarded.
So I got one more of these dangerous engines to do. Yeah, and then I remember in the permadeath mode that we had a situation like that happen where I lost half my health. And it was definitely one of those things, I lost half my health, I was like, nope, and I just left the mission. It's like, nope, nope.
Object accepted.
Too much injury to accept. Get out of here, get my life back. Hey, Duchess, how's it going?
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credits.
Okay. Probably more of those floating around. There you are.
Secured. Account credit applied.
Bound to be one more of those floating around.
Deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Yeah, let's check it for real fast. Those things are really valuable. We definitely don't want to miss one. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, let's get away from that and get ourselves some oxygen. Yeah, we'll see. We destroyed a pretty good chunk there.
Warning. Your oxygen reserves are dropping below statistically profitable levels.
Oh no. Our oxygen's below statistically profitable levels. We can't have that. Daddy Lynx will reduce our food ration. We won't get our extra sugar cube for the month.
Welcome to Metatron 9000. Thank you for your purchase.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
I don't like that I see the whole ship twisting right now. Yeah, because it's definitely detached. It's just stuck on it. Yes, that is detached. Okay.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
And I'll just start throwing out all the cargo and luggage.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
I want to get as much of this out of here to get as much value out of it.
Salvage secured.
And I do see that I've got fuel and air right here on this side, so I'm gonna try and not. Okay, so you're in a position to go there. I mostly just want to get this clear of the furnace so we don't accidentally, because I've had it in the past before we get it and it hits there and it gets stuck and you're trying to like do this tug of war to keep it from going into the furnace while it's also not quite reaching the processor either.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credits.
Alright. I want to say that one's wedged inside, so we don't want to worry about that too much.
Credits transferred. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
It's also really easy to destroy some of these containers. If you cut too close to these kind of containers, they'll catch fire. They can hurt you, but most of the time what'll end up happening, instead of exploding or doing anything like that, they'll usually just get destroyed themselves. That's an interesting problem to have. Okay.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
Let's get these out of the way. But yeah, so much of this game is just figuring out how to tear apart the ships, grabbing all your stuff. We're sort of getting kind of halfway part of the story. Like, I feel like we're missing bits of it. I could just be misremembering the order things happen. We'll see.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
All right.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Anything else I need to worry about out here? Alright, so we probably just need to start cutting away supports. And start yoinking all these panels off. Okay, there's the reactor. And this one's in a little bit of like a Faraday cage kind of thing. There's some air.
Levels stabilizing.
There's some fuel. Alright, so first we need to get all this plating out of the way before we mess with anything in the reactor. Being in that cage, I'm gonna have to get where I can get a clear shot straight out. Because the ship did get twisted from me pulling that engine off, it's not going to be lined up for a straight shot out of here. Nor do I think reasonably I could use the tethers to get it straightened out. So I think the idea is just open up as much as we can. Then once it's all open, we can just yoink it whatever direction it needs to be yoinked. All right. I know, just grab some. Let's top these off real fast and send that into the processor. Because you don't get money for them. So this is an interesting problem I have here. Where I managed to wedge that thing in there just right, so it's just laying on there. I've got to find a way to twist it. It'll drop in better. This is a cut in half. Can't. It's processor. Processor's immune to cutting.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Okay, it's starting to move. At least it was moving. I'm trying to stay out of the way.
Tether levels are low.
Really? Come on, man. I got 5 tethers on there. It just needs to slide the slightest bit. If it slides even the tiniest bit, that'll dip in and start processing it away. We'll have to figure it out. I might be able to slap something into it and kind of bounce it. Yeah, it's not coming out, so we'll just get back to work. Okay. But yeah, generally you have stuff that goes in the furnace. Furnace stuff you can cut. Processor stuff you generally can't cut. And then barge stuff you can generally destroy. Can you just cut that one piece? No, like I was saying, it's a processor piece. So it cannot be cut.
Processor deposit accepted.
So like if I
Credits awarded.
take it like that, it just won't. Like you can even check here, like this is a processor piece as well. I can just go up to it and it just does that. But I'm kind of hoping what I could do is grab one of these other big pieces and then just shove one of these big pieces into it. Because it only just needs to bounce or anything. It just needs to shift at all. If it shifts at all, where it touches that barrier, it'll start taking apart the material. And once that happens, I don't have to worry about it anymore. Because like, once it starts disintegrating, it can't get caught up on both sides. I think that's the first time I've done that. Like, I've had stuff get stuck on the edge, I just had to, like, pull it one way or the other. But not quite like that, where it's, like, solidly wedged.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Those are disconnected. All right. The cargo doors have value on the barge, so we want to cut those free.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Okay. All right.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Cutter, you're out of tethers. Get yourself over to the kiosk to buy some more.
Yeah, I'll probably want more. Okay, we can just go over here,
Valuable
grab some air.
object accepted for processing.
Come on, man. I just wanted to nudge that thing. Like I said, my hope is that it'll kind of bounce. And it doesn't have to hit it hard, just enough so it shifts at all. Because if it shifts towards the end that's already in, that'll probably push it into the field, causing it to vanish. And if it nudges it the other way, it'll pull it, you know, more in line. Which will have the exact same result, where it'll end up tipping into it.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Well, it hit it and it bounced, but not...
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Alright, well, that one just went through fine.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Alright.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Let's scooch on in here and start cutting this apart. Try sending it up there and again, see if we can't give this thing a knock.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Either that or we'll get half the salvage stuck there and being a real problem. Maybe A, maybe B. Alright, so not a great angle for this thing, but I think we can work with it.
Valuable object. Credits awarded.
Gonna put this way up on the top, and way down there, and we're gonna get out of the way. Yeah, there we go.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
And that could all stay together there. Just get you out of the way. I believe I cut you.
Credits deposited.
You're still attached. All right.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credits.
Okay, that is detached there as well.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
So my concern is I'm not going to be able to hit the...
Cutter, your gear's getting low. It's gonna start fighting you if you don't head back to the hab and make some repairs.
Yeah, to say, I don't think we're going to hit the level 5, which is a shame because that's where you get the most of your stuff because that panel's stuck there. That panel's got a lot of metal in it.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
But we're going to get as much as we can out of this. Unfortunately, other than just slapping a bunch of tethers on it and hoping for the best, I don't really have a good solution. I'm trying to bounce stuff off of it, but not been doing too much. It might just literally be just stuck through the wall or whatever. Then that might just be it.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Put opposing tethers on one side to reorient it? Yeah, so I did have tethers on the long side trying to reach the other one. And then some on the bottom. We can try, like, once I get this out of the way, I'm going to try some more stuff. And yeah, tethers are going to most likely, if I'm able to get something to happen. But yeah, no, I tried to take the high side and try and pull it away. But it didn't seem to want to move at all. And that was, I think I put 4 or 5 tethers on it too. But that was with me trying to work around the ship in the middle.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
This reminds you, still haven't finished your hardcore run of the game. Yeah, it's a shame there's no like achievements for doing hardcore or anything like that.
Salvage deposit registered.
I actually don't think it's a bad thing that they don't have an achievement for the hardcore mode, because I know that's just not a lot of people's things. But it's kind of like, you know, getting an achievement or like a poster in game, or at least something.
Missed salvage goals.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Yep, I'm aware. Like, for the record, I've fully beaten this game many times without stuff. Sometimes tethers between objects. Yeah, this is true.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
What is the difference between hardcore and non-hardcore runs? Hardcore runs, when you die, it's over. It's permadeath. Versus otherwise, when you die, you just respawn, you take a money penalty.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
Yeah, it's fine. I forgot you were back there. I keep hoping to give it like a little bang, it'll be enough to
Processing object. Applying credit
nudge
to
it
account.
free.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
It's nothing else you care about on the outside there. Good. Door panel here.
Salvage deposit confirmed.
Nothing we care about here. Yeah, so it's all furnace, that's processor. Okay, I see. It's little spots of the cage here. To be fair, that's only $2,000. It's probably not worth my time. That's about the price of a light.
Salvage registered. Transferring credit.
Okay, we've got you. And you're not gonna pop open for me in any way that I see.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Grabbed you.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
That top piece has to come off. Good chance the bottom piece does as well. Let's see if there's any connection points I'm overlooking because I didn't go inside the room. Yeah, that's definitely a processor piece in the top, so I'd expect it to open. There you are. Let's get the last of this out.
Credits deposited.
And then get this thing
Credit applied.
pulled in the furnace. Let's see if we have any luck after that trying to, Sorry, if we have any luck after that trying to, you know, unwedge that thing.
To account. Salvage secured. Applying credit. Salvage
All right.
secured. Credits deposited.
Okay, we all clear here? We'll grab the fuel container. Never mind, it's broken. Got a couple of cabinets and all that's still left in here.
Salvage deposit accepted. edit the transfers.
Okay, I think that's everything of value outside of the main part of the hall. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything reading as
Salvage secured. Account
valuable otherwise. Okay. That should probably be enough to make sure it goes in.
deposit accepted for processing.
All right. So, we want to grab you, bring you all the way over there, and do it again, and again,
Raw material accepted.
and again. Put all the force I can behind this. I need to stay way back, because if it does unwedge, it's going to come out of there going
Raw material processed.
real fast.
Credits deposited.
But I think it's physically...
Looks like you used your last tether. Head on over to the
Yeah, I think it's
kiosk and
physically
pick up
merged
more.
into the mesh. Can you cut it? No. Process things cannot be cut. Yeah, so we're just crap out of luck on that one. Yeah, you can cut stuff that goes in the furnace. Do you have the sparkless charges yet? No, we just started this run. Yeah, no, like I said, it just, unfortunately, it looks like I met, like, when it went in and it like, didn't just hit it and flatten out, but it physically, like, kind of melded with the mesh. Wait. What crazy were you on the other side? That's fine. Yep, no, so I think, like I said, I think it's just when it hit, it got, like, stuck in the mesh. And so it's kind of, like, physically inside the wall.
Warning. Low oxygen reserves.
Yeah, no, I tried a couple different times to pull it around. We're just gonna go ahead and accept it's stuck.
New certification level achieved.
So we'll miss out on 30 points, which really sucks. But you don't run into too many bugs, but it's not like you never run into bugs. I wonder if Tomb's gotten home yet. Because she is working late tonight. But should be getting home relatively soon. Okay, she is not home yet. Okay.
Hello, ShipBreaker.
Because when that happens, I'll
All
step
right,
away.
folks. Got a priority message coming in from corporate. Everyone put down what you're doing and have a listen.
Maybe they're gonna give us some holiday time. That'd be awesome.
That would be a first. Probably just another Pilsen kid getting a cushy exec job.
Hush up now, y'all.
This is an important message to all Link Salvage Division employees. It's come to our attention, thanks to a very loyal member of our family, that there has been talk about forming a ShipBreakers union. A union is a dangerous thing, where extensive fees are extracted for so-called representation of your workers' rights. At Lynx, our top priority is already your well-being. This is why union activity is strictly prohibited by your contract, for your own protection. To safeguard you and your work, we are immediately dispatching an administrator to every salvage sector. This administrator will oversee operations and ensure proper employee conduct. They are authorized to correct worker behavior by any means, and they'll remain in place until we can guarantee company-wide integrity. Until then, remember, the company is your family. The union is your enemy. Thank you.
No holiday. Told ya.
A union? I haven't heard anything about that. Have you?
Of course not.
Probably happening around the Martian districts. They always been quarrelsome.
You heard anything like that, Lou?
No. Hey, Weaver, do you know when our administrator's showing up?
Week, maybe? Coming all the way from HQ with Jupiter Gate. When they get here, we'll need to be on our best behavior.
Oh, great.
Nothing to fret about, all right? But they are going to be checking everything. Salvage logs, transmission records, operational efficiency.
Oh, great.
You'll be fine, Kai. It's not a performance review.
Lou's right. Now, let's just try and keep our heads down and weather this storm together. See y'all in the yard. Weaver out.
Alright, Basset, you take it easy. Yep.
Hey, don't worry. This is a closed channel. There won't be a log. Well, looks like things might get a bit difficult around here. They're gonna try to make our lives hell. Don't worry. Just having access to the Union News Group doesn't make you a full-fledged member. Besides, no one from corporate has access. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little nervous. If anything happens, I'll make sure nothing comes down on you. Lou out.
Alright.
Hey there, Rook. Saw that you found an old data drive while you were salvaging. Now, I'm a bit of a tech head and a history nerd, so I love these things. They're uncensored info. Sometimes it's junk, but sometimes it's gold. Either way, it's a more genuine view of the colonies than what you see on the garbage news networks. I'm sending you a data recovery program. You'll see it on your HAB terminal. Soaking in solar radiation mangles up the data pretty bad, but you can usually pull 1 or 2 intact files. Hopefully it'll give you a better sense of the wider world. Warts and all. Have fun. Later, Rook.
Alright, getting lots of dialogue. Okay, we got a new ship that's got fuel canisters, paid off a little bit more of our debt, a whole bunch of other, like, different new stuff going on there. But yeah, for those who missed the context of what happened, is Lou previous was like, hey, by the way, there's this union thing going on, I'm just going to send you a letter, you can choose to read it or not, and then immediately got followed that the company is now investigating that there's rumblings of a union, and they're going to try and put it down. Because, again, the story of this game is basically Company Town. They're awful. We're horrifically indebted by just showing up to work. Like, literally getting us to work has put us $1.2 billion in debt. And we get nickel and dimed on absolutely everything. And so, you're just kind of trying to make it through. So we're going to go ahead and use 2 of our repair kits to get those ones that are in the red fixed. And as I mentioned before, I do like to try and get some of the stuff like the oxygen and all that unlocked first. Just because it makes it a lot more convenient. Yeah, we'll do that. There's also stuff to be said about getting the upgrades for your durability. It'll mean you have to repair less, but there's also an added bonus with that where you get the durability that when you max out the durability, you stop paying rent on your tools. It doesn't really matter. As much as the game like heavily implies that money matters, it really doesn't. Alright, we don't have access to demo charges. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the scanner stuff. They can be very helpful when you're trying to find stuff. You can like look through walls and all that. They'll also make it so when you like look at a wall, it'll give you a big warning being like, hey, that's pressurized. Be careful, warning, all that kind of stuff. Alright, so yeah, so we're going to miss out on that. Well, being $1.2 billion debt clearly doesn't money actually matter. That's a massive credit limit by any definition. Well, right. This is playing the company town idea that you are indebted to the company, and they basically treat you like crap, and there's nothing you can do about it because you're so horrifically indebted to the company, you're never going to see the light of day. Like, you're just never going to get to the other side of it. So technically, this one doesn't pay as much as that one, but I just did one of these. I'd rather try doing a different ship. Yeah, there's only like a couple point difference anyways. So we'll go ahead and do the Javelin type. I want to say the Javelin are like the big thing. Chat, spoiler alert for a spoiler alert. Please wait.
Morning, folks. How y'all holding up? I have a question. A what? Hello? You're... I can't hear you, Kaido.
Kai, try switching to another frequency and then back again.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you.
Hey, okay. I have a question. What's this administrator gonna do?
They're being counters. Waste our time with productivity reports.
Oh, they've come here before?
Sure, loads of times. Profits drop, they send someone. Accidents go up, they send someone. Sometimes they just send someone to find out if they need to send someone.
They ain't a big deal, Kai.
You heard right, Paulson. I guess they're just snooping around for union stuff. Right?
Yeah. Gonna be here a week, tops. These types have the attention span of a gopher. They'll move on pretty quick.
What's a gopher?
Quiet. Boy, you better come visit sometime on Mars when you're done here.
One day, we'll all go see them gophers. Whatnot. Keep that front of mind, and don't fret none. Carry on now. Weaver out.
What's the elevator pitch of this game? So you are a shipbreaker. Basically, they bring old spaceships, you cut them to pieces, you salvage them. But the game does have, like, a lot of, it does have, like, a story to it and everything. And the general story is effectively, like, the old company town thing. That you're horrifically indebted to the company, and, you know, you're just trying to, like, make your way, you know, and then through story stuff, things will hopefully get resolved. Storyline quirks aside, I mean, I like the story. But yeah, so you kind of go through, you take a ship, you take it apart, and they slowly give you more and more dangerous ships to work on. So like the first ship you get, you just kind of cut apart, where the only real danger is if you like smack yourself into a wall or something, like way too hard. Then they'll be like, okay, now there's fuel canisters in here. So then if you accidentally hit the fuel canister with a cutting beam or bang it too hard, it can explode. They'll be like, okay, well now there's these electric things in here. And you know, if you bang them around, they start zapping around and all that stuff. And they'll start having like reactors that once you pull them, they start going critical. So you have to kind of like, where everything else you can just take your time with it. The reactor, you have to like have a plan and be like, all right, we're going to just yoink this thing out over here as fast as possible to get it where it'll stabilize. Then they'll start doing stuff like making you cut nearby fuel lines and all that and track things around. So it's definitely like, it's not a puzzle game, but it's definitely one of those things that you like, you look at the ship and kind of go, okay, like, what are my threats? what's the order I should be doing these things to try and get these secured without getting myself in trouble. Alright, so I got that out of the way. That wasn't really a priority, but it was just all right there. Let's pop in here. This ship has 2 separate segments that could be pressurized. Okay, so the entire exterior is already depressurized. We do have this area that's pressurized, so I'm going to stick myself to the wall. Because it should be just a little room. Give me that poster. Give me that poster.
Airlock pressurizing.
So venting the atmosphere from here.
Decreasing.
Not the air.
Airlock depressurizing.
Yep, now we depressurize this, we cycle the airlock again. It opens up the whole way through. That's all depressurized already. Okay, so it looks like I got the front half of the ship fully depressurized, so I don't have to worry about a explosive decompression. Let's get to the second half of the ship. I also really enjoy trying to fit entire ships into time limit. Yeah, no, the thing is, you can only have one save with the time limit save, one save that's hardcore. And I have a save on the time limit one that we've already finished everything. It's just like, we're probably not going to be doing a full playthrough of this just because they're going to have other games getting released in this week. So we're just going to get as far as we can. So I didn't want to, like, start a brand new save and all that. That may or may not get seen through. Okay, so if we open this up.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Okay. So this is depressurized. That inside area is depressurized. So if we cycle the airlock now.
Airlock depressurizing.
We should have the whole ship opened and everything depressurized. And the reason we were doing that is you can have explosive decompression noise. Hey, Curly! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. If we can get a shout out for Curly, I'd much appreciate it. But all that good stuff. But, welcome in, Raiders. But yeah, so what were you streaming? How'd it go today? I know I saw earlier. Oh yeah, no problem. You take off. You got your raid run, that's fine. Like, I super duper appreciate the raid. It means a whole heck of a lot. I can go ahead here really quick and I'll get that shout out if I don't have one of my mods on it. Because we'll go ahead and get that real quick. Alright, so shout out for Curly. For those who don't know Curly, absolutely an amazing content creator. Highly recommend. Playing Subnautica. Nice. Nice. Subnautica's a really good time. I thought I saw that you were going to be playing something like that thing. Yeah, Curly is absolutely amazing. Again, for those who are not familiar with Curly, does a lot of first-time playthroughs, that type of content. Ooh, this is not my favorite cut. A lot of first-time content. Okay, we didn't explode. And, like, first-time guys and first playthroughs. A lot of fun times over there. Definitely a wide range of games. Doing Subnautica. Subnautica is absolutely an amazing game. So that's even better. A fantastic person with a fantastic game. But for everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play variety games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed.
Oxygen reserves are low.
But that said, that record has been beaten. But today we're playing some Hardspace ShipBreaker because it is May the 4th. It is Star Wars Day. And I didn't have any Star Wars games handy that is like, yeah, that's the one I want to play. But I wanted to do something vaguely like spacey or whatever, so we put up a poll at the beginning of stream with like a bunch of space games and that kind of stuff, and a couple others that were just whatever. And then this one. I have beaten this game multiple times before. I haven't beaten it on hardcore permadeath, but I have gone to like 2 missions from the end on permadeath. We're not doing any of that right now. We're just actually playing on like the mode that doesn't have a timer. And the reason we're doing that is you can only have 1 save file for each mode. And I didn't want to delete my save file that had finished the game to start it over. Now, let's get our oxygen topped off. For those who are not familiar with Hardspace ShipBreaker, pretty much, what about May the 5th? That's Revenge of the 5th. It's like May the 4th, but more, you know, like more dark side things and tacos. Okay. But yeah, so the whole premise of this game is you are a shipbreaker. And shipbreaker is like an actual profession in real life, but it's usually like naval ships, like cruise ships, warships, all that kind of stuff. But it's a very dangerous job because these things not really meant to be taken apart. They kind of build them to survive and be put together, and then you just kind of have to deal. So a lot of times, you know, when like again, the real world part would be like naval ships and all that. Those ships end up sitting around a long time. They get bent up, they rust, they have all these kind of things happen. So when the person goes to take them apart, there's a bunch of ship parts that aren't expected to be under tension, that are under tension. Stuff rusts. It's not stable. Usually they just drag them up onto the land and just kind of chuck them on the ground, and you know, people go in there with grinders and all sorts of stuff and start trying to take them all apart for the salvage metal and all that. So it's a very dangerous job and whatnot. So they basically made a space equivalent. And the game kind of takes the story of, if you're familiar with the old company town here in the US, and I know it's not an exclusively US thing, but I just know more about the US situation with it, where like you'd have people and they get shipped off to some gold mine, coal mine, whatever, and they'd be promised a job. They'd get there and they're like, cool, by the way, here's your house, you owe us like $30,000. Also, there's only one store in town that you're allowed to go to. Also, we don't actually pay you in money, we pay you in like Monopoly money scrit. That's only accepted by the company town. Also, there's only one way in and out of this town, and there's no other towns anywhere nearby if you have the interest in leaving. You get the idea. So you get there, you're horrifically indebted to the town, which is basically owned by the company. And anytime you need anything, you gotta go through the company to buy it. And you're pretty much guaranteed to stay in debt and company until the day you die. Or until you stop being useful to them. At which point then your family's in debt to the company. And that's an actual thing that happened here in the US. It was around the around like the 30s and all that. But so this game basically is telling that same basic story. You work for this company, Lynx Corp. They're awful. The first thing they do when you show up at work is you're indebted $1.2 billion. You know, for getting you a shuttle and all that out to space and whatnot. And you are just under horrific debt and just trying to make it one day at a time. And all that kind of stuff. Yeah, company towns, if you remember correctly, existed in centuries before that. Yeah. No, that's the thing. Like, they're very infamous in US history, but it wasn't something that we had exclusively. We just got kind of a reputation for it because it was one of those things that happened around the Gold Rush era. And all that was when it kind of got the most infamous. Alright. You're a little heavy. So, moving you is going to be a little tricky. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a tether, put it over there, and we can get out of the way. Because you can die very easily in this game. And one of the best ways to die, so far as easiest, is to put a tether between you and something else. Or, sorry, between two objects, and be between them. Where you're hanging out there, and suddenly a solid object comes flying at you. Alright. So broadly speaking, when you're taking these ships apart, you're trying to identify the things that are dangerous so that you could take it apart without dying, and then just being careful about that kind of thing. But on top of that, all salvage goes into one of three places. It's either going into the processor, so I think that's like armor, valuable alloys, metals, they go in there. You got the furnace, that's basically any kind of junk. So anything that's not particularly high value, just like random bits of aluminum and all that would go in there. And then you've got the barge. And the barge is for anything that's like, you don't want to smelt it down. Like it's a computer, it's a fuel tank. You know, something that as it is worth a bunch of money. And it'll label it, like if I put my mouse over that, it's kind of hard to see sometimes, but it's in center of the screen right below my cursor. It'll say like processor or barge.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
There we go. But yeah, so it's about salvaging ships. You do stuff, and as you level up, you get more and more dangerous ships to take apart. They are... Would I call them procedural generation? I guess you would. Basically have a bunch of different designs. They can have different random stuff inside of them, so they're not all the same, but they do kind of follow some similar thematic things. But you have to deal with stuff like explosive decompression, so you have to go through and systematically depressurize them. Otherwise they explode, and that makes you dead. Get a bunch of different tools. Alright. But where we're at in the game right now is we just started our job. We just came up here. And one of our coworkers was like, hey, I think you're wonderful. By the way, there's this thing called a union. A couple of us are talking about this. I'll send you the newsletter. If you're interested, great. If not, that's fine too. Don't tell anyone. And then the very next day, they're like, hey, company hears that there's this union thing going on, and we're going to send administrators out to make sure everything's on the up and up, because unionization is strictly against our contract. Like, genuinely, this game has a contract you sign at the beginning that is this incredibly dogmatic contract that goes on for like 20 pages. About how like they're gonna take your DNA and clone you, and they own your DNA indefinitely, and they can choose to clone you and all that. They can do psychological experiments on you without your information or consent or compensation. We're not actually being paid. Whatever the value is getting applied against our debt, and we don't get a dime past that. We're required to buy our own oxygen and fuel and everything else while we're working on it. I'm renting all my equipment. I'm getting charged tens of thousands every single day just for my living space. Nope, you don't go there. You don't go there. Get it back out. You go over there. I'd wait until the ad break ended. Well, not a company town. The jungle also explores the abuses of what can happen outside proper company town. There's that say Pullman Company. Yeah, we've had a conversation a couple of times that, you know, company towns are very illegal these days. Like, there's different... was there something else on there? One second before I throw that in there. Are very illegal these days. But there is some stuff that gets kind of close to it. Gimme. There we go. We don't want to put that in there. But stuff still happens. Where I'm at in Florida... Florida actually had an issue where people were being taken to tomato farms, and basically, like when we're talking like slavery, we're talking like straight up, not effective or whatever. Like people are actually being held in the towns, not legally, not anything like that. It was very genuinely remote areas that they were basically taking these people, holding them effectively hostage, and making them work on tomato farms. And that isn't, you know, going back to like the 30s and 40s or anything like that. That was like 2009. So like there's still definitely problems. Hello from Central Florida. I too am in the Central Florida. I won't say exactly where because don't dox myself or anything like that. But yeah, I know I'm definitely Central Florida as well.
valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
That's the best. Look, man, none of us want to really admit we're here. It's too hot. It's too humid. Politics. Which we don't need to get into. We'll just keep it at it's too hot, it's too humid. Everything else is irrelevant. When it's 90 degrees and 78% humidity. Big bugs? We do have big bugs. Oh, I was going to mention earlier on stream, one of our community members, Burning Sun, brought it up to me the other day. I've been talking about how, like, lately there's been so many games coming out. It's been really hard to do anything because there's, like, another game coming out, another game coming out. There's just not enough time to check everything you want to check out. Well, Burning Sun pointed out that 2 days ago, a game I would not have anticipated getting an update, got an update to version 5.0. And to give you an idea, I first started playing computer games in the 80s. It was the very, I believe, was the very first computer game I ever played. Now, granted, I'm not sure if it's the version of the first game I've ever played, but apparently NetHack got a major update 2 days ago. And for those who don't know what NetHack is, it is a dungeon crawling game that is 100% in ASCII characters. Like, we are talking, when people talk about Rogue, like, it was like Rogue came out, then Hack was like the spiritual successor, and then NetHack was kind of the continuation of Hack. You're 50 and you know NetHack very well. So yeah, NetHack had a major update 2 days ago. So I actually did install it after stream yesterday reading that, and I played 2 rounds. And to give you the idea of the kind of game that NetHack is, I was playing NetHack, and you know, got a couple floors down in the dungeon and all that, and I was like, okay, you know, I could use some, like, recovery. Oh, hey, here's a water fountain. I'll just take a little sippy sip from the water fountain, and it'll probably be fine. Well, took the sippy sip, and then the water fountain started spewing forth water moccasins, which are kind of snake, that is venomous, and immediately got absolutely murdered. You'd be awful now, just gotta know the keys. Well, the good news is NetHack now has mouse support. It still is ASCII. Well, I mean, there is a version that's graphical, but honestly, it looks terrible. So, like, I checked it out. I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go back to the ASCII, actually. But, like, you can just go and, like, right-click on the tile in front of you or whatever to pull up the menu, so you don't need to be like, okay, you know, hit the L button to bring up this menu to then go there to hit the J button to, like, drink the thing and, you know, all that. You can just be like, right-click, all that stuff. Yeah, Rogue is closed source, NetHack is the open source. It's still ASCII, janky, pull get out. But yeah, no, it was definitely one of those things that I had people joking about when I started streaming. It's like, so you're gonna play NetHack today? I was like, no. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. As much as I have fond memories of that game, like, even on my computer without even streaming it, like, you could adjust the graphics a little bit. By graphics, I mean the size of the ASCII. It can be pretty brutal to see. It's like, it would be absolutely awful to try and watch. Like, ignoring that, you know, you're playing an ASCII game in the first place, and I can't imagine that's the best for watching viewership side. Even ignoring that, it's like, okay, but now it's all small and squished ASCII, making it even harder to look at. Nope, we need air, so let's get our air. You played in school when your teachers had no idea what it's doing. Or everything was. Yeah, for me it was, my dad had it on his well, was it on my dad's computer or was it on the computer that me and my brothers had? It was on a computer in the house. So we'd play that. Because I remember we were playing that, and then later on he got a laptop, like one of the original Mac laptops. Those jokers are like this thick. And I don't think it was like the officially licensed Missile Command, but it was something that was basically the same game. We ended up playing that later. But I definitely remember playing NetHack, and for those who don't know, like, it's absolutely cursed in so many ways. You'll find a book, you'll read it, and then you'll get a game over because you read the book, went insane, and died. So, like, you had to learn to be like, okay, you know, don't take risks drinking potions, or reading books, or reading scrolls, unless you got a scroll of identity. Which, of course, usually you don't know what the scroll of identity is. So, you do have to gamble a little bit to figure that out. And you'd get into the fights and you'd be like, okay, well, the little D is my dog. The little letter D moving around as a dog. And then you see an uppercase G and you're like, I don't know what that is. And that's a dragon, it just murders you. Okay, it does sound like my wife just got home, so I am going to have to step away here in just a minute. I do apologize about having, like, the raid and then have to take a quick break. It's just timing is what it is. But I'm going to welcome my wife home real fast and all that stuff. And for those who didn't see, I am actually cosplaying. I'm not just sitting here in a bathrobe or whatever. I am actually wearing, like, a whole Star Wars Sith outfit and everything. You know, I took it off earlier because I got, like, my lightsaber and all that. But I ditched the leather belt because I had studs that were murdering me. And I ditched my boots and all that because boots suck to wear. Alright, so I'm going to be back in just a couple minutes, but thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be back in a couple minutes to pick up where we left off with Hardspace ShipBreaker. But, again, if you've been enjoying the content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop your follow, that way you can find your way back. Absolutely bathrobing. So, I actually do have, it's not a Sith, but like an Imperial bathrobe that Tomb got me. Tomb is my wife, for those who don't know. We're both really big Star Wars nerds, so she has, like, all sorts of Jedi stuff and all that, and I have all sorts of Sith stuff, and it's just kind of fun. Alright, well, I'll be back in a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I do hope to see you in a few minutes. Okay, is Sidekick being broken? What's going on here? I miss it up. Let's see if you want to consider playing NetHack on Steam. You can play on the website for the November NetHack tournament. The UI scales to full screen, and it'll make it easier for viewers. Well, you can actually take NetHack itself, and you can scale that up too. And thank you to follow. It was playing a Hardspace ShipBreaker clip that was made like 30 minutes ago. Yep. Sometimes it do that. Alright, so let's see where we left off. So ladder's not worth anything, I'm just getting it out of the way. I mean, it does have a value, it's just an insignificant value.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Alright. It's not a good way for us to get in and out of this room.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
But yeah, so each time, you'll see up at the top there, there'll be like a little 1, 2, 3, 4 in those diamonds. Each time I salvage enough to hit that, it basically gives me these, like, token meta progression, whatever you want to call it, that I can then spend to upgrade my tools and get new tools and all that kind of stuff. So that's really the primary thing with the progression, is just to get this up here above me, which is effectively your level, which you gain the exact same way. And then, as well as the, getting the progression from the cert points, or whatever they are. Links, credits. There is money in the game, but really, the money is not that meaningful. When you're over $1 billion in debt, and you don't get to keep any of it, you know, those numbers kind of stop having meaning. Okay. Now, one way I can make my life easier with this is I could just bisect that whole back area. Just, like, cut it across there. You just yoink the stuff out. It wouldn't even be a bad idea, either.
Deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Getting stuck on things. Alright. I'm trying to take all the important goodies out. There was a battery in here of some kind. You. Don't want to bang this, because it'll electrocute us. Alright. Now we should be getting the last couple things here before we can detach this and just chuck it into a fire. Okay, so we got a locker there. Now it looks like the last thing in this room. Then the rest of this isn't worth keeping. The rest of this just goes into the fire. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so you are already detached, so we can grab you, tether you over. Just yoink you out of the way. Do the same for this one. Okay, do we have fuel tanks to be detached? Your husband's coworker, when they were getting married, walked down the aisle to the Imperial March. Yeah, we didn't do anything quite like that for ours. Like, the wedding itself was pretty tame with that kind of things, but we definitely have done things over the years that went this way and that way. Alright, so we need to cut all these brackets. On later versions of the ship, the giant fuel canisters off of these things that are incredibly dangerous to cut along. But this particular version, it's not a concern.
Oxygen reserves are low. Reminder, asphyxiation can lead to missed salvage goals.
Oh no! Asphyxiation can lead to missed salvaged goals. We don't want to do that. That'd farther us indebted us with the company. How many ships are there? Oh man. So the
Fuel levels are low. Fuel supplies are available for purchase at the Master Jack.
So, like, there's base models. I want to say there's, like, 13 or more of them. There's something like that. But, they have a lot of variation inside them and stuff like that. So, you have, like, the external model will be the same. But, like, they might have different engines to them. They might have, like, different stuff inside. Like, one might be, like, a passenger one, so it's got lots of seats. One might have, like, a bunch of fuel canisters. One might have a bunch of cargo. So, like, while there's, you know, however many base models of the ships, they also have a lot of variation, you know, beyond just that. Yeah, right now we don't have a time limit. Because I played this game before, this is one of those games that there's several different modes between. There's, like, one that has a time limit, one that doesn't, one that's permadeath, that kind of thing. And I did want to do permadeath for just, like, a one-off or whatever this ends up being. And so we're like, alright, well, we don't want to do that. And I do already have a save where I've completed the game that was done on stream previously. I was like, well, I don't want to delete that save, and then jumping into an already done save didn't feel good either, so we just went ahead and did the one without a time limit. The time limit doesn't make a huge difference. You'll get a little bit better money, but as I've mentioned a couple of times, the money in the game is kind of irrelevant. It's effectively your high score. It just weirdly starts very negative at the beginning. And most of the way through the game.
Account credit applied.
Alright, so get all that detached. Alright, so you're all detached. So get you yoinked out of the way. Well, how large do they get? Those look like one personal shell so far. They get relatively big. You're not gonna get something that's like the size of a Star Destroyer or anything like quite that ridiculously large. Because the game would start running real janky at that point with how involved the various systems get in the game, so you can, you know, do that. Plus, spending, you know, 4 or 5 hours working on one ship would not be very fun. Like, there'd definitely be a point where, like, you know, I'm ready for this to be done. But they do get pretty big. Like, you're looking at a ship that I've already taken a lot of apart, to keep that in mind. It's a little hard to quantify because like this one only has a little bit of interior space. But like lengthwise it started out pretty big. Oh, you're still sitting over here. I forgot about you. Grab the engine.
Applying credit to account.
And just get out of its way so I don't get smashed in the head by it. And a lot of the ships, it's not even the size that's the thing, it's the amount of dangers and all you deal with.
Transferring credits.
Like, you get to the point where you have stuff you can't cut, you have to use explosives to separate. It gets real dangerous real fast.
Transferring credits.
Okay, so the outer ring is processor, the inner ring is going to be furnace. Alright, so my cutter's starting to get damaged. That's fine. 6,000. Alright. So you're separated out now. Let's grab you and yoink you over there first, just to get you off. Alright, we can worry about that next. Yeah, it's kind of like we've had games like Space Engineer where people have gone and made stuff like this is a, you know, accurate to size Star Destroyer and all that kind of stuff. And usually the way that ends up working in practice is it doesn't work in practice because like literally you go to make stuff that big and it doesn't fully load in the grid in Space Engineers because you are talking something astronomically large. So stuff just doesn't work right. Okay, so got a reactor. I don't actually have a good angle for dealing with you. And knock your panels off over here. Make sure you actually get pulled in there. Okay, so with that, if I grab you like this and put you near the bottom, you should work out okay. And if I could bump you away a little bit farther, yeah, so now I can get the reactor. So this is one of those dangerous pieces that's big, big money. It's just you gotta a clear shot and just yoink it out without banging into things. Alright, and then you go over there. I was gonna bang into stuff, but that's probably fine at this stage.
Warning. Oxygen reserves low. Links recommend regular gentle exercise to increase blood oxygen levels.
Okay. Like a single 2-kilometer long tube of metal with no bolt screws could work in a game like Space Engineers without lagging out and janking around. If it could be possible load. Yeah, no, I definitely remember like even ships that weren't as big, but they were trying to make it, you know, reasonably representing whatever sci-fi thing it was. That people used to do that in Space Engineers all the time to run into problems. Or they'd try and take like actual real world naval ships and just put in Space Engineers. And again, it was the same problem. And it's not even like a performance issue with Space Engineers. It's just a matter of scale. Everything has an object, a grid, a texture, and all that. It's like really kind of crap things up a little bit to like simplify them to not have performance issues. Or the game's got to do some really heavy lifting with you know, loading, unloading, and all that stuff very carefully. Things. Yeah, let's cut apart our connector points here. All right. Gotta wait for this to cool off. Yeah, so we're gonna need to repair our cutter. It's getting pretty worn out. Let's see, all the connections, bolts at force transmissions from one part to the other. Yeah. Like I said, the ships do get pretty big where you can, if you're on the timer, it's I think 15 minutes per shift. And you can get some of those ships that until you start getting really late game tech will take you 3 or 4 separate goes to get through the whole thing. I think it's about reasonable, because much bigger than that, you wouldn't be able to like sit down and get through a ship in a reasonably timed manner.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited. Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Because like this one we're looking at looks like it'd be a 3-shifter. If I had just gone to do this without the timer.
Rewards allocated.
Alright. So is there any other goodies in here? There's probably a couple computers and all that to be yoinked.
Processing valuable objects. Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
That's fine, you're working on that. Okay. Like right now we only have the tier 1 reactors, which like you saw. For a tier 1 reactor, just taking it as is basically grabbing it and then just hucking it down at the platform. Tier 2, there's a whole process you need to do to like pull its coolant, cut it free, all that kind of stuff. And like once you start that process, it starts melting down slowly. So there's just a bunch to do. It's not that bad. You like once you get the hang of it, you can knock it out in just a couple of seconds. But sometimes with those ones, it'll be a little tricky as going, okay, well, you know, this thing I need to do, it's over here, and that thing I need to do, it's over there. Like, what's the best way for me to get to the very spots I need to get to? You know, maybe you cut through a wall. That way you can just race through without having to worry about not making good time.
Salvage deposit secured.
Alright, so it looks like you just got like one more thing to salvage here. So we can just chuck this whole thing in the furnace.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
And we can grab you. So you hate navigating through those tiny doors. You always open up a wall. Yeah, no, there's a lot of times where it's like you'll look at it and be like, you know what? I'm just gonna tear open a wall and just go through the wall. Like some of these even have good spots for it. Like if we look at this thing here. Like I can cut through any of this. But some of them will have like specific panels that are good for it. Yeah, this one doesn't. But some of them will actually have a panel that's got like a little dotted outline that you can just like cut the dotted outline and just the wall comes out. It makes it perfect for just like slipping in real fast and getting stuff done. Alright, so that'll get sucked in, so I don't need to do anything else with that. That's gonna get sucked in, I don't need to do anything else with that.
Deposit accepted for processing. Material accepted.
Alright, and we got the tier 5. So like, I can keep filling this in for extra money, but it doesn't do much for me. The important thing was that I got that level 5 diamond.
Your oxygen reserves are dropping below statistically profitable levels.
Yeah, you can also take the frame away and, you know, get the chunks of wall out of it too. Alright. And that was the little ship done. So we salvaged 96% of the ship value-wise, which is good. Gained a rank. We're now a laborer. And all those ranks mean is we get new tools, dangerous tools, more bigger threats to deal with, all that kind of stuff. All right.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message. The greatest reward in life is the chance to work hard at work worth doing.
And we got some posters we snagged while we were there. We unlocked a new ship. And like they'll mention that they'll be like robust. A lot of these are like the marketing thing. We haven't been really focusing on the story this time because I have played the game a bunch of times. We're just kind of progressing through the ships, getting the more complicated ones. We get a bunch of stickers you can put on our equipment.
Cutter, I want to tell you, I'm mighty impressed by you. Remind me of me when I started. All bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Had big dreams of hitting the rails back then. Bought myself one of them classic armadillo rigs. Named the old girl Beulah, after my mother. Told you about my bad revive a while back. Another case of me and technology not getting on, I guess. Bottom line is, this body just ain't fit for flying no more. So, I want to give Beulah to you, Cutter. She ain't in the best of shape, but she'll do good by you. Hell, even a few places around the village that'll fit her out for gate travel, if you're so inclined. Anyway, that's it. She'll do more for you than me now. I'm just happy she's gonna be with somebody that truly appreciates her. We're out.
So I'm gonna sell your ship to pay off my debt? Not really. It's just not a thing you could do. Yeah, it feels like parts of the story are just straight up missing without the timer. Because normally you'd end up going in and out of a bunch of different missions. And so you'd have lots of time for that story to catch up. But it feels like every time I'm popping out, it's like the next thing and I'm just getting way ahead of it. Alright, so same thing. Increase our maximum oxygen. So, want to do that. We can't really increase our thrusters yet. For the radar, we can make it so we can see through walls and whatnot. And then we can go work on our grapple stuff. So I don't have a huge priority on a lot of these, honestly. It's basically, I got points, unlock the things. I'm sure you can put a lot of strategy into it, but you're just going to want all the things, and you could do stuff without all those extra upgrades. Alright. So I can get the new ship we just unlocked. That'll be 17 million. That's the one we just did. Here's another one that's 9 million. But yeah, so you get all these different style ships and all that. So let's go ahead and grab the new one. That could get us a bunch of points. It has, for hazards, it has electrical and explosive. It's also got the really dangerous thrusters, if these are the ones I think they are. A fairly easy reactor to take apart. But that's fine.
Morning, crew. Let's hit them salvage goals.
Yeah, hey, Weaver, do you know when this administrator gets here?
Should be here any day now. But remember, no need to worry.
Ah, thanks.
Kai, you good?
Yeah, just nervous, you know. I really can't lose this job.
Whoa, slow down there.
They always let go of the screw-ups first, right?
We all screw up, Kai.
Just work careful. Avoid any major accidents. You'll be golden.
Yeah. I just need to keep my head down.
Yep. Yeah, and so of the people we have here, like, you've got Dee Dee, who just kind of keeps her head down, does her job. You've got, Kai, who just really isn't good at his job. Like, he kind of struggles. He's doing his best. It's just, for whatever reason, it's just not a good fit for him. You've got Lou, who is the one who's like, yeah, you know, we should, like, there's like the whole union thing, like, you know, very, very much passionate, like we should do good, you know, stuff good for ourselves and all that kind of thing. And, you got Weaver, who, he's like your supervisor. He does things by the book with, like, the company and all that. But, like, you know, he's the perfect example of, like, the company has just chewed him up. Like, he literally got screwed up during the revive stuff, and now he just kind of works as a supervisor because that's what he can do.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Alright, and these engines are a source of death. They used to be really, really buggy. That sometimes you do them and they would just kill you. It's basically the team dead. Yeah, no, that's not wrong. But yeah, the whole thing, they're, like, the company's setting an administrator, they're basically trying to, union bust. But, like, so Kai is getting all nervous because he knows he's a screw-up, and even though he's uninvolved in any of that, you know, he's worried about losing his job because he screws up. And you got Lou, who's stressed out because she's the one who's actually involved with the union stuff. Alright.
Salvage registered.
So the way this works is we pop off the cap on the back, and there's the fuel lines on all sides of this. The emergency shutoff is way back there. So what I have to do is first we check to make sure I got enough fuel and oxygen to do this. Now we're on a timer.
Thruster fuel system unstable. Proceed with extreme caution.
So we get all that out of the way, and we race on through the tunnel of fire.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Get to our shutoff. And it used to be you'd bug and sometimes die right here. That, like, when it did that, it had this whole, like, minor decompression thing. It'd throw you into a wall and instantly kill you. So that's one done. I got 4 of those. There's lots of things that can go wrong, as you can accidentally hit the fuel line farther up, making it go prematurely. You could just be too slow. You could go too fast and slam into the back and die. You could take, a lot of times you just get burned going through here, like I think I'm gonna get that right now from where that... Okay, we're fine. Where the fire sprays, there's a lot of times you get caught by that and you just get hurt. That's 2 done. You don't use the easy trick to salvage without fire? I'm not familiar with the easy trick to salvage without fire with those. Okay. Oh no, you are welcome. You are welcome. I have every single achievement in the game. I have beaten the game on the normal mode probably 3 or 4 times, twice on stream. And we did a permadeath run all the way to the all the way to the almost the end. Pull the panel. Pull the panel the end off. You're gonna need to be a bit more specific. You mean like try pulling the fuel turn-off panel off the wall? There are panels on either side of the cryopods. You just, and you just have to release the nozzle. See, when you're about ready to cut the fuel lines, you take the cryopod and smack it around to make it leak. Then hold the leaky pod so it sprays. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah. So you can, right, I gotcha. Right, so you can use like the cryo to basically put out the fire. I'll probably just keep doing it this way. But yeah, no, I got the idea. Yep, no, I gotcha. Prevents the fire entirely, and you're just giving up the cryo. Which isn't a big deal.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
We're knowing for hardcore? Yeah, no, I agree to that. Oop, I'm glad that...
Don't forget that your equipment durability doesn't take care of itself. If your gear's acting up on you, best practice is to patch it up in the half. Your tools should be working for you, not the other way around.
I'm glad we got the alert on the oxygen before I cut that line. Because once I cut the line, I'm committed. I have to finish it. Or it goes up the thing and explodes. But if my air runs out, you know I die. So if I just was starting that...
Oxygen reserves critical. Lynx recommends avoiding stressful workplace situations while oxygen levels are low.
And so you're not using the grapple beam speed booster? No. I have certainly smashed myself into stuff before plenty with that. It's just not needed. You can't help but trying to cheese all games? Yeah, that's fine. Like, for me, though, one of the things that's kind of the allure to this game is it is just a chill game. Like, even when you're doing some of the dangerous stuff in the game. It's still a very chill game.
Thruster systems breached. Detecting elevated volatility. Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Does that ship have the cryopods? I haven't noticed them. Because I checked for the panels farther up and I didn't see them.
Thruster dangerously unstable. Proceed with caution.
And plus, back in the days, these just didn't have cryopods at all. Those got added later.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
No, it was always the panels covering the connector bar. Yep. All right. I need to get the power turned up on those tethers.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Okay, so I'll take care of all those. Those are connected from the inside. And, oh, let's get our fuel. And I have not checked the pressurization on the ship at all, now I think about it, so we need to go depressurize that ship. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things, like, you can race to get anything. I actually tend to like to get the stuff that makes it so my air and fuel last longer. Just because you can lose a bunch of time going back and forth, you end up buying it, and like the money doesn't matter. It just genuinely doesn't. But it's kind of one of those things that there's really no wrong answer. All of it is just general, like, progress. That's fine.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Yeah, and I've always taken my time. Just the number of times I've seen, like, myself and ours when I've seen them play, just, like, do tether pulls and all that and just smash themselves into the side or whatever. But yeah, there's no wrong way. Okay, so you are all decompressed. And grab their repair kit. Get our posters. Yeah, so all this is decompressed. But it's looking like it might be pressurized out here, unfortunately. Not saying danger when I'm covering it up. I'm also not seeing the actual control for opening that door. Oh yeah, so it's pressurized. There we go. Whole ship decompressed. Get the subfloor out of here. Now you're no longer attached. Something must be in the way. Yeah, you sometimes get weird stuff with the air compression. That's, I haven't beaten the full game in permadeath, but like I said, I got to like 2 or 3 missions from the end. We were getting like right up to doing the finale mission. And I had a case where what happened to me was one of these ones you just like go out into the open part of the ship. And I was like, oh cool, I could just go in here, there's the airlock, the ship's kind of faced like a T, but like the exterior is attached to both halves. So if we're decompressed out here, we're good. And so I meant to turn to hit the atmosphere thing, because if I hit that, that means the entire exterior of the ship would be decompressed and I'd be just good. And I had turned and I barely missed hitting the atmosphere thing and instead hit the airlock and just heard the sound. I was like, cool. Like, we're good, even though they're very different sounds. And then, you know, cut a hole in the side of the ship and you can guess where that went. Immediately chucked against the wall and killed. It was just that one, I hit the wrong button. I just didn't catch it in the moment. One of my other favorite ones is when you have like the really big ships, is where you can sometimes use the decompression deliberately and cut like where the airlock attaches like 2 halves of the ship, and then use the air pressure to just kind of shove the 2 halves away from each other.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
All right.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Or with enough upgrades, tethers on the same piece. You can move amazing weight. Yeah, there's a lot of weird, janky, it's not quite supposed to work that way kind of things you can get yourself into.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
And you got some spare oxygen in here. It's a little early to grab it, but I figure I might as well. Okay, so we already cut that area. Cut this area. I'm assuming it's these other parts on the side here that are holding it all together. Because we got a bunch of these that are all separated now that are showing their independent weight, but they're kind of staying stuck together. I've been deliberately putting this one off because of these things. I don't have a good angle to do them, but you have to cut their attachment points there. I actually want to say you can squeeze the fuel tanks out of here to kind of disarm them.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
I usually tend not to do that. Usually I just cut them out without it, but in this case, with that angle.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Just be safer to do it this way.
Credit transferred.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's a lot of times you can do the slash mode with. So what Cannon's talking about is sci-fi lineup, and I've done it a few times during the stream array. I can just go like that, and it's just out. I usually end up avoiding that because there's so many things. Like when I'm doing the javelins with all of the gas tanks, you have to be so careful with that thing. It's so easy to be like, well, I got a little bit more than I bargained for. Boom.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Okay. Just keep hacking chunks off of this.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Object processed. Transferring credit.
Okay. Did they ever do ShipBreaker 2 real physics? You're still starting over at step 1. So, for those who haven't heard, the devs behind ShipBreaker did get the full rights to like the entire lore IP, that kind of thing recently. We're talking this last year. And they basically did announce that they're working on 3 projects. And the only thing we know is one project is going to be what's effectively a sequel, whatever. It's gonna be something that is basically along the lines of a new ShipBreaker. The other 2 projects we don't know. They are doing something and they have not said what. No, that's not. Abort! 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 Abort!
Deposit not accepted.
Ah, it's too slow. I don't think it was that much money. Well, that's something we've talked about a couple of times, is for like, not the one that's effectively the sequel to ShipBreaker, but the other projects in the same universe. Having one where you're just like the ruthless company, you are like effectively a Lynx company. Like whether you do like the whole dystopian thing or whatever, I could see allowing it to go a bunch of different ways.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
You've seen the story a dozen times. Right. I would say though, very likely you are the outlier. By all means, I think it should be good to have a skip button or whatever. But I don't anticipate there's a lot of people who've like played through the whole game like a dozen times or whatever. It's a great game. But like at least for me, I have actually played through it a couple times. Realistically, I probably wouldn't have because if it wasn't for stream. Like I love the game and all that. But you know, I'd probably just go off and play something else. But you know, every once in a while it's like, alright, what are we doing on stream? And we'll toss up a couple ideas. And I'm always down for more ShipBreaker.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Consoles don't get mods? Yeah. That's always one of those things that comes up quite a bit, is like, usually it's like we'll be talking something like Farm Sim and people be like, oh, you know, can I get this on PlayStation? Like, man, I have no idea. And we're talking like mods. The game itself is on PlayStation. I was like, man, I have no idea. Like, broadly speaking, when you're talking consoles and modding, usually the experience is just not very great. A lot of games when you get to the console versions, they either have highly limited number of mods or just straight up no mods. It's definitely a very pro-con kind of things. That you know, the advantage of consoles, generally speaking, is you boot up your console, you say I want to play this game, and it just works. Which is a really, really good pro. You know, Windows isn't trying to update, your video card's not trying to update. You know, yeah, the game might have an update or something like that, but just the broad number of things that will disrupt you from playing are far fewer. But then on the other end of things, like, your options for, like, you know, free open source or games or whatever are a lot more limited. Your indie game options are a lot more limited. Your modding stuff is a lot more limited. Usually a lot of the settings are a lot more limited. There's usually far less configurability, so there's definitely a lot of negatives that go with that too.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Warning. Oxygen reserves are low.
Let's go get our oxygen. Oh yeah, no, that's another thing. And for the record, while I'm saying this, I tend to be someone who very rarely mods my stuff, and usually not that much. But see, other than that, we tend to get most of the mods that are allowed on that aren't allowed the map sizes you are in Farm Sim 22 PC. Yeah. But my comment wasn't specifically meant for Farm Sim. It's just broadly speaking.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
When it comes to stuff like modding games, consoles always had it rougher. There's usually a lot of limitations you run into there. There are definitely games that do well by it as well, just to be clear. It's not all bad news.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred. $8,048. There you are. Does that help that, like, most of the file access tools on consoles get removed or changed or broken? Yeah. And you can sympathize a little bit with the different, like, like the different console manufacturers and all that, with that kind of stuff, where it's like, okay, on one hand, it sucks that they do that. On the other hand, when they leave that stuff open, they end up getting all these trouble support tickets being like, my console doesn't work. They're like, you know, they're trying to troubleshoot, figure it out, and then they realize, you know, someone got into the file system and just screwed up a bunch of stuff. It definitely makes it way harder to support. So I don't envy that thing, because, like, there's an expectation when you have your own computer and all that. You're kind of on your own. Like, just with the whole unit. But with, like, PlayStation console and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, and licensing's more enforced as well. Yep. Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Anybody in programming school will tell you his wife once needed more hard drive space, so she deleted a useless folder. The DLL folder she never once used after that. That happens. There's a reason why these days, like, with Windows, you want to delete half that stuff. It's like you need to have elevated permissions and all that kind of stuff. So they do a bunch of stuff there. And even with some of those system folders nowadays, even if you delete it, they're like set up to be in a recovery area where they can bring it back. Because they just assume people are going to make, you know, really dumb mistakes or get talked into, like, deleting System 32 and all that stuff.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
Yeah, no one gave you much space, but at the same time, I wouldn't be like, oh no, that didn't happen. It's like, nah, I have 100% seen the kind of person who's like, oh, my computer says I'm low on space, and they just start deleting stuff, like, not necessarily knowing what it is, not really worrying about, like, how big it is. It's just, I'm not using it, get rid of it. Which isn't even the worst approach, like, hey, I'm not using it, get rid of it. But you do kind of need to make sure you know what it is you're deleting. There's definitely that gap between you have someone who's like, they know they don't know. And you don't have to worry about that user. They know they don't know, they're not going to touch stuff. Then you have the person who they know enough. They know enough to be dangerous and get themselves in trouble, but they don't know enough to get themselves back out of trouble when it happens. You deal with that with factory mods, get occasional bug report of something like breaking in 20 minutes till they admit they modified the code and broke a bunch of cached stuff. That would be infuriating. I would definitely be in the, hey, you know what? You're not allowed to file bug reports anymore. Because you were just wasting everybody's time. Like, I don't envy people who work, like, the game dev side of things, like the support end of it. And they'll be, like, all mad saying, like, hey, your game's not working. And you'll be like, oh, man, this person's found this really bad bug. I don't see how it's happening, and you're digging into it and all that. And eventually you figure out they just grab some mod that doesn't work.
Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid.
And it's not the support thing. We have that all the time on the channel where someone will be like, hey man, I'm having this problem. Like, have you had like whatever? And it's like, no. Are you running any mods? And you're like, no, I'm running mod free. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, no, I don't know. That's really weird. And then like an hour or two later, like, okay, well I fixed it. So there's this mod I was running, and you're like, you said you weren't running any mods. Because that's usually the first thing, is your game is doing something weird and others are not getting that same behavior. What mods do you have loaded? Is like always the first go-to. And like 9 out of 10 times there'll be some mod that is, out of date, or has a conflict with another mod or whatever. With the Factorio official devs, anytime there's a crash report that has cheat engine in it, it's automatically garbaged. Yeah, no, I would absolutely go that.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
But it doesn't change anything, then why are you using it? Oh yeah, no, we've had that discussion a number of times. Because generally speaking, it's not that I straight up don't mod, but I mod very lightly. I have a tendency to be like, not even vanilla plus, because like a lot of the expanded mods, even those will tend not to grab. Usually I'll grab a couple of quality life mods, and that's about it, with the occasional exception like if I'm doing some kind of challenge run and something that requires a mod. And even then I gotta be really into the game and looking for something new. That like I've kind of tapped out what's there without getting into mods before I start messing with that stuff.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
I'm gonna have to get oxygen. Somebody get away with it.
Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
This is one of the very short list of games that you've actually completed. Yeah. The changes it makes aren't have to be nothing to do with the issues I'm experiencing. Well, yeah, well that's the other thing, like, some games are pretty good about the mods and what they do, and some games are pretty bad. Like, Farm Sim 25 and 22, I will say one thing I'll give credit for the people who make the mods there. I have yet to run into a mod in that game that does more than what's advertised on the tin. If it's like, hey man, I add this plow, I can have a fairly high level of confidence that the one and only thing it's going to do is add that plow. If it says, hey man, I increase the interest rate on loans, there's a very high confidence it's just the only one and only thing it's going to do is increase the loans. And then you've got games like Kenshi. I love Kenshi. But holy crap, does every other mod that do like a dozen undocumented things. Where you're like, what does this mod do? I make a sword that honks like a duck when you hit stuff. And then you go in the game and it's like completely reworked one of the factions. They're like, that is not what your thing said it was going to do. I don't use very many mods for Farm Sim that aren't on the hub. It's not none. Like, for example, I don't know if it's on the hub now, but they've got autoloader for Farm Sim. And that wasn't on the official hub. I actually don't know if it is on the official hub yet. But that wasn't on the official hub for a long time for Farm Sim 25. And that was one that's like, no, really, when you get to like mid to late game and you got like a dozen production lines going on, like hell am I loading that many pallets. Any news on Kenshi 2? There's like nothing, they had a while ago, they did like some more, here's some screenshots. But that's all we've heard in forever. Oh, that cage is actually worth a little bit. But that's all we heard in like a super duper long time. I'm gonna be honest, while I do hope it comes out, I honestly don't have high hopes. Like, and I really do hope it ends up coming out and being excellent and all that. But for as long as that thing's been cooking, and then they're talking about, like, changing engine stuff and all that, I'm like, man, this really feels like it's in dev hell. Because how long has that supposedly been baking? How many years now? Are we up to 8 or 9 now? I might be just grossly overestimating how long it's been in that process. And we're still just getting, like, the occasional screenshot that very genuinely could just be Kenshi wanted the texture pack. Like, no gameplay. But you're still attached somewhere. Where are you still attached? Ah, there you go. Hey, Icomac. Thank you for the 185 stream streak. I do appreciate that. And a Hamsfury. Yep, we're just having some chill Hardspace ShipBreaker time.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
Yeah, so these ones, if you're ever trying to find a place to get in, I'll just give you an example. You can go to this. And then this just pulls out. And then you have a whole wide open area there. You usually don't need that till later in the game. But there's a lot of times with that kind of thing, you'll have like, you know, the coolant line for the reactor or whatever will go through a wall and you can just kind of pop open one of those walls. So as the whole thing's melting down, you can just yoink something out the side of the room. Or you'll have a room like just full of cargo stuff. And rather than spending the time little by little moving it all down the hallway, you just pop a hole in the wall and just start hucking everything up the side of the ship.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Anything else we care about here? Honestly, that wasn't worth my time. It's 4,000 bucks. The hair more valuable than a light bulb. Man, like, this little thing that the reactor mounts in, it's worth 26,000.
Credits awarded.
That's still not worth my time. At this point, just chuck it all in the fire. It's just baseline. I was trying to just wanting to do kind of something spacey today. So I put up a poll at the beginning of stream where we had, it wasn't all space games, but it was mostly stuff that was either like space or whatever. So we had like Star Trucker and a bunch of them on there. We had a couple that weren't, like we had Farm Sim on there just, you know, if people weren't feeling the space vibe. Doing it for like May the 4th since, you know, Star Wars Day and all that. And like I had looked at the games, I own a lot of Star Wars games, but it's unfortunately kind of one of those issues you run into that with Star Wars games when it comes to streaming is dang near every track in the Star Wars games will just blow up copyright claims and DMCA. So you end up needing to turn the music off to stream it, otherwise your VOD gets muted and you get, you know, DMCA struck on YouTube. Well, you get demonetized. Hopefully you're not doing that. So it's definitely just one of those things where like, okay, you can play this, but like you just need to delete your VOD and call it a day, which isn't the end of the world. And so it's like, you know what? Whatever. Because also like, alright, so you hit rank 9. It's also one of those things that like, a lot of the more modern Star Wars games have like these big narrative stories and all that, which are great. But for hopping in and doing a stream or two and then hopping out, not so good. Like, it leaves me as a player very unsatisfied to start a story and then bail on it. And so, yeah.
Hello, ShipBreaker. You have 1 incoming transmission waiting.
Hey, newbie. Hey. Just having a couple cold ones and thought I'd ask you something. You ever heard of karaoke? Karaoke? No? It's singing without words. Well, the original words. Anyway, it's a big thing back home. My daughter wants to be a singer one day. She's good, too. Believe it or not, I can belt out a tune. Hey, you think Lou can rig something up so's we can do karaoke over comms? Clever ideas, that kid. Well, anyways, I'm gonna get some shut-eye. Gotta do it all over again tomorrow. Am I right? Good night, kiddo.
Dee Dee, we're not supposed to be having any type of alcohol. We get our strictly provided rations. Where are you acquiring alcohol? There's strict rules around contraband. It was in your contract, Dee Dee. I read it on stream. Out loud. The whole thing.
Listen up, folks. Let me introduce you to Hal Rhodes.
No need for introductions, Weaver. I know who you all are. Let's just get right into it. I know you don't love a middle manager like me coming in, making life hard. Yeah, I get it. See, I'm from people like you. Used to work the links yards around Ceres. Not shipbreaking, of course. Processing, which honestly is just as tough. Real back-breaking work.
Yep, we know processing can be just
Look,
as tough.
this is real simple. I hit my goals, and I'm out of your hair. But we all gotta pull the rope in the same direction. Get it? Cooperation. Cooperation. You scratch my back, and we'll all be done here in no time. Capisci? Okay then, I'm taking the day to settle in, and we'll see you all tomorrow, bright and early. Okay?
Okay then.
This guy thinks he knows what back-breaking work is.
I'm telling ya. 1 week, tops.
Guy's gonna cooperate with the business end of my grapple.
Okay now. Remember, be on your best behavior. See y'all in the yard.
Hal seems like a perfectly stand-up guy. Definitely someone I would want as my middle manager. Alright.
Please tell me I heard right, Rook. Weaver gave you his old armadillo? Oh, man! That's so lucky. I used to help my old man fix up beaters like that. I hear Weavers might not be in the best shape. Listen, I've got something that'll help get it ready to ride the rails. I'm transferring diagnostic programs to your terminal. Go ahead and boot it up.
Okay.
Hi, don't worry. Dr. Shippy's here to fix your ship right up.
Getting data now. Amazing. Oh, old girl was used for construction at some point. Whoa. Could maybe even be kitted out for salvage running one day. This program will identify what parts you need to fix her up. Don't pay too much attention to Shippy. That thing talks way too much. You can probably find everything you need just kicking around while salvaging. Bits and pieces that Lynx doesn't care much about. Oh, you could also rip parts out of other ship components. And ruin the salvage value, of course. Maybe don't tell Weaver if you're gonna do that. Can't wait to see what you do with this beauty. Good luck, Brooke.
Yep, so there's a whole thing that you get your ship ready, you have all these steps, and they just require parts. And you can just find all the parts without ever damaging anything. But you can, as they said, like, just start trashing everything to get parts and all that. But all that, yeah, no, I have never had a manager quite as bad as that. I've had bad managers once or twice, but not that kind of style. I've also definitely had the heavy corpo speak thing where it's like, we're going to synergize around our objectives. And you're just like, oh my god, please, never speak again. Let's see. Pressurized environment prevents any potential oxygen leak. Yeah, so that'll recharge stuff. It's more fun to break things. You're not worried about that. We'll unlock demo charges at level 11. We can improve a lot of these. Oh, we can improve the fuel efficiency. Other amount. So we want to probably bring the strength up. Get the charged push. And that's our point spent. We're gonna take from you, and you're gonna give us what we will take more. Yeah, no, it's a thing. All right, so we finished that one. So we're still on difficulty 5. We'll start getting some more interesting ships over time. But yeah, so you get an idea that they have similar styles. So you got like the Javelin, you got the Mackerel. These are still considered the same ship as far as the type. You've got Atlas, which is a different one. So like that is considered the same ship as that, is considered the same ship as that. Alright, so this is a cargo Mackerel. We'll go ahead and do that one. Yeah, so it'll also tell you what parts to potentially find on the ship. I kind of found, like, didn't need to destroy much to repair the ships. Like, as I was going through just working my way through the story, I ended up getting up pretty much all the parts.
Morning, folks. Starting the shift clock. Now.
Another day, another dent in the debt. Anyone want to race me?
You don't quit racing, you're gonna get yourself killed for real someday.
This is Hal. Just wondering, how much time is spent chatting, on average, in a day here?
It's just the crew checking in with one another from time to time. No harm in that.
Well, as you know, the Lynx Employee Handbook says that avoiding chatter makes profits fatter.
Talking to each other is good for productivity, actually.
Well, we'll look at the performance reports later and see, I guess.
People are people. Doesn't mean we don't take our work seriously, Rhodes.
Steiner, right? No need to talk back.
Hey now, it's all good, right? Let's everybody just get back to work.
Fine. I'm out of here.
Good, good. You should all focus on your work.
Yep.
Airlock depressurizing.
Alright, so let's depressurize this whole setup. The nice things we've been seeing floating around I could collect.
See if there's any more lying around in there.
Alright. The good news is it's potentially looking like we've already got this whole thing decompressed, because that goes out this way, this goes out to the hull, and that goes out the airlock. So I think the front one, literally I just had to cycle the one thing, and it's all decompressed. Let's get to the back. So this one we now have the fuel lines and all that going into the middle. So I have to be a little bit more careful about cutting fuel lines and that stuff. Okay, so this one's got pressure inside of it.
Airlock pressurizing.
Alright, do you have an atmosphere controller? Yes, you do.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Okay, so after the hull is done that way. So now if I just cycle the airlock,
Airlock depressurizing.
that should be all depressurized. These reactors right there. So you can start cutting all the back out of here so you can get that out the back. Let's see, are you lucky? Usually don't see working atmosphere regulators. It depends on your ship. Keep in mind we did start the new run right today. And generally speaking, the earlier you are in the game, the less problematic the ships tend to be. Versus like when you get way into the late game, yeah, you'll pretty consistently not find working atmospheric regulators and all that kind of stuff. I have had a couple that we've had not working regulators, but we've actually done pretty well. But it's RNG. But the big thing to keep in mind is we're technically... I mean, I'd say we're probably pushing mid-game by now. Rhodes is here. The only major tech we don't have is we're not using the demolition charges or the tier 2 reactors yet. Like, there's more stuff to unlock and be done. But those are kind of the big milestone things that we don't have yet. Like, there's the quote-unquote ghost ships or whatever. Yeah, so I'm just trying to hack apart all the connectors on this back half real fast. Got like the power thing where it cycles around.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Okay.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited. Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Yep, so pretty much the process we had there is we went in. First thing is we just kind of went through is like, alright, let's decompress this, all that. And that one went smoothly. Sometimes there's a little bit more work. Like, you've seen me a couple times where I'll have an area and I'll be like, there's a room I can't decompress, there's no atmosphere thing. And if it's a small room, usually what I'll do is I'll just do the thing where I can hold my hand up and stick myself to a wall. And then I'll just kind of reach off to the side, you know, rotate it, let the room decompress a little bit violently. If it's a big area, that's when things get tricky. Because if you try and decompress a really big room really fast, the whole ship just kind of goes boom. And that can just destroy everything. And so there's a bunch of different tricks you can use with, like, cutting in certain ways to try and relieve the strain and all that. Sometimes you can deliberately have it bleed off slowly. That's kind of where things get a little bit complicated and being like, alright, what should I be doing? Alright. So with that, we got all the really sensitive stuff out of here. So let's grab you out here real quick. So that way if the generator or reactor arcs in any way, you don't get destroyed.
Salvage secured. Applying credit. Valuable object processed. Credits deposited. Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid.
Okay, there is a panel back there. Is there a good... Yeah, so I can cut the floor open here and just yoink things through the floor. So let's go ahead and do that. It'll make my life easier. Just go to one of these corners. I usually do a really sharp angle. That way, if I hold it too long, I'm just cutting another piece of metal.
Salvage destroyed. Please avoid damaging valuables. Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Alright.
Warning. Oxygen low. Note that oxygen costs can
Cool.
be reduced.
So we can go ahead and run over here. Pretty good start. We're already about 1.5
Credit applied.
so far as our
Object
value.
accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
And that's with a big chunk of that value being in the middle of the ship. That middle of the ship has some big fuel tanks, has a bunch of cargo things. That'll be relatively good money there. The reactor is usually the most expensive thing on any ship. Computers are relatively good.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Alright. You got these cargo containers we can rip off. The fuel ends up being a whole interesting thing. This one won't be too bad for the fuel, I don't think, though.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
That's a big reason why I wanted to cut the floor out.
Credit
Is now instead of weaving all of that stuff through there, I just kind of whip it down there.
salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Okay.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
We got some computers and some batteries still in here.
Account credit applied. Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Alright. And another trick you can use with stuff like this, instead of doing what I'm doing right now, I could also choose to go to like one of the two ends and then cut the panel out like I did to the side here. And I've definitely gone through with that, detached everything from the walls and just kind of left it floating in there. And then just grabbed the entire room as like one piece and just pulled it straight away. So like say for this one I detached it from this side. So I'd, cut along that area there. Then what I'd do is I'd tether this wall and you kind of slide the whole thing out, and there's all that loose stuff you're going to put down here anyways, and you just start slapping it with the whole, you know, kicking things away from you. That could be a very useful strategy. Yes, like in this one, it'd be, I would cut along that, I believe. So I'd hit that, the one down there, the one over there, and the one over there, and the whole thing would pop out. Alright. So, if I'm not mistaken, there should be a shutoff over here. There you are. And then this is always the stressful part with these, is that's a fuel tank. A lot of money in there. But it is attached in there. So I do need to cut stuff to free it. And I believe the most dangerous thing is that connector and that connector need to be cut. So you be very careful. And now it should be free. The catch is, it doesn't fit out. Not yet. So we don't want to cut anywhere near that fuel tank. It's got more mercy than I'm giving it. You can get quite a bit closer, but I am approaching it with paranoia because I have exploded a few of these. Because sometimes you'll rush and you'll try and cut it while you're moving. You know, just like twist your mouse wrong, and then suddenly instead of being way far away, you just cross right over it. Okay, so I believe if I cut this now, the reactor death clip as well as ones. Oh yeah, where I just forgot how, because there was the stable detachment and the unstable one, I couldn't remember which was which and how it worked. And just straight up just hit the fuel line and just, that was that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So very slowly go and slide you out. Because we cut it apart enough that it could, like you'll see this back part is kind of turned. You should be able to yoink that out of here. And then with that, I got a clear way to get this fuel tank out of here. I just need to get away from that cage so it didn't get snagged. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. It's going wider than I want to, so we're just going to go into the furnace and explode.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Alright. A bunch of random plates. If you didn't know, you'd think it was only worth 27,000 because of the clamp. Oh yeah, you see the clamp and you're like, oh man, that's not worth anything. Yup. Now I can pull the engines off. Get those on the barge. And that was the most dangerous part of that ship, was that fuel tank.
Warning. Oxygen reserves are low.
Because like I mentioned earlier, like, it's a volatile fuel tank. If you hit too close to it, it explodes. And you just have you have to cut nearby it. There's not another way to get it out. Alright, but the good news is, we got that, we can tear apart the rest. Considering we already pulled the reactor, well, I mean, okay, well, we got the 4 engines, that'll be a ton of the money. There's a bunch of computers and stuff in the front, that'll be a bunch more.
Please contact your plan administrator to add asphyxiation coverage.
Oh, I can add asphyxiation coverage to my insurance? Yeah, I definitely want that. Okay. So finish cutting this off. And once this is cut off, we pull off the 4 engines and shove them on the barge. And there you go. That's the 2 engines. Right, I couldn't remember if the fuel lines are processed or not. We'll grab you.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Salvage goal cleared. Rewards allocated.
That'll be fine. Give you a little up tap there. Same for you. Okay, there, that's the engines all in there.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Let's get the cargo containers out of here. That'll do.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Declamp that from there. Was that all of it? You might be free.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Okay. So let's get in this cockpit. A lot of times underneath the cockpit you can find junk for your ship. Down in this little area. Let's pop off the front window. Take the wall off here in just a second.
registered. Account credited.
There we go. Yeah, so like I said, usually you want to take a peek down here. That quite often I'll find stuff down in that area. Not this time, though. At least not that I'm seeing.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Alright.
Salvage secured. Applying credit. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
So I got those all detached. Already grabbed the goodies off of you. Got you over there.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Alright. The window goes over there. Okay, so I got the cockpit ripped off now. Yeah, so it should just be going in here now and cutting apart the supports in this and getting all the computers out of here. And all support should be in here. Okay. We do have a capacitor down there to be collected. All right. Okay, so we just have to worry about, you can overheat your cutting tool, and if you do, you take damage because it catches fire or whatever. I believe it also lowers the durability of the cutting tool way faster. And so as the cutting tool gets damaged from just wear and tear...
Thank you White Jager for subscribing for 17 months.
And thank you White Jaguar for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to emotes. You only get one of those Prime subs a month and you used it here. And it means a heck of a lot that you do that, so thank you so much for that. Alright. There's a lot of airlocks and supports in this thing. Any spicy components yet? When you're saying spicy components, are you just saying, like, dangerous stuff? I mean, we did the really big fuel canister in the middle of the Javelin. It's not super spicy, but it's definitely one of the ones that's gotten me in trouble more than others. Because just, you have to cut right next to a fuel tank, and there's no other way about it. Alright, White Jagger, you have a good one. Again, thank you for the support, thank you for hanging out, all that good stuff. You get that sleep, man. We've also done, like, the spicy engines where it's, like, cut off the back, have all, like, the, we can race the fire to the shut-off valve that. We've done a couple of those, a good, like, 6 or 7 of them. Actually, more than that. Maybe 10 of them? Yeah, no, it did get burned at one point, cutting the, cutting a way where a fuel connection was. That I think what happened was I hit the panel behind the fuel canister, and that where it does like the little ricochet thing. I caught the fuel canister, what I think happened.
oxygen low. Note that oxygen costs can be reduced through good breathing practices.
Just part of the job? Yep. Alright. So I gotta get our air, and everything's cut apart there. Now it's just pulling everything and sorting it. It's all cut apart. We just got cleanup to do.
Welcome to Metatron 9000.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Nothing on there I care about. Yep, I didn't think there was. And there's the capacitor.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Meanwhile, we got bits of stuff we want. There's a circuit. There's a rod.
Accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Okay.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded. Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Okay. And just sorting out all the rubbish.
Valuable object accepted for processing. Salvage goal obtained. Additional rewards assigned.
So the big pieces of processed material we chuck over there. To the sides, let that sort itself out. We don't care about you, we'll get you out of the way.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Because the ladders aren't worth anything. It's 200 bucks. Which, when her debt is billions of dollars, is literally irrelevant.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
It's not arranged, I keep messing up because of it.
Processing valuable deposit.
Come on, get around that corner. That's fine. Okay, so let's see here. Got a random panel.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Okay. Are you not in there? There.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
There's another piece here I'm missing.
Object processed. Transferring credits. Salvage
Okay.
deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
You wanna know something? How upset they get if you throw the fuel tank in there? They'll just be like, "Don't do that." You know, valuable salvage destroyed. I think the only one that they get like really special lines, I want to say when you blow up a reactor, they'll make comments around it.
Salvage secured. Applying credit. Salvage deposited. Applying
Okay.
credit to account.
And charge you for it? Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure when you blow up the reactor, no matter how you destroy it, I'm pretty sure they consider it that you've died. And you get, like, your new you that they charge you a fortune for.
Salvage registered. Transferring credit.
Alright.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credit
There's a power cell.
Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned.
Okay, is there anything else? Yes, there's a bunch of these panels in here still.
Salvage secured.
And those have some decent value. Okay, and I'm pretty sure that is all done.
Account credited.
I see, so those are all there, they just ain't gotten pulled in there. Alright, so I got a jumble of different parts here. So the cage we want to pull into that.
Applying credit.
Which is going to be a bit on the heavy side, so it's going to take a little bit on the tethers. I'll probably drag a bunch of those fuel lines with it, but I'll probably end up having them fall off and go and clean that up. Yeah, no, that's the idea, is when you blow the reactor, the idea is like the whole yard is kind of jacked.
Deposit accepted for processing. Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
Okay. There's those fuel lines. Grab this one.
All salvage goals have been met. Rewards maximized. Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Alright, it was just that the big cage around the fuel tank was the last of the main money. The fuel lines and all that are fine. I will chuck you in here real quick. And that'll be all of it. Alright.
Raw material deposited.
Yeah, doors are only 2,000 credits. Again, basically worthless. But I hope everyone's been enjoying the stream so far. Like, if you're not already following, and you're enjoying the content, that is kind of how this whole streaming thing works, is you go, hey, I like this content. Follow. And then you, in theory, come back in the future. Or you don't, and then you don't do that. Yeah, no, Hardspace ShipBreaker is definitely an amazing game. It's one of the few games I played through quite a few times. Let me check one thing. Gotcha. All right.
Level attained. License level increased.
So we're at rank 10. I also usually want to do a playthrough of this. I think it takes 2 or 3 streams for me to actually finish the whole game out. Like, it's not a super long game. It's also not a super short game. Those games you can kind of make more time out of if you want to. You can rush it.
Morning, ShipBreaker.
All depends on what you want to do. Alright, so we got ourselves a new poster. Alright, we are now allowed to do a Class 2 reactor. Which is a more complicated reactor. Cool. We got a bunch of stickers for doing various things.
Good news, Cutter. you've earned clearance to the next hazard level. This means you'll be getting Class 2 reactors now. Gnarly things. We'll start training when you're ready, and I'll walk you through them.
Oh, they're not so bad. You seen one reactor, you seen them all, I think.
This ain't really that simple.
Yeah, I got a tip for you there, newbie. Don't blow it up.
Cutter, like I said, let me know when you're ready to start training.
Don't take too long.
They do their best to make Hal as incredibly unlikable as humanly possible. Like, don't get me wrong, there are some crap managers out there. I have certainly had some. But they definitely are like, what can we do to make Hal even more awful? Like, can we take all of the bad managers you have ever had and instill them in one person? Like, really saturate the worst of management you've ever experienced into, like, one unit, one existence to really just make you hate him. Alright. So I've got the cutting beams, and that's like the cooling down and all that. Now I'm probably going to be spending most of my stuff on tethers. Or not tethers specifically. On the grappling gun, including tethers. So I'll be worrying about grabbing stuff like strength, and then the kickback stuff and range. Because this is the tool you probably use more than anything else, is you cut a bunch of the different stuff, and then it's whipping it around with the thrust, or with the grapple. Alright. That's not what I wanted to do. Alright. Okay, so they make you do training. Claiming a new ship will clear your salvage, don't care. Like, normally if you're doing your, like, actual timed shifts, you get, like, that weird thing. Sometimes we got, like, most of the ship done, but maybe not all of it. And you gotta decide, do you want to go back and start a new one?
Alright, Cutter. Time to extract your first Class 2 reactor. This one's not quite as simple.
Just pull it and barge it, right? Pretty straightforward.
Well, I'm sure head office would rather the reactor was in one piece. Pulling this beast without proper prep is a sure way to print yourself a receipt for a new spare.
Sure, prep. When you're on the clock, don't forget.
As I was saying, like any reactor, it'll melt down as soon as it's disconnected from its housing. And these Class 2s will melt down mighty quick unless you do two things first. First, release the connection to the thrusters. Second, remove the coolant from the ship's Environmental Control Unit, or ECU.
Or just cut a hole, pull it, and barge it.
Just make sure you clear an extraction route before doing anything, Cutter. Soon as you release the thrusters and mess with the ECU coolant, that reactor will enter a controlled meltdown. Oh, and if you're having trouble finding everything, try using the systems mode of your scanner.
Okay. There we are. So I'm just grabbing a bunch of junk off the outside of the ship before we start popping in here and decompressing everything.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Just bang my head in the ceiling, it's fine. Okay.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
So let's go make sure everything's decompressed real fast. Okay, so that appears to be pressurized out there.
pressure level increasing.
Okay, so that's an airlock. That's out to the rest of the ship. And unfortunately, you don't get an atmosphere thing out here. Now, there are different ways to deal with this. If everything goes well, you can deliberately try and keep it so that these two areas will be connected. So that way when you use this, it's fine. Yeah, it's going to be a problem, isn't it?
Air pressure level decreasing. Airlock depressurizing. Airlock depressurizing. Airlock depressurizing.
Let's see if I remember how to do this right, or I just make this thing into a ticking time bomb.
Air pressure
Okay.
level increasing.
So, what we can potentially do is that is depressurized, or this is pressurized out here. But what I can potentially do is I might be able to potentially make it so this atmosphere thing will also help with this room. We don't want to compromise the airlocks. But I believe if I go here and I cut one of these panels away, that no longer can be separated. Is there anything coming up soon with RimWorld that you know of, or do you have any plans of that yet? We don't have anything new with that. Alright, so that did not work the way I expected. So I cut that, and now it's not working. I was trying to remember how that worked.
Airlock pressurizing.
This is going to be really messy.
Airlock pressurizing.
I like that it bothered to close that door. Okay, so the whole thing is pressurized. And I do not have a safe means of depressurizing it now. Alright.
Airlock depressurizing.
So if we're lucky, I might be able to do a cut to let it gradually depressurize. The problem is all of this. We gotta find. Oh, you might be my way of doing this. All right, chat. There's a very good chance it's about to explode. My hope here is that we cut this. We back off. Yeah, I mean, I've mentioned there's a chance they might have a DLC coming up. They haven't, for the record, I haven't told it, like, I haven't heard anything, you know. It's not like it being like, oh no, maybe there's a DLC, but like, I don't honestly know. I mean, I haven't heard anything. But we're in that time frame that if they're gonna do a DLC, it would probably be soon. So I had actually intended for that to allow me to bleed off a bunch of atmosphere, but that didn't quite work that way. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. They could very easily do like a late summer DLC. There might not be a DLC. There could be a sequel. We have no idea. Like, I haven't heard anything one way or the other yet. And usually, to be clear, like, for someone like me, we don't tend to get any real advance notice. Not from RimWorld, that is. RimWorld tends to be one of those games that they'll be like, by the way, you know, here's, you know, the next DLC. It's going to be coming out in like a week. Okay, it's out.
Credits transferred.
It feels like Odyssey's recent? Yeah. Is it just me, or have game releases this year been constant? Oh no, it absolutely has been. I've actually... Complain might not be the right word. Again, frustration's not the right word either, because, you know, it's a good problem to have. But from, like, the... You know, you wanting to play the game / content creator side of things, normally what happens is we have a ramp up till around mid-November, it ramps up to like around mid-November, and that's kind of your peak. And it goes down a little bit leading into like Christmas itself, but kind of the moment you get to around Christmas, basically releases utterly fall off. Absolutely, utterly fall off to near non-existence. No, I wouldn't agree it being an AI thing, Blade. Because if you look at it, a lot of the games releasing are not AI driven. Like, there's plenty of those games releasing, but nobody cares because all the AI drivel is just garbage. Like, we're getting tons of those, but the vast majority of the games coming out haven't been a bunch of AIs. There's definitely stuff with AI coming out, but the stuff people seem to be excited for, like Slay the Spire 2, all that kind of stuff, has not been AI stuff. I think it's just, with the past, it was everyone would release them right around November, and that was just the release time. And I think people started to wise up that everyone trying to release at the same time was just everyone competing and not really getting much from it. I don't know how I'm dealing with that. Because it'll have to probably be from the inside, which is asking to die. Because, like, basically I botched it when I, cut that panel to the door, thinking I could keep using the atmosphere regulator, but when it broke, that kind of made that into a bomb. But yeah, no, it's just been a thing that the releases have just not stopped since, like, November. Like, it's just not abated at all. Because, like, normally you get to January and February and everyone's playing whatever game is, like, kind of their channel classic, because nothing is coming out. So you can go and circle back to the games you missed, all that kind of stuff. But with the releases and updates and all that just being non-stop, like, I wonder how that even goes, because normally you use that time to circle around to the games you miss and all that, and if they're just going to keep releasing like this, there's no circling back. Like, there's no time. There's just new stuff keep coming.
Credit applied.
That's gonna be a potentially dangerous one, so let's go here.
Airlock depressurizing. Air pressure level decreasing.
Okay. So this side's fine. Alright, so this side we've got depressurized. So let's work on this side first. How's my air? Oh, right, it's training. I forgot that I liked to... That was one of the things. When they do the training missions, they disable stuff like your air and all that. So it used to be a strategy that if you wanted to have the convenience, you would just not even worry about the actual objectives and just work on the whole ship and then do the thing at last. You predict that we'll see a death of variety with a variety streamer and get more people with be genre streamers? Well, I wouldn't say a genre streamer is still a variety streamer. I don't think I agree with that. That, like, you'll have the death of the variety streamer. In a lot of ways, the variety streamer is one of the things that helps make this navigatable because of the frequency of stuff coming out. You know, it's impossible to keep up. Like, from like, a person trying to decide what game to play. So a lot of the variety streamers who are getting these individual games and all that, being able to check out a bunch, you still can check out a whole bunch. And that can help you go, oh, I like the look of that one. You know, I like more of that. Alright, Ken Buckley, you have a good one. Like, if anything, I think variety streamers will be more important in that scenario. Alright, so let's go out here and start cutting panels away. That said, I think it's going to be tough being a variety streamer, just in the sense of you're not going to be able to play everything, so you gotta kind of pick your battles on it. I mean, there's going to be so many people will have to specialize in 1 or 2 genres instead of playing variety. Again, I don't necessarily agree. I don't think the faster release cycle changes that side of things much, really. Because it would be something if, like, because of the number of game releases, people started changing their playing habits, and as players started cutting down to fewer varieties, that would be a death knell for, like, the variety streamer. But I don't imagine just because more varieties coming, like, more games are coming out, suddenly everyone's gonna be like, you know what? There's no time. I'm just gonna switch all of my gaming habits down to just one genre. Like, you do have people who are like, they play simulation, that's just what they do. That already exists. We're doing an explosive charge only run? I don't think you can do an explosive charge only run. I think the game, fundamentally, you can't do that. Because, like, ultimately, what happens with game releases isn't the thing that's going to dictate what does and doesn't really work on streaming broadly. It's going to be viewer and gamer behavior. As long as you have the same persons playing The Sims, that's the same person that's playing Space Engineers, that's the same person that's playing RimWorld kind of things, you're going to have a place for variety. It'd only be the case is if just to, like, some type of too many games fatigue, that suddenly people who are, like, into RimWorld only play, like, RimWorld Dwarf Fortress and, like, going medieval, and then stop playing other games entirely, or primarily, or whatever. And this might be entirely me, just from my own perspective, I just don't see that happening. For me personally, I'd get bored to tears from a, like, not in the content creator, the gamer side of things, playing just 1 or 2 genres.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
I do think there's going to be a lot of additional stress for variety content creators, because again, so much is coming out and going, okay, what game do I think is going to be the games that people are actually interested in, and what game are ones that, you know, maybe it's good, but people just aren't looking for. Because there's so much of that kind of deals with growth and all that kind of thing, where you need to be to find your audience and yada yada. Like, playing niche games that no one has ever heard of doesn't afford you much opportunity to keep your channel alive and all that. And unfortunately, the reality is, to be able to make content on a regular basis, the economics need to support it. Yeah, exactly. What game are you going to play with so many options? Right, so there's going to be a whole lot of, you know, kind of the winners and losers out of that, where if you play the game that people just don't end up looking for, it could just be tough.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
That'll probably be the easier way to go with it. It's gonna go the other way, but the way it's twisting, it's gonna go easier that way. Okay. Yeah, like, Modulus didn't take off among the Factorio stream. Yeah, I mean, that one's not super surprising. I very much enjoyed the game, but that's a big thing of going, like, when you're looking at, like, games and genres and all that, like, what draws people in so far as viewership. So we're talking not what's a good game, not what's something good for Steam, not what's there, but, like, stuff for content. And when you play a game like Modulus, I really enjoyed Modulus, but without, like, an external threat and all that kind of stuff. It's just kind of someone, you know, solving puzzles at their own pace sort of deal. And again, great game. Like, not bad-mouthing the game itself. Great game. But it is it is a thing from the viewer perspective. There's not a lot the game's doing to keep your attention. Like versus Factorio, there's a lot more depth into a lot of stuff going on there. And then you also have the whole thing with the biters, coming in and causing shape. Yeah, no, exactly as Nighthawk is saying. They're fun games to play, but watching it, not the greatest time. And usually when we get into that discussion, I usually hold out as Stellaris for my example of games that are really, really fun to play, but my god, trying to watch Stellaris and have a good time, the creator who is doing it has to really carry the game, like in such a big way. Like that, the game itself is doing no favors there. Because it is just not entertaining to watch. But yeah, no, and Shapes has the same problem. Like, I'm actually curious if we went and checked Shapes, like, sales and concurrent players on Steam, how it's doing. So, like, ignoring everything related to content, and just check the Steam numbers. Because there's a lot of times you'll have games that people playing can get 0 viewership on Twitch. But then you go and you check the Steam charts, and they're just absolutely killing it. But that's the whole thing. Not every game that's good for stream is good for, like, is a bad game. It does the same. You have games that really aren't very fun to play by yourself or whatever. Like, really not fun to play, but then the Twitch integration kind of stuff carries it as well. You do have it go the other way. It's not as often, though. Just pulling all the panels off of this. But yeah, it's one of the reasons a lot of times, in the Discord I'll do a poll being like, hey, what game do you want to see me play? And I'll give them a list of games or whatever. And after a while I started going, like, very specifically, like, this is stuff you want to see me play, not stuff you think I should play for, like, me. Because people be like, oh, it's a good game, you should play it. But also it's not something I actually want to watch. And it's like, that doesn't help me. Like, I can play whatever games I want on my own time. But, like, if people aren't going to tune in, there's the comment I've made is, like, you vote with your eyeballs. If I play a game and people don't show up, I don't get to play the game anymore. Alright. Okay, we start melting down the reactor.
Great work, Cutter. Handling both the thrusters and ECU, giving you a nice, long, controlled... Well, I'll be. Well done, Cutter. You continue to impress.
Now we just gotta work on improving the time.
All right. We're done with training. We'll leave you be now. Great work today, Cutter. Weaver out.
Alright. According to SteamDB, active player counts right now, Factory 11,000, Satisfactory 10.5, Shapes 2.8k, Modulus 215, Desynced 160, 182, Oddsparks 94. Yeah, and to keep in mind, comparing it against Factorio or Satisfactory, like, by all means, there's going to be games that just outperform other games. That's totally fine. Let's see, Trigger being like, yeah, you have a hard time getting chat to think in terms of games people would want to watch, not just nice games. Like, someone even admitting to voting a game because they felt sorry for it, because they didn't have as many votes as the other option. Oh yeah, no, that's, so, like, when we do the vote for games on the channel, I'll quite often sit there and, like, be very explicit, like, hey, I know there's a whole meme on Twitch about always tying the polls and all that, but like specifically for the game selections, I've gotten out to the point of expressly being like, it's okay if it ties, as long as if it ties because it just happened to ties. But like for the game selection, I actually consider it actively harmful for the channel for people to tie votes. And the reason for that is you might have a game that there's not that many people actually interested in seeing, but now you're voting it up, so it ends up tying and potentially winning. And so now you switch the games, and then like a third of the people leave the stream because no one actually wanted to see the other game, but people wanted to meme. So it is like, and like all sorts of other polls, you know, go tie it up, do your shenanigans. But it's like, that's the one I'm like, yeah, don't vote it. You are actually potentially hurting the channel when you're doing that kind of stuff. And not just this channel, other ones. Like, by all means, the tying meme is a fun meme. But it is like the one thing I'm like, yes, but you are dictating the content that is being played, and it should reflect what you actually want to see. Let's see, to be honest, some of the games you end up just watching and not playing, which may be a bit of a minus for publishers. Like, oh yeah, no, that happens as well. I know a number of people who are down to watch me play Project Zomboid, but just did not enjoy playing it for whatever reason. Like, Project Zomboid was just not a game that they enjoyed, but they loved watching it. Same with RimWorld. I've had a number of people who are like, oh yeah, no, I really don't enjoy playing RimWorld, but they would tune in to watch me play. Like, they love the story. And to be fair, like, I enjoy watching Dwarf Fortress. I enjoy, like, the storytelling that Dwarf Fortress causes and all that. I personally just do not enjoy Dwarf Fortress. And that is absolutely fine, fair, and valid. Especially with games that can be very anxiety-inducing. Like, a lot of those, like, more anxiety-inducing games, I find a lot more people tend to be like, yeah, I watch, not play. Okay, so you're not very expensive there for the coolant line.
Salvage destroyed. Please revisit your training.
Usually there's a panel you can pop off here to yoink stuff. You'd love to do a blind pull option. Yeah, no, that's the thing I have asked the most when it comes to the polling thing is I want to be allowed people to have more than one vote, and I also want to have a blind vote. Like, at the end, show the results, but like while it's going on, you know, don't let people see until the vote's done. All right, and check out Trigle, another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. Been playing some Galactic Air. Low-key, I almost put that on the poll earlier today. I didn't end up doing that, but it's just going for space-themed stuff, and I almost put Galactic Air on there, because we played Galactic Air here not too far back. A couple weeks back. I'm just gonna have to cut into this thing. Space thing is why you did theirs. Yeah. You can't tell so much now, but like I got the whole Sith thing going. Like right now it just makes me look like I'm in a bathrobe, which it's not. It's an actual costume and all that. There we go. That's all processor. That was not how I should have done that. And all of you go into the processor. But yeah, so I was going with that. Was just the space theme for today. I didn't get a chance to catch your cosplay. I was very curious when you were like hanging out, being like, "Yeah, I'm putting on blue body paint to be a to do a Twi'lek in a Star Trek uniform." I was like, "Oh, oh, I see." Yeah, right now you're doing evil villain vibes. Well, I mean, it's the because it's all the black with the Star Wars side of thing. It's very Sith.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Star Wars is very much the like. There's no middle ground in a lot of things. They either wear like Earth colors and white or whatever, and they're the good guys, or they wear nothing but black and they're the bad guys. Like 90% of the time. Or otherwise they'll be bright colors and that. With the exception of stormtroopers, because they just go with the neutrals. But basically the more colors and the less neutrals you have, the more they tend to be the good guys. Nice. You are furnace. Because with that should be out of the way, which means I could pull the fuel canister. And we still have the ticking time bomb over there. That is the thing I can't depressurize safely. So my plan for depressurizing it now is to stand back and cut a hole in it and brace. Because the whole thing is pressurized. There's nothing I can do about it. Nothing safely, at least.
Salvage goal cleared. Rewards allocated.
Okay.
Deposit accepted for processing.
So it's also interesting. So this is the training mission. And I vaguely remember before with the training mission, you didn't have like your oxygen or your fuel or timer or anything until after you finished your objective. But it looks like when we're not on the timed version of this, very, very genuinely, there's like, yeah, you don't have anything. Just take all the time in the world. No air, no anything. It's fine. Which isn't that big a deal. It's one ship for the training mission. Honestly, even then, the timer and the air isn't that big a deal at all. It's just a thing to manage. But so you still haven't signed up for Blue Sky. You've been off social media since you left Twitter. Yeah, I mean, that's always like a personal preference. Like, as content creators, we have a lot of pressure to be involved in social media. There's not super often these days, but every once in a while you'll have, like, when a sponsor shows up, they're like, oh yeah, we want you to do a social media post, you know, the day before whatever you're gonna do your sponsored segment, and then like one when you do it. And it's usually just something like, you know, hey, I'm gonna be like, and they won't usually determine the exact wording or anything like that. Just that being like, hey, I'm gonna be playing, you know, whatever game on this day, and then like the day of, you know, like check out whatever the game is. They might have a call to action. The call to action is usually just like, you know, hey, whatever game is out now, wishlisted or whatever. You know, that kind of thing. But yeah, so it's a whole thing that like you kind of have to have social media or you start missing out on a lot of those opportunities. And I've been very open. Like, I try to be very transparent, even though I don't give like exact dollar values or anything like that, because people get weird about that stuff a lot of times. But very genuinely, when we have those sponsorships that are just like, play this game on your channel for like 2 hours. No other extra nonsense, just, you know, play Timberborn on your channel for 2 hours. It's somewhere around 2.5 to 3 of those, if we have that many, becomes more of the revenue for the channel for that month than the entirety of everything on Twitch. Subs, bits, and ads all combined. So, like, when I say they're, like, really, really, really meaningful in supporting the channel, they're huge. But it does mean you gotta play ball with them. And, like, for the record, in the entire time I've been streaming, I've only had one time a sponsor reached out that had anything like, you know, you can't say anything negative about the game, which they were a terrible option anyway, so we didn't take them, because they weren't, the amount they were offering wasn't appropriate and everything. Broadly speaking, most of them will be like, hey, you know, oh, well, there's the oxygen. You've heard many creators say that Twitter ads, or Twitch ads, are absolutely garbage. I disagree. So, if you're talking proportionally for your revenue on Twitch, broadly speaking, Twitch ads running just the minimum, so like just the minimum to disable pre-rolls, no more. So absolute minimum required to get rid of pre-rolls. Usually will end up being anywhere from like 1/4 to half of your revenue. It does vary wildly, depending on like how generous your community is with subs and bits and these kind of things. Like, there's a lot of variance there. But to give you an idea, I run the absolute minimum amount of ads required to disable pre-rolls, because those are just straight up nuke your growth from orbit. And with that, most months, my ad revenue is about half of all of my revenue from Twitch itself. So we're not talking sponsor stuff, we're not talking about like any external anything, just purely from Twitch itself. And so that means, and like to give you an idea, subs are usually around 1/3, and then bits and like ancillary stuff is the rest. All right, so now's where we're in the danger zone. That it is still pressurized. At 20 viewers, ad revenue is not is worth a sub. Yeah, well that's the thing. When you're smaller, it's still proportionally the same amount. Honestly, that wasn't bad. All things considered, that was not bad. Did I rip off all the control panels? Please tell me I didn't rip off all the... Okay. For a moment, I thought I ripped all the control panels off of those when I was salvaging stuff.
Airlock depressurizing. Airlock depressurizing.
Alright. But yeah, no, so, to like circle back, the thing is, it's, as I said, a proportion. It's good. The catch for a lot of people like running ads is really terrible, like not worth it, that kind of thing, is if you're someone that, you know, you're averaging like 15 average viewers, you're making on all of Twitch maybe like 20-30 bucks a month, maybe, like because you happen to have some relatively generous viewers, because that means you're saying like 20-30 something subs or whatever. Yeah, your ad revenue is going to be like 10 bucks. And that's not going to feel worth it. But that's because it's still a decent percentage of your overall revenue. It's just the overall revenue is not a very big number. You know, and 30% of almost nothing is still almost nothing. Let's see, wait, did that change recently? There was a change to the way revenue was handled for ads, but it's more than 2.5 years ago. That happened 4 years ago now, maybe? That they did the ad incentive program, whatever that was called. Which is mostly kind of irrelevant now. But it did increase the cut of ad revenue that creators got from what it used to be. Which even before that, it was still running the 3 minutes because I just did a ridiculous number of tests, pre-rolls to mid-rolls. And for me personally, doing that, out of the, I think it was 17 times I tested it, all 17 times I had a higher viewership with mid-rolls. And it's just because, like I said, there's a very, very strong chilling effect with pre-rolls. Like a very strong chilling effect with pre-rolls. Even though mid-rolls is objectively more ads. The way I usually describe it, and I've given this analogy very recently, is imagine you go to a restaurant, and you've got restaurant A. You walk up, and at the front door, before you have any idea what's on the menu, or have seen any of food or anything like that, there's a guy standing at the door who says, $5. And you're not allowed to see at all what's on the menu. You can't go inside, get an idea of what you're getting into. Just literally nothing. You gotta pay $5. And then you got the second restaurant. And you walk in, they sit you down, they hand you the menu. You're allowed to have an appetizer for free. And then after you've been there for some period of time, it might be 15 minutes, it might be 40 minutes, somewhere in that ballpark. Then they walk up and go, okay, it's $25. And then, you know, the longer you sit there, they keep coming back and asking you for more money. Now, between the two of them, obviously, logically, the second one's more expensive. Like, there's no like any math whatsoever you're gonna come out with that's more expensive. I mean, unless you show up, you eat the appetizer, and you leave, which you can do. That is valid. But the reality is, from just human behavior and all that, the idea of paying for something and having no idea what you're getting, if you're going to want it, how it is, or anything like that, you are more likely to go to the one that you at least get to sit down, sample it, get the menu, and then pay, over the one where you're going to pay $5 but you have no idea what you're getting. Let's see. Oh, you don't doubt that. You have instinctively clicked away every single time a stream got slapped with pre-roll. Oh yeah, because you're basically paying the ad tax before you know if what you want, like if you're getting something you're willing to pay the ad tax for. Like, I am absolutely willing to sit, and for the record, I don't sit through ads because I got Twitch Turbo, because broadly speaking, if you're going to be on the platform and watching more than like 2 channels, just, if you can afford it, get Twitch Turbo. It still supports us creators, and yeah, technically subbing is better support for us individually. I'd rather people be here and having a good time, than getting a little extra money out of them, that kind of thing. But like, very, very genuinely, do yourself a favor, get the Twitch Turbo. It's worth it. Yeah, well, technically yes, but ad inventory in your region is so barren you don't often see ads for weeks. And then when you do, it's when Twitch gets particularly annoying and putting the 3 minutes, this is an ad block, yeah. Right, yeah, it's around like, once you pass 2 subs per channels, you might as well get Twitch Turbo. And again, it does support content creators, like very genuinely, it does support content creators for you to have Turbo. Subbing to the channel is better support for us, but like, Turbo ain't bad. Effectively with Turbo, we get paid as if you saw the ads that you don't see. It's not exactly that, but it's, it's close enough for government work. I'll let that settle down before I try and cut that. And then plus also, anyone who's trying to like min-max their revenue and all that is probably a content creator you're not going to want to be around. Like, it's one thing to like min-max revenue and the idea of like, okay, what can I do to create additional value for my viewers? That's good. Keep doing that. But like, someone who's like, okay, what can I do to get the most revenue out of ads? They're gonna do some stuff that is going to be really awful.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid.
Yeah, I don't care about separating out the one panel. Ooh, actually. Cancel that tether. Is there no connection point in here? I missed a connection point, right? Yeah, there you are. This makes more sense, because then we can grab you and put you into the processor. Put you into the processor. You can go into the furnace. Yeah, Ad Manager lets you be heinous. Oh yeah, well that's the thing. Like if you go to the Twitch subreddit, it's not every day, but you'll very often see someone be like, Twitch is so awful. They run 23 minutes of ads per hour. It is so incredibly unreasonable. And you're like, that's not Twitch, man. That's whoever's channel you turned into. That's your problem. That's your problem right there. Whoever you tuned into just maxed out the ads on their thing. And a lot of times it's not even that. It's a lot of times just people exaggerating. Like half the complaints you see on the Twitch subreddit are just straight up wrong. Like a lot of people endlessly argue that lurkers don't count, even though we've gone through and again and again and again, and it comes up every single year around October about how lurkers don't count, and they do. And every October it comes up, because that's when we start seeing some of that fall dip. And people all panic because number went down. There's just a handful of things you see there all the time. The other one you also see is, how do I grow? Which is a fair question. But, you know, there's like a whole thing on there about like, you know, when you go to ask those questions, hey, like this is what people are going to answer because it's the same question that gets always asked. You know, save yourself the trouble and just read the thing.
Salvage security. Credits deposited. Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
That said, not even the Twitch subreddit. I found Reddit, broadly speaking, is not a useful place to find feedback about things. Because, like, if you go to the Project Zomboid subreddit, people can completely be asinine on there, and complaining about complete nothing things that don't matter constantly forever. And then doing that stupid meme where they take a picture of their screen from down the hallway and be like, how do I survive this? You know, it's a classic kind of troll meme about, like, taking the really bad picture and all that, and it comes up in that one specific subreddit again and again and again. And it's like, oh my god, they've started the meme. This whole subreddit's gonna be unusable for like the next month until they tucker out from the meme. And then a month or two goes by and they start it up again. Let's see, one thing you notice about the Twitch subreddit yesterday is the automod responds when someone complains about ads. It says anything like, over 30 seconds of pre-roll is the creator choosing to deliver you extra ads. And you're a little put out by that. You prefer to explain the 3 minutes? Yeah, I can see that. Because it is actively me making the choice to run the mid-rolls. That's not wrong. It is a decision for me. But that's because pre-rolls suck. Some technical Reddits are not bad, but gaming Reddits are the ones populated by fanboys, not just gaming stuff. Yeah, no, it's, I find the more niche a game is, generally, like, whether it's a subreddit or forums or whatever, generally the better the communities tend to be. The more mainstream stuff gets, you start getting a lot of people who are less caring about, like, the actual game and all that, and just are looking for something to whine about. Not to say that there isn't valid complaints. There absolutely is. Yep. I don't disagree, Ash. Where, like, one person complains and everyone piles on. That's, there is there is a lot of times that I pop on the Twitch subreddit and someone, like, there'll be, like, the endless complaining about ads. I'll be like, no, this is why it is. This is the thing. Here is the actual data we've tested with this. And my friend's like, well, if you listen to people here, they'll tell you that pre-rolls are worse, but they're clearly wrong. And you're like, but they're not. Not to come off as rude, but more mainstream generally means appealing to the lowest common denominator. Not necessarily, but that can be a thing. Yeah, it's probably fine to let it through. Like, in that context, it's probably fine. Something might happen here in a moment, chat. One second.
Listen up, guys. I got something you'll all like.
Oh, are you leaving already?
I went ahead and got you all clearance to use something that'll make you 10 times more efficient. Easy. 20 times. You ready? Demolition charges. Spark free. These'll cut through damn near anything.
Wait. Spark-free demo charges?
That sounds pretty cool, Mr. Rhodes. Thank you.
No way. Not a chance. Damn things aren't new. Hell, I've been vaporized by those stupid things plenty of times.
Curazon, you're
Spark-free. Things spark so much you could put one on a birthday cake.
Curazon. That's it. Come on now, Hal. I'm revoking your privileges for external communications.
You... what?
Yeah. No comms outside the station network. No more calls to Mars. All of you need to understand something. I represent the company, and you show me respect. Got it?
Hal, let's you and I sit down and talk about this.
That's all for now. Best get to work.
Such a lovely guy. Bear with me, because I am slowly cooking alive. So what I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to step away for just a minute, and I'm going to change to a tank top or something, because, well, this has been fun to cosplay in this. It's like 3 layers, and I am just basting. Alright, so give me a moment, I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay. I was just sitting there wearing that whole thing. It's like, dear goodness, I am dying in this thing. I love the costume, but it's definitely one that's, like I said, it's got like, you have a layer of fabric here and a layer of fabric there, and then the belt is like this big wide thing. And it's just like, and sometimes when I've worn it, I've worn an undershirt, so I wasn't showing off quite as much chest and all that. I didn't have that this time. I was just kind of keeping it tucked on it. But instead I was thinking like, that's so hot. All right. So we have to get the demo charge license.
Ah, I see you grabbed the demo charge license. Great choice.
All right, Cutter. Now for some training on how to use...
Just chuck them down and light them up. Should see a big boost in efficiency.
Hey, Cutter. I'm, patching through the operation manual for those things. Be careful, okay?
Alright. Yeah, so that cost me almost all of the stuff, so let's go ahead and start another shift. Yeah. But, like, yeah, you do the training on the first one, the next one's like, nope, no training. Alright, so even though this one is the highest pay one, 20 million. Yeah, so this one, here's what tricks you gotta watch out for. It's like this one, you're like, 20 million, that's good money. That's only 16 million. Clearly I want the one with more money. Money is relatively irrelevant, but if we look at down here on all these point ones, if we go down to this one, they have higher point values. Now granted, because of how big the javelin is, actually has 7 stages to it, which does take the entire point I was about to make and just kick it to the garbage. Never mind. I didn't say anything. I forgot that some of these javelins have like 7 stages because of how big they are. Alright, well, we can go ahead and just go ahead and do this one then. The demo charges let you break stuff that is unbreakable by other means. You can also kill yourself super easy.
Hey, D, you ever remember Iron Hands Romanoff?
Agrafina? You bet I do.
Is that like a Cutter you've worked with?
Well, not exactly. She's more like a legend among shipbreakers.
She was so strong, she could pull panels apart with her bare hands.
That sounds not real.
Well, that may be. But there was an Agrafina Romanoff in the records, so there must be something to it. In fact, there are more Cutter legends out there.
Yeah, I heard of Nanam, the original Burgun. I read she was adamant about never getting a spare. Lost limbs to avoid it.
Yeah, don't blame her, really. I don't even know what spare I'm on.
That's okay, Kato. That's what they're there for, after all.
Okay. So just kind of all this stuff. We'll see if we have to use the explosives or not in this one. Because not all of these require explosives. But there are ones that do require explosives, where you'll see these things with like the big orange spots, but instead of having the regular cut symbol, you'll have like almost like a stop sign, a hexagon. And those ones, if you try and cut them, you'll just get the same thing like when I try and cut... Oh, wait, I can damage that. 1 second. It'll be like this, where it ricochets.
Salvage deposit secured.
The good news is I only grazed it, so it didn't take that damage. Because that's not actually a panel, it's like a sensor of some kind. You don't even know how many times you died in the job. Well, that's kind of one of the things they never really get into. That, like, because, you know, they own the DNA to make clones, and they can make clones for a reason other than, like, just for your benefit. There's always the question mark of, you know, you just kind of spawn up here, that you supposedly have your background, but that could be memory. Like, literally, the real you could have gotten out of their debt a century ago, and this is just, you know, they rebooted your old clone before you got out of the debt and just put you back to work. So, you know, there's the other you out there doing whatever they're doing, and then there's a copy of you. Keep working the grindstone. That's a twist in a movie or two? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Anything they've had where you can do cloning, there's always those kind of twists like that. Alright, let's work on depressurizing this. So, the good news, bad news of this is I've got this small amount of pressurized space here, and the rest of this is not pressurized. The issue I have is I don't have a great way to get in here.
Depressurizing.
Alright, this is gonna be messy. Yeah, that was fine.
Airlock pressurizing. Airlock depressurizing.
Yeah, because now I should be able just to cycle all the airlocks.
Airlock pressurizing.
And then they should open out to the outside world.
Airlock depressurizing.
Yeah, we're unpressurized. Wonder why that one's still being weird. Okay.
Airlock pressurizing. Airlock depressurizing.
Oh. I see. Alright, well we got this part depressurized, so that's step one. Let's go to the back half over here. Depressurize this, and as you can see, this is one of the ones that has a whole lot of fuel on it. Yeah, it's encouraging. Alright. Yeah, and this one is just straight up fully depressurized, no farther effort. Only a first tier reactor. You know, that torn apart. Okay. So work on taking apart this back half. It shouldn't be too hard to do. And then once we get all that taken apart, we can start working on the front half. And there'll be a matter of like slowly seeing where I need to cut to pull off one fuel tank. The outer ones should just have like a bracket you cut. And they come loose. It's just the catch if you have to cut them towards the fuel tank.
Warning. Fuel levels are low. Fuel supplies are available for purchase at the
That's
Master
weird.
Jack.
Alright. There we go. Just need to separate enough to get out. And then I gotta cut all those things free. And all that. But yeah, this one will end up being worth way more than some of the other ones. It's a bigger ship. As you probably noticed, the other Javelins we did, they did have a front and a back half, but this is a very large front and back half now. They do get a little bigger than that. I want to say the very biggest ship, it's kind of a variation on the Mackerel. So kind of a flat, broad ship. But I want to say it's kind of the same length of what you see here, but about 3 times as wide. And as you can imagine, that leaves not a lot of room to maneuver around in here. But it ends up being a thing that you remove the panels, you have to kind of think about what panels you're removing to make sure you have space to get stuff around easy. All right.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
And I get this antenna thing. Alright, Luxor, you take it easy.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
No. Don't. No. I don't care about the antenna going in. I almost threw myself in the furnace. And the furnace works real good on you. Believe me, it processes you nice and good. I don't even know what to do with you. Space is cold. Fun fact, space is actually hot. The thing is, to transfer heat, you need a medium. And space doesn't have a whole lot of matter. So even though most of the matter in space is actually very warm to just plain hot, there's so little of it that you end up not getting much heat on you. But like, that's the whole thing when it comes to like the shuttle and all that. is they really didn't have to worry about warming up the shuttle. They had to worry about cooling it down. Because you'd create all that heat and had nowhere to go.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
I still think my favorite cooling solution for space travel is still the idea of you put a heatsink on the outside of your ship or whatever, or you just have a heatsink. The heatsink collects the heat, and you just jettison the heatsink. So it's just very much, it's the, well, we're going to put all our heat over here, and then we're going to throw it out the side of the spaceship. It is a completely reasonable and effective way of doing things.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Let's see, 3D print regolith heat sinks, and then fling them off the moon base. A+ solution. I mean, I have no idea the heat absorption properties of regolith, but if you could fundamentally do it where the cost of launching the heatsink into space was reasonable. Yeah, no, absolutely, biohazard. But that's the catch. If you've got something where you're going to be like launching, doing your experiment, you're like, well, we're going to produce a bunch of heat at this stage, and then we just need a way to dump it. It's a completely reasonable thing. It's like, well, when that stage is over, we don't care. So let's just get through that stage, dump the heat. But yeah, it doesn't solve long-term problem unless you have a way to manufacture more materials, or sorry, collect more materials in space for more. But that's usually not a thing you worry too much with that. A lot of long-term heating and cooling is usually around chemicals, using different chemical processes that naturally cause a cooling effect. Huh. You are an interesting one to deal with. So I need to turn you.
Applying credits to account.
Go, go, go. Okay, we're fine.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Okay. When it kept turning and I tried to like sneak it around and like, oh, don't you just slap into the wall and go on me. You're only 3,000. You're not that heavy.
Valuable object accepted.
You're definitely tangled on something. There you go. Alright, so we got that one done. Get that shim over there.
Valuable object. Credits awarded. Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
Get that out of here. Okay. Oh, have you not played Hardspace ShipBreaker, Azrael? If you have not played this, this is very high recommend. Very, very high recommend.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Oh no, absolutely, check it out. It's also, it shouldn't be an expensive game nowadays. This is not a new game. It is a very beloved game. But you salvage spaceships, and there's a lot of dangerous things you gotta deal with to not electrocute, explode yourself. Is this the one, there's a couple of clips on my away thing that shows up. Yeah. I usually... So, like... I wouldn't call it puzzle, because I think that says it too much. But you don't go into it and there's like, you need to do this, then this, and this. But it's... You have dangers, and you try and work around them, kind of thing, to get your salvage or whatever. And so, like, sometimes you could sit there and be like, okay, I could figure out this, like, elaborate way of going around to help decompress the ship so I don't have explosive decompression. And other times you can look and be like, if I just cut a big old hole in the side right here, it'll be a little violent, but, you know, not too violent. But yeah, check out Asriel, absolutely fantastic content creator. Does a lot of simulation games, so if you like your simulation games, you can find that over there. Okay, so grab you.
Processing object.
You. Oh, you're not detached. Grab you out of here. Then you go in the furnace.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
And plus, you can see one of the games has like one of the most dystopian representations of any type of business thing ever. It's very, very much the vibe of this game is that you work for kind of, you know, like the company town kind of thing. But you know, sci-fi extreme version of it. All right. Let's start doing the dangerous thing. So these orange containers are fuel containers. So I need to be very careful when I'm cutting these attachment points because they go boom. All right, that's the first one detached, so give it a little bump. And you do weigh 3,000, which is a lot. So get down there. So that's one clear. And these ones aren't the worst to cut, it's just you get relatively close to keep that cutting arc nice and under control. It's that one's the dangerous one, because you end up having to cut like right next to it. But like the temptation is to get farther away to make it safer for you. But then it's more dangerous that you're going to potentially miss. They come from the mods? That's fair.
Warning. Your oxygen reserves are dropping below statistically.
But yeah, to give you an idea, I have to buy my oxygen.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
And I'm renting my tools. My DNA for cloning purposes is the property of the company I work for. Imagine playing this in VR would give you mad motion sickness, probably.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
All right. But yeah, no, it's got a really good game loop where you start where pretty much all you need to do is like cut the ship apart and chuck stuff in the right bins. That goes, well, okay, well now there's fuel containers, so you got to be careful because if you accidentally catch the fuel containers with the cutting beam or get too close with it, you know, You can do the math of how that turns out. From there, it's like, all right, well, here's things that can electrocute you now, so you got to pull them out of the area, but you can't bang them around too much so they electrocute you. Okay, you got the electrocute you things. Now you got the reactors where once you pull them, they become highly unstable, so you got to kind of rush to get them where they need to be. And even then, it's still not one of those things that's like very Arcadian fast. You've got rocket engines that are very, you know, very dangerous. That you have to like fly through like kind of the gauntlet to get to your side. Alright, so all those should be clear. We go to this side and we go bump. Bump. And just to get them off those rails. Alright. That's the fuel tanks on the back.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Okay. Alright, so I cut all this away.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
So we have this mesh here is cut free, but it's still on this frame that has the 2 fuel tanks on it. So unfortunately, we're still not clear of that. There are 3 fuel tanks here. And those ones are the ones that are going to be a booger. Because you look at it, they're connected there. Which means you got to cut right in between them. Alright, let's start by getting the airlocks detached. As we get this removed, then I can start trying to separate things out. Oh, there's the chucks on the top and bottom there. Okay. Yes, I'm gonna need to repair my cutting tool soon. Alright, so that should start coming apart. Okay, so this is gonna be the tricky one over here. I think the reality of what we're gonna end up doing is probably trying to cut this plate off here, take the cage off, and then one by one remove the gas tanks. Which isn't that bad to do. We'll take some finagling. In the meantime, our O2 and all that's fine. Let's see if we can't get inside this side and start ripping it apart from the inside. Leave the danger zone that's all that fuel for last. That way if something goes wrong and we explode it, we hopefully minimize the damage. Alright, so we got the end cap off. Let's get the structure pieces off. So you struggle with some phrases that pops in chat and get held with automod. They're normally fine, but you're worried about automod, something like Tree said that is okay for people to say. I'm like, not always. Oh yeah, no, definitely, like, when it comes to automod here and all that stuff, like, if within the context it's fine, like, that's not a big deal. But, like, if someone comes back and they're, like, using it otherwise, they're like, oh, well, you know, whatever mod said this was fine, it's like, alright, hang on. Well, that was within that context. Because usually, like, when someone says something that I'm like, hey, could we not? That's usually kind of exactly how it goes the first time. It's like, hey, could we not say whatever was the problematic thing? Unless it's something, like, way out of line. Like, you know, someone is just dropping slurs or something like that. Then you're like, okay, hold the hell up. Like, this isn't one of those ones that's gray area that you're not sure if you're saying something you ought not to. Like, and if it is something, you know, that you genuinely don't know any better, you know that. It's not a democracy. Oh yeah, no, I've had that discussion. Where someone will be like, well, whatever. It's like, hey man, this is my channel. Like, this isn't something we have some agreement on. It's like when you show up at someone's house and try and dictate the rules at their house. Like, nah, man, it's not how this whole thing works. You may disagree with the person saying, hey, take off your shoes when you walk in the door, but the alternative is, you don't get to walk in the door. They tell you to leave. Hey, getting any update done and not having anything break is always good. Honestly, regardless of what it is these days. OBS updates, everything breaks. Windows updates, everything breaks. Some random driver updates, everything breaks. The game updates, that's definitely gonna break. Every now and then you hit automod on different channels. People have vastly different settings. You can say F in some chat and someone will catch it. Well, yeah, so to be clear, there's different tiers with automod. And some people will manually add extra words to automod. Like, so one thing I do personally is I have a lot of politicians' names in automod. I have, like, political party names in automod in a lot of cases that manually get caught. I have a couple other, like, individual, like, things that people say that tend to be, you know, slurs or whatever, because we don't have a strict no politics ever kind of rule here. What I usually have is along the lines of no current politics. We don't say political parties. We don't say, you know, individual, like, politicians or whatever. We don't say individual laws, those kind of things. Because just in my experience, like, where we were talking about company towns earlier, very genuinely company towns is a political thing. Like, it's a political thing in the past. Oh yeah, we can absolutely dunk on micro, like, we can have, when you say, alright, if you're saying microslop, like Microsoft, as long as it's, like, reasonable, which there's plenty you can dunk on them for, like, just being mean to be mean, you know, have the negativity have meaning. If you mean slop like AI slop, yeah, we dunk on AI slop all the time. Probably the most consistent content we do on here is dumping on AI. But yeah, no, like, so when we talk about, you know, city town or company towns and how, like, ultimately a lot of what led them going away was, it was, you know, it was, a big part of it was unionization, a big part of it was they were becoming, like, violent uprising before unionization really kind of took off. And so that's kind of the thing, is they're trying to put a stop to, like, you know, miners taking down the people who worked at the place, and, you know, violence, and then, you know, the company sending in the Pinkertons to take out a bunch of people. Like, there's a bunch of just violence happening. And so they're like, okay, we're gonna make unions legal and put a stop to this crap. And they're also passed a bunch of laws against company towns and all that type of stuff, and a bunch of other abuses were also either outlawed or mitigated or whatever. So there's an inherent political side to that, because a bunch of laws got passed. It's kind of hard to do that without being politics. But hopefully that's not a modern problem we're discussing and being, well, you know, oh man, honestly, with some of the stuff and some of the dumb things you hear, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some politician be like, you know what we should bring back? We should be bringing back indentured servitude with no hope of escaping. There's probably one. There's always one. And if there is one, don't say the name. But you get the idea. So for-profit prisons. Mm-hmm. Pretty much. Certain things, mayhaps, should not be run as a business.
Lynx recommends regular, gentle exercise to increase blood oxygen levels.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000.
Oxygen levels stabilized.
Okay. Let's see, in order for us to be eligible for some of the carousels, you have to agree to a minimum auto mod level 2. And it's been entertaining to see what it picks up. Your poor mods have been working overtime with the chatter. Yeah, that's like on the front page they have like they recommend you like I don't even think they have a specific level they've told us we have to have the auto mod for the front page. They basically just give the, you know, turn that up. Which is fair, because when you're on the front page of Twitch, you know, there be demons. There are people who just pop out of the woodworks with all sorts of nonsense.
Salvage goal cleared. Rewards allocated.
What's funny is when they tried to get people to stop calling AI slop. Oh, you mean Microsoft on, was it their Discord? No, it was Teams or whatever? Oh yeah. I loved every moment of that. That people were sitting there calling it Microslop because of the co-pilot thing. And they tried to like ratchet down on people not calling it that, and it was this whole big fiasco on their, I don't remember if it was Discord or a Teams or whatever, but it was definitely, the point was people were calling it Microslop because they were getting really upset about AI being rammed into everything. And so they started actually like kicking people and banning people who are calling it Microslop, and it became a whole big thing because some of the people calling it Microslop were actually kind of big names and all that in the group as well. You know, Microsoft VIPs and all that kind of stuff. Did you hear about Notepad++? Did they add AI stuff to it? I think I heard that they had jumped on the AI bandwagon. Which is a bummer, because I actually... Well, it's not a tool I use super often. I like Notepad++. For me, that's what I kind of used before VS Code really became a thing and picked up, was I used Notepad++ when I need to just pull up a file to look at. I didn't want to break out the whole IDE.
Salvage secured. Applying credit. Valuable object accepted for processing.
Yeah, and then Microsoft PR goes out there and say, you want to... Let's see, we hear you, and we're de-AI slopping, followed by Windows Update, where they crippled people's ability. Yeah, I think... So one thing to be clear, when you hear about Microsoft doing stuff, one big problem, this is from working with Microsoft in the past, not for, but with. Microsoft has a really big problem with everything is siloed. So the left hand is almost never talking to the right hand. And it creates a lot of inconsistency where on one hand, they're making all these moves in this direction, and on the other hand, they're going in the complete opposite. And that crap happens a lot. So like they're simultaneously moving everything in-house while also simultaneously trying to move it to third party. Or that they're going to be investing heavily in one thing while de-investing in that same thing. Create a massive security hole. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, there's a difference between that's Notepad and Notepad++. Those are two different applications. I do know there was problems with Notepad where Microsoft added Copilot to it. I had heard Notepad++ had messed with something, but I'm less confident on that one. I thought I heard that one in passing that Notepad++ had some like optional AI nonsense. Yeah. To be fair, Notepad also had a problem because they added Copilot to it.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
I believe they've since removed Copilot from Notepad. Because people got real pissed off about that one. Yeah, it seems like genuinely, with how negative people have become, that we're having, like, for example, for those who didn't read, the French government will no longer be using Windows anymore. Like, they're just dropping Windows entirely. And it's not specifically as, like, an anti-Microsoft thing there. That is more they don't want to be dependent, you know, on US software for reasons we don't need to dig into. But the point is they want to not be at that mercy where if suddenly something comes up and all that, they're not at that risk. But a big part of it also has to do with the fact that, you know, it does have Microsoft, it does have the data collection, it does have the AI, you know, and then all of that can, you know, in theory, the government could have that subpoenaed and yada yada. And so the French government was like, yeah, we want off this. Also, someone unrelated to Notepad++ whipped up a Vibe Code Mac version of it and is using their trademark. Are you telling me that people who are vibe coding are more likely to be less caring about, like, craftsmanship or copyright or trademarks or any of that? That someone who participates in the theft machine would have a lower degree of compassion towards someone else's work? I can't believe this. What is a slander? Obviously dripping with sarcasm. Like, the towel is drenched with sarcasm, get a new towel. Yeah, no, I know there's, yeah, that's the whole thing, like, while a lot of the other political stuff going on is a primary factor, a big part of it is, like, the embrace of AI has kind of accelerated the timetables for, like, the French government being like, hey, we really should get off this. Like, it was a thing on their radar, but, like, again, the politics side, we're staying out of it. Like, you know, about current politics. We're staying out of that part. But also the heavy adoption of AI and all the data collection and all that with the context of the politics. That's kind of lit a fire under a lot of people who are like, okay, we were talking about doing this someday. How's Tuesday sound for you? And while, like, there's been a bunch of people who have since bounced over to Linux recently, and it's one of those things that people, you know, you'll hear people, it's like, it's the year of Linux, it's finally happening. And you still look at it, it's like, you look at the market share and it's gone up, you know, admittedly it's gone up a couple percent. Which is definitely something. Like, to be clear, that is a lot of growth in not a lot of time. So it is very noteworthy. But also, if you look at the overall market share of Linux, you know, all of its distant distros for, like, desktop computing. So we're not talking, you know, Internet of Things, your routers and all that. Strictly desktop operating system use. It's still several percent up from almost nothing. But it is enough that it's putting a lot of negative sentiment on Microsoft that you're going to have more and more people considering alternatives that even if it's not Linux, because very genuinely for like mainstream, I cannot see Linux ever being that. I think that's always going to be its niche. And this is coming from someone who, again, during college, Linux was my primary operating system. I used a number of different distros between Knoppix, Ubuntu, Micro Ubuntu. I did stuff with Red Hat, but I never did use as my primary. So all that. It's got its place, it's got its purpose, it's not bad. Nothing like that. But I can't see recommending grandma install, whatever distro of Linux on her computer and being left alone. That's not to be a jab at grandma. That's just generic, someone who's not really interested in the technology side of things. Just, your whatever layperson. It can work. Like, it's honestly in a, one of the best places it's ever been. But still, when things go wrong, getting that support's way harder. Let's say you hand her an Android tablet. Does that count as Linux? Well, that's kind of one of those ones that gets fuzzy. Yes, in a certain sense, you can make the argument it is, because, like, it ultimately is. But we're talking, like, desktop computing kind of thing. Because also that would be like, okay, well, if I'm using an Android phone, does that mean I'm, my main PC is Linux? It's like, well, no, that's my phone. Now, if genuinely the tablet is, the Android tablet is their main computer that they do their email and everything else on, I can accept that as like a valid, that person is a Linux user. But at the same time, like if it's locked down kind of thing, You do agree that even as good as Linux is now, it may be a bit much for grandma. But yeah, no, that's the thing. I think we will see stuff like devices that are running Linux that will be used just fine. Like, we already have that. Like, these days, almost all your, like, routers and modems and all that kind of stuff are usually running either some, like, Linux-based thing or Linux adjacent thing or whatever on the underside, or they have their own proprietary thing. But, like, that's the reason I kind of made the stipulation as an operating system, because the moment you get the Internet of Things, it's like, well, what software is your fridge running? Well, it's running like a thin Linux thing that just has a couple of functions. Basically thinking more where someone's using a computer where they have the choice. But I think the more realistic thing that could happen is if in this future, Microsoft continues to just piss everyone off, that probably not Linux. What probably happens is some other company like Amazon rolls in there and goes, here's Amazon OS or whatever. It has some really terrible name. But you have some other, unknown third party pops in there and starts taking market share. They kind of prove it out. Get often poked by this year by friends for Linux distros recommends. Oh yeah, no, definitely there's been growth. There's been growth, and you'll have a number of people who will jump on it. They'll run into like pains of like figuring stuff out and all that, and they'll eventually bail. You'll have some that do jump on it and stick to it. So like you'll have some growth, because for a lot of them they'll jump on it and there'll be something they run into. It'll be like they have. I mean, a printer and a scanner is not relevant nowadays. But they have like some hardware device that doesn't work nice with it. You can't get a good driver for it. There's some game that requires, you know, they want to play whatever their competitive first-person shooter is, requires kernel access to, or root access or whatever to get in there, and it just doesn't work with Linux at all. You have a bunch of that kind of stuff. Or you'll have one that they have like kind of a niche like video card, and the drivers don't work worth a crap. But see, the HDMI, HDR support and GPU's problem you're aware of? Yeah, it'll be a lot of niche things. Or there'll be like that one piece of software they really like that is Windows only or whatever only. And none of that's really a failure on Linux. But it is one of those things that, like, those will be things that people hit as their pain points. Alright, so now we got our explosive situation here that I gotta make my decision on how I'm tackling. Now, one thing I could definitely do is I could cut this away here so that we get this whole plate off of there. And then we can start cutting all of this loose. Because right now this is effectively a cap on that side and a cap on that side. And until we remove those caps, I can't get this cage out of the way. And if I can't get the cage out of the way, I don't have a good way to extract those fuel tanks. That does mean cutting very close to those fuel tanks. And I'm really not loving that idea.
Material accepted. Credits transferred.
The really nasty part about this, and another thing I can actually do, and let's start this. Let's cut away the cage, because regardless of all this, we want this cage cut away. One thing I can do is potentially not even cut free all of these tanks. What I can potentially do is keep the tanks in those cages and just dump the whole cage in the bottom. We'll lose the value of the cage, but I don't really need the value of the cage. It's the fuel tanks where all the money is. I've definitely exploded myself on these many times. Okay. So let's see here. So now's where I gotta do the riskier cuts. So let's take this cap off over here. You know, for a lot of people, Linux will do just fine. To be clear. Usually one of the big problems you run into is when you get to the support side of things. When something doesn't go as expected, there's a lot less resources to turn to. So you're all detached now. Okay, so I'm probably going to do here Let's cut this middle section out. Alright, there's one piece. You go there. Grab this piece. You go there. You want to try Linux at some point? Yeah, that's not too bad. But you've got the space, you can dual boot to it pretty easily. Or like virtual machine it, that kind of thing. Okay, so you are still connected somewhere. That does not feel good. I'm probably safe by a fair margin. When you're cutting anywhere near these tanks, it always feels not great.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited. All salvage goals complete. All rewards out.
Alright, so we've got you. Now I can get this cage thing out of here.
Your oxygen reserves are low. Note that excess carbon dioxide can cause damage to Link's equipment.
Material accepted. Credits assigned.
Okay.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
Yeah, I'll grab this.
Welcome to Metatron 9000.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Yep, so basically we threw out that metal piece there.
Credit applied.
That is being wasted. But then we're getting all those fuel tanks. Which is fine. Oh yeah, no, the music for this game is fantastic. Alright, so it's alright. We only got $1.131 billion of debt left to pay off. It'll be okay.
New certification level achieved. License
Alright.
upgraded.
So we gained a rank, so we get to have more dangerous stuff to play with. Yeah, and me when I was maining Linux was early 2000s, like 2004 or so.
You have one incoming transmission waiting.
Okay.
Hey folks, this is a private channel. Dee Dee, you alright?
No, I'm not. Taking away my comm privileges? Family's probably worried as hell about me now.
I'm working on that, Dee Dee. I'll get your comms back.
Wait, whoa. Is he actually allowed to do that?
He is. Didn't think he would. But he is.
Does he outrank you?
It's complicated, Lou.
Still think he'll be gone in a week, Dee Dee?
If he isn't, I'm gonna float over there and kick him straight out of the airlock.
Nice. If I get my hands on him, ooh.
All right, hold up now. Let's not get all fire and brimstone. We can still sort this out. Now, why don't we all just call it a day? Get some shut-eye, and we'll hit this up tomorrow, all right? Weaver out.
Okay. Yeah, no, like, Linux these days will work probably for like 95+% of your things. Usually it's just those one or two edge cases.
52.
And the thing is, some of those edge cases, you'd be like, well, I don't care about it. That's fine. You know, I'll just do the other thing now. You will have some people that, like I said, they'll have like a dependency on a certain software for work that will be operating system specific, that could be a limitation. Alright, so we got a poster. Alright, power generator. You are now authorized to work and salvage containing power generators. They're connected to distributed breaker system to manage the flow of the output. To safely salvage, remove the fuses from each breaker when the indicator lights show that the electrical current level. Fuses are safest to extract when there is zero current. Once all fuses have been removed, the power generator can be safely extracted. Ah, yeah.
Got a bit of a surprise for you this morning, 52.
Well, I think we should talk this through a bit more.
Yeah, Joseph. Something you'll learn about being a manager: always be pushing your people. It's how they grow. Now, I see so much confidence on this crew. I think it's time to bump everyone up a hazard level.
Hal, this is too soon. I really don't see eye to eye with you on this.
Well, sometimes you need an outside perspective on things. All right, Joseph. Go ahead and train up 52 here when they're ready.
Sorry, Cutter. I'll help ease you into this. Just let me know when you're ready to start training. Weaver out.
Yay. Alright. So we got a lot of stuff here this time. So we're going to check. No more air stuff that we care about. The work suit, now we start getting some level of protection. Those can actually be very, very useful if you're playing like permadeath. If you're not, probably don't care. We can't reduce our thruster costs, so we're probably just going to continue to work on this. Okay, so let's go more power. More power. More power. Because that is the only rational thing to do, is to give it more power. And we can go through here and get a little bit more heat capacity. And that's all my points. Alright. And with that, we got our next mission to go out here. And training. Yeah, the thing that you do with more power in this one is it's the grapple thing where you can swing stuff. And you get to the point where you grab a really heavy thing and you start swinging it. And then you're like, oh, I've swung this the wrong way, and just watch it just come at you.
Hey there, Cutter. Gonna really need your full attention today. Going over the power generator.
Hold up now. Training time has not been authorized. We have quotas to meet.
Hal, power generators are highly hazardous.
Joseph, you've got to promote self-sufficiency in your team. Let 52 here hash it out. Nothing like a spare or two to let the lesson sink in.
Hal,
look, I gotta report if we're not hitting quotas. Don't want to draw Rye Paulson's attention now, right?
All right, Cutter. I'm adding some tasks for you to follow for this shift only. Just make sure you pull them fuses before going for the power generator.
And it's the first time I have to use the explosives.
Great job, Cutter. Now, just make sure to clear the area before detonating that bad boy.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you sure your charge is in the right spot? Measure twice, cut once, Cutter. Ready? Give that a squeeze. And lift off. See, Cutter? That's how it's done.
I also just realized I'm doing that without first depressurizing. which is not what you should do.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your purchase.
Oh, goody.
Have a nice day.
I forgot those demo charges are like 50,000. But these things here are like 300,000. Okay.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Yeah, the power thing they want. We'll get to it eventually. We just need to go inside the ship and find it. It's basically a timing thing. Where it'll have like 3 different spots where there'll be like a little LED that goes like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and you gotta grab it when it's like at none. And if you get it right, it pops out and you're good. Fuse is gone. If you get it wrong, you get zapped. And it won't kill you outright, but it'll hurt you a lot. You can only make a mistake so many times.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Okay.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
So let's get over here and make sure it is all decompressed. Okay, so that's all good there. That's the generator is. But we're apparently still pressurized out here.
Air pressure level increasing. Air pressure level decreasing.
So I don't have an atmosphere regulator for here. So we've got as much of this decompressed as we can really for the moment. So we're probably going to need to do here, we need to go where we cut at the top and just vent atmosphere. And hope it's not too violent a vent. I got a lot of explosive points here that we'll have to deal with. We'll deal with that later, though. And you're wide open over here, directly to where our coolant thing is for the reactor. And then the main housing is all there. That is cozy back there. Alright, so the good news is there's no anywhere for there to be air pressure here we got to worry about. Let's work on getting this reactor out of here. Okay, let's go here and detach you. The thruster is no longer hooked up to the main reactor. So I should just have to pull the cap on the outside and just give it a little nudgy nudge. Ooh, okay, that sucks that that's an explosive spot. Alright, so we see that little stop sign thing. If I try to use my regular cutting tool, it just doesn't work. There's no alternative. I have to explode it. There's the engine out.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
So back off. Okay, was there anything else we care about here?
Salvage secured.
Nope.
Account credit applied.
Just metal. Get it on over there.
Salvage registered. Transferring credit.
And you should just be metal as well. Cool. Let's just get it around and deal with it on the other side. Yeah, you should be fine. Okay, now you get around that. You hook it back down there, and you should be good. Alright, so I need to get this garbage away from the reactor so I can actually get some work done.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Okay. And get you out of the way.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Yeah, we still have a bunch of mechanics we haven't unlocked yet. We haven't dealt with radiation yet. We haven't dealt with cryo yet on a real level. Those are the kind of two big ones. There's the ghost chips, where systems just do their own weird things. There's like little things you gotta burn off the hull to make it stop just screwing around with you. Alright, so gotta get more demo charges. Alright, so demo charges. Top off our air and all that. Okay. Yeah, so the thing we do is we work on the back, we rip off that reactor and sell that. Then we got all our like little sensor pods, or coolant tanks. Yeah, we get all our coolant tanks, we start popping all those off and chucking them down here. I shouldn't need to use all of the explosive areas to clear that out. We can probably get away without doing a lot of them. Okay. And you can use these on regular cut points, but it's really just not something you probably want to do. Because it won't be faster because you have to stop to back off to light it up and all that. Because if I sit too close, it will explode in my face and kill me.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Applying credit.
So I've got that nonsense.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Okay, so you're still attached to everything else because you're still showing as weighing 86,000 kilograms. Yeah, so we got some anchor points that need to go. Don't mind me, I'll use a cutting torch right next to a giant nuclear reactor. It's probably fine. Yeah, so I need to pop this thing open as much as I can. So that way, when we're all said and done... So that way, when we're all said and done, I could just grab the reactor and just chuck it down on the barge. And there should be another of those fin things right here. There we go. I'll put 2 just to make sure. So I'll get you out of the way. That's not how I wanted that to go. There we go, that's what I wanted. Okay, so I've almost got enough off of here that we can rip this thing out. You're still showing as like nearly the full weight, so I gotta remove this chunk. Okay, if I were to detach you from the deck, you'll probably start melting down.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
I can't cut that. You'll start melting down for sure. There we go. I've got all that stuff. And I'm really worried about detaching that from the deck. Yeah, so that's detached, it's just sandwiched in there. Alright, well I think we're just gonna have to make do with what we got here. So you're attached on this end, which definitely not making do with what we got here. So the problem I have is if we pull off one of these panels and take a peeky peek in here. That's our nuclear reactor right there. I need to get it out of there. And we're very obstructed. So the idea of what you do is you disconnect this, you remove the coolant, it starts into a slow meltdown, and then you yoink it and just hurtle it down towards the pad as fast as you can. The problem is this cage here. So I'm going to try doing is removing all of our panels.
Processing valuable objects.
Because I need to do that regardless. That's bad. That's not a controlled meltdown, that's a regular meltdown.
Reactor meltdown detected. Urgent action required.
Okay, we're fine.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid.
Okay, that's fine. It didn't seem to melt down really aggressively, which is surprising, because usually when you just yoink it like that, it goes really fast, it starts going down. The way you would do it so it goes slowly is you usually go in here, and then you pop this door off. Right there. Then you pop it here and you go, cooling container, grab it. Cooling container, grab it. Cooling container, grab it. And then when I do that, it's supposed to start melting down. So that was interesting. But it turned out fine.
Salvage destroyed. Please refrain from damaging salvage.
All right.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
The important thing is we got our money.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Yeah, so we have panels over there to be cut. Here with my, let's just chuck you down here real fast.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Okay.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Those connection points on the outside? They are. Okay. Now I gotta pop these airlocks. And sort them out. And they'll be onto the middle of the ship to just go through and start pulling all the coolant pods off them and just chucking them down on the pad. Clearly the power generators in the front half, which we saw. Right, that was right. We didn't see a clean way to vent atmosphere. So I wanted to go ahead and get all of these stuff back here off of here before we did kind of a violent cut to just let it depressurize on its own. Okay, so I can grab you now and hook you over there.
Oxygen reserves are low. Reminder, asphyxiation can lead to missed salvage goals.
Okay, let's get our oxygen. So yeah, so I got the back area there, and through the middle area, we just gotta cut all these clamps off and just shove them. And then there is that thing where the middle is furnace stuff, and then the outer areas processor stuff. We can see what we have to do, because going down the entire length and just redoing the demos again and again and again is going to be obnoxious and expensive and not worth my time. So it might be one of those things that we choose whichever one looks like I'm going to get more money from and just shove it in the appropriate area.
Reserves are critical. Reminder, employees are responsible for regulating carbon dioxide levels. Hazards restored.
Alright, we'll go ahead and get demo charges as well. Oh, right, that's still stuck in there till I cut those off, that's fine. Which is going to be decompressing that outer area. Okay.
Processing object. Applying credits to account. Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Alright, so let's get to cutting all these pod things off, because you're worth a bunch of money, right? Yeah, you're 148,000 each.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Okay.
Salvage deposit secured.
You start the ones on the bottom because those are the easiest to do.
Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned. Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Okay. And just cruising along here. I haven't destroyed any yet. Alright.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
I double check to make sure it's actually got down there.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Okay.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Yeah, so you see how fast I was moving? If it would have hit myself with it, it's very likely it would have smashed my visor and it would have died. Not that it was that close, but that is the one danger of like powering that up, is you can get those things moving a hustle sometimes and they'll get you in trouble. Okay.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
So we've got you all sorted. We've got the bottom area all sorted. Got a couple more clamps on the top. And then the coolant pods on the side. And that'll be all this nonsense.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Oh, you leaking.
Salvage secured. Applying credit. Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Alright, we got, what was it, 2 or 3 more clamps up here?
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying.
Alright. There's no door control on this side. Leaky one didn't go in. No, it's in there.
Deposit registered.
It's under the green thing. I definitely see where it doesn't look like it's in though. Oh, we can grab that control panel. That's with a little bit of money.
Salvage deposit.
All right.
Credits awarded.
Leave all that alone.
Salvage deposit.
Okay.
Credits transferred.
You want to stand back for this, because part of this is pressurized, and I do not have a safe means to depressurize it. I'm going to detach this back part. And then we're going to want to put a cut to vent the air, hopefully in not an explosively decompressing way. Okay, so that's all detached. There's just a minor little bit of decompression. It's just the air in this cockpit, which wasn't much. Okay.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Alright, so we got you. That's overkill, let's just do it.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Just removing all the computers and all that, getting all this out of here. The downside is I believe part of the ship is still pressurized.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Okay. So we've got that.
Processing valuable objects. Credits awarded. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Okay, so the cockpit's all ripped off and processed. Alright. So where do we want to endanger our lives? Because I need to go in here and depressurize this thing very much without being inside of it. So let's try cutting right here. Yeah, it's got the big danger warning there. So let's back off. Back off farther. Eh. I don't think I'm getting that back. That a little bit more pressure than I gave it credit for. Well, in that case, if you could just go ahead and get what you can out of that.
Gave yourself a serious jolt, huh, Cutter? The timing takes practice. Find another and give it a go. Remember, wait for the red lights to be off.
I guess you're just too heavy. Oh, right, yeah. No, that'd be dumb. That would be me getting whipped by the thing at speed. Alright, so the reality is I'm not getting my next one. When I went to decompress that and I turned it into a rocket, that didn't work out too well for me. We turned it into a rocket and we Kerbal Space programmed it out into the abyss. So it's gone. Like, all that red was all the value we destroyed. That thing back there, I'm trying to drag it over. But the reality is, I'm going to lose about half of its value because it's a mix of the two things. And so by the time I explode and cut it up and everything to get there, I'm not going to get my next tier, so we unfortunately wasted a lot of material on that one. But that happens. At least we didn't get killed, because if you saw where it had, like, rocketed forward, if it had rocketed forward at me, there's a pretty good chance I wouldn't have been able to get out of the way. At which point, then your character just goes, and as it smashes into them. Let's bear with me, I'm going to snooze, so you don't have to see these ads. But yeah, so, like, luckily, it turned out okay, but that's one of the dangers, is you'll have, like, the pressurized ships, and sometimes you can depressurize the whole thing safely. There's different strategies to depressurizing them when you don't have a safe route. And that's usually kind of my go-to, is, like, cut one line on it, and just let it vent the air. I just had a lot more air in there than I realized. Because a lot of times it just go like, Ch! And then it works out where it separates the ship parts for you. But that was a lot of air in there, and it just rocketed away. Alright, so we need to repair that. We got the grapple. It was interesting watching it fly off. I think that might be, like, the most ridiculous I've had one fly off before. I've had individual parts get, like, where you go to fling it to the furnace and you just miss, you just yeet it out into the oblivion. But, like, for the whole big chunk of ship, I think that's the most I've done so far as flinging it. I've definitely exploded some of them better. Alright, let's get you better repair stuff. Better repair stuff. Heat capacity. Alright, that'll do there. Alrighty then. Okay. But yeah, so I think we did pretty good here. Considering we just jumped in, we're probably about a little over halfway through the game would be my guess. Because I think the game you basically wrap up. I want to see your like rank like 15 or 16 or 17 or something like that is where you get. Because we just unlocked. I'm trying to think. So you got the fuses with the power generator. We've got that one. We still need to unlock the radiation, and then we unlocked the ghost ships, and then I think at that stage we've unlocked all the hazards. I think. Well, no, I think there might also be cryo. So I think there might be like 3 more levels so far as like hazards and cryo and all that stuff. At which point we would go through the story where things escalate with Hal and the story plays out how it plays out. But if you have enjoyed the content tonight and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I'm going to be wrapping up here in just a minute. This has been Hardspace ShipBreaker. It was nice to hop back in. We might do this again tomorrow. We might do something else. I haven't decided that yet. And thank you so much for that follow. I do appreciate it. I do know with the 8th, we have Everything is Crab is coming out, so we'll be checking out that. On the 11th, there is a ton, or sorry, the 11th, Outbound is dropping out. I'll probably try and hop on Outbound for the 11th. We'll probably do that for a day or 2 or 3 or whatever it is. On the 14th, there is Everything and Its Sister is coming out. My intent is I think I'm going to actually start with Hotel Architect. There are some other games like Subnautica 2 I'm expecting to be like a lot higher profile that everyone is going to be playing. And since it's like an early access version of it, I'm thinking I'm going to go the other direction of we'll check out Hotel Architect for its 1.0 release, finish off that map, and then jump to the next thing. We'll definitely be checking out Subnautica 2 at some point, but I definitely feel like what I want to kind of do is, while everyone else is playing that, I'm going to do something a little bit different, and then we'll probably switch over to Subnautica 2 once it's not, everything going on, which we'll also see, because it is one of those things that there's been a lot of rumbling going, okay, with the dev hell between the publisher and the devs and everything with Subnautica 2, there's a chance that's going to be reflected in the quality of it. It might be amazing, it might not be. It's definitely one of those ones I'm in the a little bit of wait and see on the Subnautica 2 to see where it actually lands. But yeah, Hotel Architect will be a lot of fun. Go-Go Town's probably going to have its release very, very soon. There's a bunch of things updating. It should be a good time. So with all that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I do not have a host ready for you over there, but thank you so much for tuning in. And then for over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and we're going to see who we can find to draw